Xianghu from Class 3 awakened a 10-kilometer sky world. The principal is summoning him. Man, one step, and he's already in the clouds. I heard a top imperial conglomerate already reached out to recruit him. That's nothing. 2 days ago, Mei Wanqing from number 1 middle school opened a ghost world. She can cultivate spirits. They say even the provincial government got involved. A commissioner came personally, and she was rewarded a B rank card. A B rank card? Even the cheapest resource card costs 10 million. That's insane. The chatter spread like wildfire across the playground of Guangqing number 3 middle school. At the center of the field stood an adult-sized stone, mottled with chaotic colors, like every shade in the world had been crushed together. Students lined up in long, nervous rows, stepping forward one by one to place their hands on the awakening stone. Today was Awakening Day. The day they would find out whether they would become a creator who ruled a world, or spend the rest of their life crawling in someone else's shadow. In the crowd, Subai forced a bitter smile. I really transmigrated into a world like this. He wasn't born here. 2 years ago, he arrived in this world with nothing but confusion and borrowed memories. In those 2 years, he learned the rules that mattered most. Here, when someone reached adulthood, they were granted a single chance to awaken a seed of the world. One chance. One line that split your life in two. Subai lifted his head. Even in daylight, the sky looked strange. Faint stars still shimmered above, like stubborn embers that refused to fade. And each point of starlight represented a world. Those who successfully opened their worlds became creators. World lords. People with land, laws, and lives under their command. Schools valued them. The nation valued them more. Resources, status, protection, opportunities, everything poured toward them like a river toward the sea. Those who failed, fell. Most never recovered. Some became stewards for creators, signing master-servant contracts that bound them for life. A contract that did not care about pride, talent, or dreams. Only results. In this era, a nation's strength was no longer measured by armies alone. It was measured by how many creators it possessed. 200 years ago, the universe had shaken. An outer god descended from the deep void, bringing chaos that nearly shattered humanity's future. Back then, the starry sky above was not a decoration. It was a battlefield. Every creator's world corresponded to a star. Together, those countless worlds formed the first line of defense against the outer gods. Creators could also salvage treasures from the cosmic sea. Meteorite mountains by the hundreds of tons. Fossils of unknown void creatures. Evolution pool water saturated with spiritual essence. Metals that never rusted, never broke. Even entire newborn life planets. All of it belonged to the Creator's realm. Ordinary people could only stare upward and dream. Students who awakened earlier began returning, their faces telling the story before words could. Groups of girls who failed burst into tears, holding each other as if grief could be shared and made lighter. Then a sudden commotion erupted from the front. Look, Chi Lanza succeeded. It's an aura world, the popular kind. 20 kilometers. 20 kilometers? That's way beyond Xianghu. She's probably first in the whole school. The crowd roared. Even the teachers on the viewing stand sat up straight. Subai's homeroom teacher, Mr. Li, practically jumped off the platform. He hurried toward a ponytailed girl with pale, delicate features and a cool, clean aura that made her stand out even in a crowd. Chi Lansu, class monitor. Subai's deskmate. Someone who laughed and argued with him every day like tomorrow didn't exist. Now she stood there with bright eyes, trying to look calm and failing completely. Mr. Li spoke fast, face flushed with excitement, and led her toward the principal's office. As they walked, students automatically made a path. The ones who knew her best watched with complicated expressions, envy and bitterness tangled together. They all understood. From today onward, Chi Lanza would live in a different world, even before her world fully formed. She actually made it, Subai murmured. He was genuinely surprised. They were close. Too close sometimes. He had teased her plenty, even made her cry more than once, and she never stayed mad for long. As if sensing his stare, Chi Lance's ponytail flicked. She turned her head and lifted a small pink fist towards Subai, shaking it in a playful threat. Cute. Proud. Victorious. Subai sighed and smiled helplessly. Then a voice rang out. Subai, step forward. His smile faded. He inhaled slowly, then stepped out of line. The awakening stone waited like a silent judge. Subai placed his palm against the chaotic surface and closed his eyes. A jolt shot up his arm, like electricity biting straight into his skull. In the next instant, his consciousness detached from his body. His mind collapsed inward, then exploded outward, like a universe beginning from a single point. High above, within the chaotic starry sky, a brand new star flickered into existence. In his awareness, a gray world appeared, hazy and unfinished, like a map drawn in smoke. A projection. The real world was out there among the stars. And it was expanding. I succeeded? His heart pounded. He quickly followed the method he'd learned in textbooks, forcing his mind to steady. He reached for the newborn star within the darkness, guiding it, anchoring it, opening his world properly. This first moment was everything. A world's first expansion was the universe's gift. The more cosmic energy it absorbed, the larger it grew. The larger it grew, the greater its potential. Size now meant power later. Talent now meant destiny later. On the high platform, a supervising teacher narrowed his eyes. Huh? Someone from Class 1 awakened successfully. Another teacher chuckled. This batch has a high success rate. Best we've seen in 10 years. Subai barely heard them. A mechanical voice echoed inside his mind. Awakening. Your world is absorbing cosmic energy and expanding. Based on your attributes and the timing and environment, your world is transforming. Determining world camp and core traits. Subai's breath caught. This is it, he thought. The main moment. Everyone's world was different. The most common was the mundane world. Weak. Plain. Not much beyond ordinary human civilization. But if your world converted into a low-level energy system, inner force, it already placed you above most people. Mid-tier true Qi, Do Qi, those alone surpassed 99% of awakeners. And if, at the moment of awakening, your world evolved into high-level aura, or magic power, that was the real one step to the sky. Official rewards. Corporate bidding wars. National attention. A life rewritten in a single breath. Subai's whole body tensed as he waited for the transformation to finish. Then, just as his world stabilized, something inside it changed. Not a normal shift. A mutation. Originally, the world opened inside Subai's mind. It swallowed cosmic energy like it had gone mad, taking shape as the most basic heaven-round, earth-square framework. 1 km. 2 km. 3 km. Watching the territory keep expanding, Subai was almost shaking with joy. This was potential. It meant his future ceiling would be high. Even the soil quality and the world barrier felt sturdier with every breath of growth. But then, the small world seemed to crack open, like someone punched a hole through it. The energy started leaking out. The expansion stopped. Worse, the world began to shrink. What the hell? Subai's scalp went cold. He'd never heard of this happening during an awakening. Before he could understand it, a grand, almost divine voice rang in his ears. Host has successfully opened a world. God Simulator is now officially activated, absorbing the energy required for activation. So that was the culprit. Subai watched his world shrink all the way down until it stabilized at the bare minimum. 1 kilometer. His eyes went wide. He blurted out, God Simulator? What does it even do? And stopped draining it. My world is about to get sucked dry. As if sensing the instability, the swallowing force finally stopped. God Simulator grants the host authority of a god. You may simulate and trial and error an unlimited number of times. Manage the world, develop power, and guide civilization. At present, the initial awakening allows talents and different resources to be loaded in each simulation. In the future, you may absorb extraordinary energy to unlock more functions. For details, Please explore on your own. A simulator. Subai knew the concept from his old life, but hearing it tied to world creation made his heartbeat spike. Because the scariest part of being a world lord wasn't building the world. It was messing up. A wrong decision. A failed evolution. A predator in the starry sky. One accident, and the world could be ruined permanently. And once a world was scrapped, there was no reload. No second chance. But with a god simulator, he could try again and again until he found the best path. And that was only the starting function. The energy it stole was worth it. Every bit. Subai wanted to dig deeper, but the awakening stone under his palm flashed violently. On the platform, the supervising teacher announced before the students could even start yelling. Class 1 Subai. Awakening successful. Then, after a pause, he added in a strange tone. World size, 1 kilometer. The uproar hit immediately. This is awakening or joking? That's the lowest tier world. Forget life, it might not even form a proper energy cycle. Hunt in the chaotic starry sky? It'll probably shatter the first time a cosmic storm blows past. If I'm going to get something that useless, I'd rather become someone's steward. Voices turned sharp, almost eager to bite. It wasn't really about Subai. It was relief. In the past, anyone who awakened successfully stood above them. Untouchable. Bright. Now, they finally found someone they could step on. And the company recruiters on the sidelines changed faces instantly. A second ago, they were smiling like they'd already signed him. Now they sneered. That's it. No training value at all. It's not even good enough to be used as a ranch or pigsty. A 1 kilometer world? It won't last a week. It'll collapse. One of them even walked up, arrogant and casual, and flicked a business card out like he was giving charity. Your world has no potential. Before it collapses, sell it while it still has a price. Our Shanghai company buys abandoned worlds and recycles them as feedstock for seed players. Is 100,000 enough? 100,000. A normal worker earned 50,000 in a year. And this clown wanted to buy a world for 2 years' salary. Subai smiled. He took the card, then tore it cleanly in half with 2 fingers. He flicked the pieces straight into the staff member's face. Business card snow scattered across stunned eyes and open mouths. Even if I'm a newly awakened world lord, Subai said calmly, you're still not qualified to mock me. Then he turned and walked away, leaving the recruiters behind with expressions that couldn't decide between anger and embarrassment. Everyone else didn't know the truth. But Subai did. If the simulator hadn't forcefully absorbed so much energy at activation, his world would never have shrunk to 1 kilometer. And with the god simulator in his hands, he wasn't worried. He was confident. By school tradition, every student who awakens successfully receives starter funding. Top awakeners like Xianghu and Qi Lansu were personally summoned by the principal and awarded resources on the spot. But Subai, his potential looked so bad that only Mr. Li, the homeroom teacher, called him in. She rubbed her temple, looking genuinely troubled. To be honest, awakening at all is a good thing. But your world is the weakest category. Without heavy investment, it won't stabilize for long. It'll get assimilated by the universe. And the grants available to you are limited. Subai nodded, expression neutral. Mr. Li hesitated, then flicked her fingers. A purple card appeared in her hand, glowing faintly. This is a basic D-rank climate card. Use it in your world, and it will produce 10 tons of rainwater containing organic matter. It's the best help I can give you within my authority. Subai accepted it. On the card's surface was a dark sky, rain pouring down in dense sheets. Even the splash of droplets on soil looked vivid. At the bottom was a small line of text. Note, the highest good is like water. It benefits all things without competing. Thank you, Subai said and carefully put it away. Cards were condensed fragments of law. Even the cheapest D-rank card sold for around 100,000 on the market. Seeing Subai still calm, Mr. Li gave him one last, serious warning. You're not completely hopeless. But the college entrance exam is in 7 days. That will be your only chance.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
As far as Subai knows, people who have successfully awakened over the years, they will take part in the simulated college entrance examination to study Starry Sky University. All world main games. Borrow the world projection and send your soldiers and creatures to fight the enemy. Its rewards are rich, and the school alone has tens of millions of financial rewards, and the state and local governments are not stingy. Various strategic resources, breeding cards, race cards, and even S-rank cards are available. A gleam of light flashed in Subai's eyes, which was indeed the best chance to make up for his innate deficiencies. He wanted to experiment with the effect of the God Simulator as soon as possible, and hurriedly bid farewell to the head teacher. Unexpectedly, when he walked out of the classroom, he happened to meet Chi Lansu and walked out of the principal's room. Next to her was a rough-looking, bronze-skinned male student. The male student seems to be deliberately approaching Chi Lansu. There was a hint of impatience on Chi Lansu's face, and her eyes lit up after seeing Subai. He quickly trotted up and said happily, "I heard that you also successfully awakened the world, congratulations." Reluctantly, "I'm still behind you for the time being," Subai replied with a slightly upturned mouth. Seeing that the two were chatting happily, the male classmate frowned and asked, "This classmate, are you also in the first class? Are you Xianghu from class 3? A strange color flashed in Subai's eyes. Seeming to think of something, Xianghu laughed dumbly. "Aren't you the one, Subai, who awakened the weakest world? I can see the potential of a lifetime now. Then my world is twice your size." "Is it twice your size for a lifetime?" Qilin Suqiang wrinkled her nose slightly, took Subai's hand and left. In the principal's office after Xianghu learned about her awakening results, some courtesies made her sick. Now that she is rude, she naturally doesn't have a good face. Seeing the backs of the two of them getting away intimately, Xianghu looked embarrassed. "Little white face, let me see how you will pass the college entrance examination in 7 days." Sometimes, seeing hope and then shattering it again is the most cruel. Due to the limited number of people in each class, the scope of the college entrance examination is first from the school, then to the urban area, and so on. Xianghu has absolute confidence, crushing the little white face in the school competition. Beauty is only for the strong. On the way home, the class leader carefully comforted him. Awakening the world is only the first step. There is still a long way to go. Subai laughed and said to himself, "If you can successfully awaken, you have already surpassed 99.9% of people. The class leader doesn't have to worry about me, but he has to prepare for the college entrance examination in 7 days. If the grades are good enough, entering the top 10 famous schools is much stronger than joining any super consortium." Seeing that he was not discouraged, Chi Lansa smiled. "It's good if you have this heart. By the way, is the reward you just got from the school this card?" When Chi Lansa flipped her fingers, a card with a gray sheen and a black land on the card appeared. Black soil card, sea level card, after use, can affect the land within 10 kilometers, increase organic matter, fertilizers, etc. It is the novice world master, the best initial help. There is also a small line at the bottom of the card. Note, the 9-story platform starts from the tired soil. Forehead. The difference is really big. I am the most rubbish class D card. The squad leader's card is worth 50 times as much as the rain card. Subai let out a haha and was in a hurry to go back to experiment. "I'll be busy next time. See you at school in 7 days. I'll let you see my world at that time." The squad leader smiled and waved his hand, saying goodbye. "Okay, then I will be ashamed and return everything you bullied me before." Trot all the way home. The house where Subai lives is a resettlement house. 2 years ago, I crossed here, and the beginning was the death of both parents. If it weren't for the huge pension in the bank card, I wouldn't even be able to survive. He did it himself, placed a bowl of noodles, and luxuriously added an egg to himself. The dinner problem was solved in a hurry. The hard days will be gone forever from tonight. Subai made up his mind secretly. He sat upright on the bed, his consciousness immersed in his mind. The next moment, it was like a soul out of body. When I opened my eyes again, I saw a dark, chaotic, starry sky in front of me. Scattered dots of light symbolized small worlds. Before Subai could feel the magnificence of the universe, a flash of light that cut through the starry sky suddenly flashed in front of Subai's eyes. It turned out to be a shooting star. Do not. Only when Subai opened his eyes did he realize that it turned out to be a small world that had just fallen. Its world barrier shattered, land fragments, rivers tilted, and countless corpses fell from the fallen world. In the silent starry sky, it looks particularly poignant. As soon as he came over, he saw a world fall, and Subai's expression was complicated. Without the protection of the mother star, he is no better than a baby who has just been born. The meteors keep falling. There are also strands of ambolite flying out, adhering to the similar attributes and gradually condensed into cards. Witnessing the birth of the card with his own eyes made Subai a little sigh. I heard long ago that there are treasures everywhere in the chaotic starry sky. If you are lucky, you will have the destruction of the world next to you, and you will be able to make a fortune, wantonly plundering the wealth of a world. And the card is the condensation of the law. What high-level divine card will be born from the collapse of the whole world? Subai only hated himself for being late and lacking in strength. Otherwise, be sure to pick up the leaks in front of you. The most unfortunate thing is when the fallen world passes by. The closest moment between the two cannot be used. He vaguely saw that around the meteor, there were small black dots approaching. It can be seen from such a distance, at least it is a super battleship, an island-level war fortress. Before he could take his eyes back, a clear voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The God Simulator started itself. P.S. New books for collections, flowers, evaluation tickets, etc. The data on the first day is too important, I beg. Ding. Aware of the leaked laws and fragments of the origin of the world, the God Simulator is trying its best to absorb it. The world under Subai's feet is only 1 kilometer, square, with a gray body, showing a round sky. Surrounded by seawater, there is a thin layer of world barrier above. It looks not far from the meteor, but it is actually a world of difference. This is not only in space, but also in time and even higher dimensions. It is not a world of one level, and it is difficult to even approach. Even the small world will be caught and swallowed by the gravitational force of the big world. The world has also fallen, and it has descended to the lowest level where Subai is. He looked enviously at the shooting star passing by in front of him. But at this time, Subai's mind seemed to be like a black hole, swallowing the fragments of the law. What's going on? Someone snatch it? The means are very clever, and he is proficient in the way of space. Don't worry, this is the Fifth Order Hulk planet. It's a pity to save a little bit, but it's a pity for the creatures and warriors of the entire world. Hey, Hayu himself was also attacked by the Zerg, and he didn't even have time to ask for help. The bows next to the meteors are peculiar in shape, and there are several thoughts from the extraordinarily huge battleship. The world is destroyed, and all the creatures that live in it will die. The defense line in the human starry sky lacks another key node. This is a loss for all mankind. Subai is working on a God Simulator. After a lot of tossing, until the meteor was nowhere to be seen. Only then did he hear the system beep again. A small part of the world fragment has been swallowed, the charging is completed, 10 simulated talent extractions, and an orange talent is guaranteed. Good guy. Subai called him a good guy. He didn't expect the simulator to keep pace with the times and have a guarantee. Just when he thought it was over, a space ripple flashed in front of him, and a golden card suddenly appeared in front of him. He raised his hand and grabbed it decisively. Part of the intercepted law has been condensed into a card. Please check it. Subai was shocked, staring at the gold card, and a line of small light blue introduction appeared. Doomsday Calamity Card. Name: Doomsday Calamity Card. Class: S grade. Category: Special Energy Card. Effect: after use, you can add Doomsday Calamity and Doomsday Law to your world. accelerate the decay of the world and the death of creatures, and enter a state similar to the 5 declines of heaven and man, and the annihilation of the world. Introduction. It is the condensed law of negative emotions and pollution, such as doomsday, disaster, and despair after a world is destroyed. Attributes are extremely rare and can be put into your own world to speed up harvesting. It can also be used as a magic trap card and applied to other people's worlds. F***K. It's an S card. Subai was stunned at first, but after reacting, he called out the bullpen. Unexpectedly, as soon as I entered the starry sky, the universe gave me this gift. A Class B card requires tens of millions of blue star coins. If the effect is special, there may even be hundreds of millions. The school subsidizes the most basic C and D grades and already has a toothache, not to mention an S-grade treasure card. It is estimated that the consortiums are willing to bid $1 billion. After checking the effect, Subai frowned. Is this a debuff card? His breath almost didn't come up. Doomsday, disaster, despair, no matter how you look at it, it is not a good thing. This thing added to his own world, I'm afraid not to die? Subai looked down at his 1-acre land, very melancholy. There is a saying that even a piece of shit has its uses. No matter how bad it is, it can also be used as a magic card, see who is unhappy, and give him some fertilizer. Subai comforted himself and carefully took the Doomsday Calamity card into his arms. Meanwhile, open the God Simulator. A black word appeared in front of him. Are you sure to start your journey of God's creation? Please note that each simulation requires 100 creation points. The bigger the world is, the more creation points are required. The total accumulated creation value at present, 2,000 points. Sure enough, there is no free lunch, only 20 chances to simulate. No, if there is an accident in the middle and the subsequent simulation requires more creation value, it is estimated that there will not be even 15 chances. Subai's heart sank, and he said decisively, "Begin creation." Following the order, Subai suddenly saw a cosmic explosion in front of him. Infinite light and heat burst forth. The cosmic singularity appears. If it is said that he entered the high-dimensional chaotic starry sky with consciousness before. At this time, the state is mysterious, and it is impossible to figure it out. A line of small words appeared again on the simulation panel. Open 10 consecutive draws. You can carry 3 talents in each creation. Subai consciousness clicks. The next moment, a dazzling array of 10 talents appeared in front of him. Giant Beast bonus, white, civilization inspiration, blue, crazy killing, blue. Most are ordinary. The talent levels from high to low are gold, orange, purple, blue, and white. The 10 consecutive draws that he guaranteed the bottom of, and an orange that must be drawn gave Subai confidence. What made him smile bitterly was that the only purple talent in the first wave was the Call of Cthulhu. Call of Cthulhu, purple talent, enhance the law and talent of the world's supernatural direction. It makes the creature more likely to hear the profound knowledge of the universe and greatly promotes the aberration of the creature. There is even an extremely small chance of mutating into an indescribable extraordinary creature. From the positive effect alone, it is equivalent to the orange talent. However, its negative effects are -10 to sanity and +20 to madness, which can easily make creatures chaotic and crazy, and their evolution grows crooked. P.S. New books for collections, flowers, evaluation tickets, etc. The S card also has magical uses, I don't want to cut it. Although Cthulhu's negative effects are great, Subai still chooses to carry it. Anyway, the first wave of simulations is based on trial and error. After some thought, the other 2 talents have also been selected. Civilization Enlightenment, blue, Wisdom +3, which can make creatures use tools faster and increase brain development. Source of Life, blue, Vitality +3, making the barren world give birth to creatures faster and enhancing fertility and survivability. The talent selection is complete. Start the simulation. After Subai was confirmed, there was another cloud of mist in front of him. Lines of text appear in front of you. Start the journey of creation. I checked the D-Class Rain card and S-Class Doomsday card that you are carrying. Do you want to carry it? Note, If you carry items and simulate cards, you will consume more creation value. The creation value of the D-level card needs to consume 1 more point, and the S-level card needs to consume 100 points. Can you still carry items to simulate? Subai was a little surprised, but the cost of carrying an S card was too high, and he could simulate a creation. He didn't choose any of the 2 cards, and he wanted to experiment with the normal creation of the world. Do not carry any supplies, you are simulating. Opening up the world, you awaken the world, and the Tianyuan world was born, but there were a million little accidents, so that the Earth was only 1 kilometer, which was a bit congenital. Early stage of the first era, the initial world is a wasteland, and only the starlight across the universe proves that time is still flowing. Middle of the first era, I don't know how much time has passed, and you feel extremely bored. The late first era, under the erosion of endless years, at the end of chaos. Single-celled organisms were born in the sea, and they clustered together on the coast. It's called primordium. Ding! The birth of a single-celled creature for the first time, creation value plus 10. Note, the first birth of each type of creature is rewarded. Seeing this, Subai was shocked. It's finally here, and the time span is huge. In the final analysis, the site is too small. Early part of the second era, you observed that in addition to the primordium, other single-celled organisms, yeast and paramecia, were born in turn. The innate source of life is activated, and the creatures begin to multiply on a large scale. Middle of the second era, a variety of single-celled organisms gathered to form the first multicellular organism, the floating wave larva. Creation value plus 20. The floating wave larvae live in the offshore area, and the enlightenment of the talent civilization takes effect. They try to climb ashore. Late second era, plank larvae's plan to expand to land is temporarily blocked, and they have not evolved organs that can breathe on land. The floating wave larvae try to expand the range of the race, devour unicellular organisms, and multiply the race. At the end of the second era, the floating larvae destroyed the already small biosphere, causing a large number of single-celled organisms to wither, and the primordial bacteria, yeast, and other organisms went extinct one by one. The ocean, which is a little bit alive, is dead again, losing its food source, and the plank larvae that lose the basic single-celled organisms to regulate the ocean environment die one by one, until they become extinct. Tianyuanji's potential is exhausted, and all creatures in the world die. The world barrier is broken, cosmic radiation, energy invasion. Tianyuan realm is destroyed. This creation simulation is over. Surviving 2 epochs, the total value of creation, 30 points, no intelligent creatures, no civilization is born. It collapsed before it even persisted for 2 epochs. The foundation is too shallow. Subai sighed for a while. All in all, the first simulation lost 70 creation points. Just when he thought it was all over, another line of words appeared in front of him. You can choose from the following 3 to keep the next item. Single-celled organism, pre-March bacterium. Single-celled organism, paramecium. Multicellular organism, plank larva. Anything like this? Subai thought for a moment. The primordial fungus is the first creature in the world, and it is the source of all things. It took an epoch to be born by chance. Various evolutions of creatures in the future will have its shadow. If it is born earlier next time, it can save an era of development time. Paramecium represents the culmination of single cells with extremely perfect fecundity and viability, and it can be called a pentagonal creature. It's the strongest single-celled organism. As for the floating wave larva, it is needless to say, the strongest creature in this simulation. That's why I choose echomycosis. Simulated harvest selected. Among the 3 talents, you can temporarily solidify one for the next simulation. Subai didn't need to think much and decisively solidified Cthulhu's call. Although the first simulation, its effect has not yet taken effect, but it does not mean that it is useless. The other 2 blue talents have extremely popular effects and are very replaceable. Cooling period 20 minutes. To Subai's surprise, the emulator also has a cooldown period. In this way, the cooling period of an era is 10 minutes in reality? He frowned suddenly. Reminds me of the introduction of God's simulator, which mentioned that there is a chance to solidify talent once a day. He quickly quit the simulation and returned to reality. Getting up from the bed, Subai hurriedly turned on his phone to check. June 25, 2077, 18:07 in the evening. It's getting dark so soon? Looking at the dim sky beside the bed, his heart sank. There was a sense of urgency. With 7 hours left, how many simulations can I do? If you don't get a good talent, isn't it a waste of a day's opportunity? After 7 days, it's the college entrance examination. Just waiting for that wave of blockbuster, big blood. Do not miss it. Subai thought for a moment. Which of the world management and creation simulation does not require massive resources? The first simulation wasted so much time and the fault tolerance was extremely low, and it said it all. I hope to get the guaranteed orange talent before 12 o'clock. Su Zheng made up his mind and took out the D-level climate card. P.S. Asking for flowers, evaluating tickets, and rewarding 1 point is also love. As long as the data is good, it can be done 7 times a day. Ask for your support. After the first simulation, only 1930 was left. Subai picked up a ballpoint pen. Record the results in a notebook and summarize the experience. It is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. The origin of the world is so small, and if something goes wrong, it will be destroyed. Not to mention that after developing and growing, go to Shanghai to hunt for treasures. Subai had a bit of a headache, feeling the dilemma of the beginning. In fact, after many people have successfully awakened the world, they will choose to join a major force. Get their investment. Even teams of thousands of people use development plans given by computers. But everything is not free. This also means that the control of the own world must be given up. What's more, there is a super consortium that uses the power to deprive the world lord of his authority. Own the birth world. Such doves occupying magpie nests are not uncommon in the news. The best option is to join the official camp, get school aid, and local government cultivation. At present, what Subai lacks the most is resources. If after 7 days, you don't have good grades, get a reward and go to a good university. Innate, it is 100 times behind others. 1 step behind, 1 step behind. After Subai's impatient wait, 20 minutes finally passed. Ding dong. God's simulator has finished cooling down. Subai was shocked and summoned the simulator from his mind. Decisive. Start the simulation. A line of text appeared before him. Open 10 consecutive draws. Another 10 talents with different attributes emerged, one of which was temporarily solidified Call of Cthulhu. Unfortunately for Subai, the guaranteed orange talent has not yet appeared. But the surprise is that in addition to Cthulhu, there is another new purple talent. After selecting the 3 talents, Subai simulated again. Taodai Devouring, purple. It is even more precious to strengthen the devouring ability of creatures. During devouring, there is a small chance of acquiring the talent of prey. Life Reproduction, blue. It greatly increases the biological fecundity and the survival rate. Subai chose very carefully. 1 guarantees immortality and 1 guarantees future potential. After selecting, do you want to bring 2 cards? This time Subai chose to carry a card. Have carried a D-level climate card. Start the journey of creation. Open the world. God Subai awakens the world. Tian Yuanji was born. Early part of the first era, you said that there would be rain, so there was a heavy rainstorm, and 10 tons of rainwater containing organic matter fell into the ocean, bringing life to the world. Activate the climate card. You put in ecomycosis, and they multiply in the ocean. Innate life reproduction starts. Middle of the first era, there are all kinds of single-celled organisms in the ocean, and planktonic larvae, flagellates, and flatworms of multicellular organisms are born in turn. The ocean is lively, the talent gluttonous devouring is activated, and the creatures devour each other and continue to strengthen. You have observed a kind of bug that has evolved teeth and digestive organs, and has a length of 50 centimeters. It continuously defeats enemies, devours other creatures, and dominates the ocean. The first generation overlord devouring insect was born, and the 5-kilometer sea area was ruled. Reward creation value plus 40. Sure enough, investing resources in advance is totally worth it and saves a lot of time. Seeing that an epoch has not yet come, Subai has already reached this step, and Subai is overjoyed. The text continues to swipe. Late First Era. Devouring insect ocean is invincible, trying to land. Landed successfully. At present, there are more than 200 species of biological species in the Tianyuan realm. The biological throughput and absorption of cosmic energy increases the source of the world, and the area of land and ocean increases. The ratio of the two is 1:4. In your world, the diameter of the land has increased to 2 kilometers, and the ocean has increased to 10 kilometers. Reward creation value plus 50. The world has grown bigger, and the potential has grown. Subai muttered to himself, at least this wave will not lose money. The more and stronger the creatures are, the stronger the feedback world is. In his sight, Tianyuan realm is like a newborn baby. The creatures living on it are like human organs. The stronger the organs, the more cosmic energy they can handle, and naturally they grow up. Early part of the Second Era, with the landing of marine life, angiosperms were gradually born on the land, and the land was no longer monotonous. Due to the continuous photosynthesis of aquatic plants, the oxygen content in the air increases, the intelligence of the creatures is obviously enhanced, and the physique is stronger. Tianyuan realm gradually grows larger after the accumulation is deep enough. Induced a great outburst period. Recorded as the Cambrian explosion. Corals, trilobites, and even the original vertebrate-jawed fish were born in turn, and the total number of creatures exceeded 1,000. The land area of Tianyuanji has grown to 3.5 kilometers. Various rewards are superimposed, creation value plus 200. Back to the original. This wave of blood earned. Subai looked at the mock text and was overjoyed. I didn't expect the second simulation to have the Cambrian eruption so early. Coupled with the birth of various species, feedback to the world, one wave will eat fat. Sure enough, every resource invested in the early days was precious. Two of these talents also played a crucial role. He continued to watch. Unexpectedly, in the middle of the Second Era, there were hundreds of millions of small accidents. The creatures that multiply enough activate another talent, and the Call of Cthulhu is activated. In the ocean, for some reason, the creatures fell into madness and began to kill each other, blood staining the sea. On land, the vertebrates and even the angiosperms that landed in the early days also mutated. There is a large purple flower full of fangs, which aggressively occupies the land and gnaws at other creatures. This is a deformed creature, the corpse flower. In the Sea of Distortion, a worm has evolved a pair of giant eyes with handles and a pair of segmented giant forelimbs to defeat the first-generation overlord devouring worm. This is the second-generation overlord, the strange shrimp of distortion. Two unknown creatures reward creation value plus 80. Really effective? But the premise is that there must be a certain biological base, otherwise it will not be activated. Seeing Cthulhu's call take effect, Subai smiled. As expected, the positive effect is no less than that of the orange talent, and it surprises me as soon as it comes. But soon, he couldn't smile anymore. Middle of the Second Era, under the impetus of the whispers, the two generations of overlords, the strange shrimp and the corpse flower fought a bloody battle. P.S. I'm sorry, I overslept yesterday, but I worked hard to update it today and try to make up for it. There are at least 5 chapters left today. I hope everyone will vote for it. Now the new book period is too difficult. Cheese shrimp and corpse flower are in a frenzy during the battle. With the extinction of major creatures, the world has gradually become silent. The world barrier becomes weaker and more cosmic knowledge is poured into it. The two overlords died of food shortages and lack of mental energy to withstand the installation of knowledge. Tianyuanji has fallen into silence. This simulation is over. Total creature types, 1,150 species, harvesting 290 creation points. The land of Tianyuanji has grown to 5 kilometers. This time, there are 2 epochs in total, and the cooling period is 15 minutes. Looking at the text in front of him, Subai sighed a little. Success is Cthulhu and defeat is Cthulhu. If it doesn't interfere with it, what will happen? Subai was a little curious. Isn't the existence of the simulator the limitless trial and error? Others run the world carefully, lest something go wrong and the world explodes. However, you can open up your own reforms, and if you can't, start all over again. It may be over by the middle of the second era, and even the cooldown period will be shortened. While thinking about it, another line of text appeared. Select from the following to keep the next item. Emperoral fungus, angiosperm seeds, phagocytosis, strange shrimp, corpse flower. This time around, the choices are much richer. However, Subai found two mutant overlord creatures at a glance. One of them symbolizes marine life and the other symbolizes land plants. It itself represents the extremes of one aspect. I choose the odd shrimp. Subai made a decision. But the temporary solidified talent after that gave him a bit of a headache. Cthulhu's plugin is easy to use, but it's too easy to die. On the contrary, gluttonous devouring is more stable, and it can also gather the advantages of creatures, making them perfect creatures long ago. However, its positive and negative effects have the degree of orange talent. This time the harvest is so big, and it also plays a key role. Try it again. If it doesn't work, replace it decisively. Subai weighed the pros and cons and chose to keep Call of Cthulhu. In fact, in his heart, what he hopes more is the orange talent with 10 consecutive guarantees. Subai glanced at it, and the Genesis value displayed by the simulator was 2109. It is mainly the rewards brought by the Cambrian life explosion, which should be gone next time. On the contrary, the Tianyuan realm has grown to 5 kilometers, which is regarded as the standard level of ordinary awakened people. As for the 10 kilometers similar to Xianghu, it is already a leader in the campus. Squad leader Chi Lansu's 20 kilometers is only a few in one session. If you awaken a special world and energy, you will be recommended to the top 10 star universities. Shaking his head, Subai didn't think about it. Consciousness returns to reality. He was surprised to find that his body had been strengthened by 1 point. The originally loose muscles were solidified, and the lung capacity was also enhanced. After a test, I can lift 50 kilograms with one hand. I have heard for a long time that the origin of the world has grown, and the creator who can feedback has become stronger. According to normal development, the world slowly processes cosmic energy, creatures operate slowly, and the world master evolves slowly. But I have an emulator and can rise as fast as I can. The corners of Subai's mouth turned up. The only pity is that this should be a one-off. And start the next simulation, and start from 1 kilometer again. I don't know when the world size in the simulation will be preserved. Subai guessed that God's simulator should have this feature. Just not unlocked yet. Otherwise, it will not be explained. The larger the world area, the more Genesis value is required. The second harvest is too big. Subai calmed down for 15 minutes until he heard the reminder again. Ding dong, the cooling off period is over. Continue the simulation. Subai's consciousness sank again. The text flickered in front of him. I hope the guaranteed talent will appear soon. In his trepidation, he clicked the 10 consecutive draws. Immediately in front of him, there are talents like smoke. Subai took a quick glance, feeling a little lost, still no orange talent. But the surprise is that this time there is also a purple talent. It is stronger than gluttonous devouring and, even better, it has a complementary effect with the Call of Cthulhu. Zombie virus, purple. You will put a biochemical virus into the world, which will make the creatures demonize, greatly increase their strength and spirit, but the negative effect will be a decrease in reason and wisdom. The chance of a civilization being born is reduced. If paired with other talents with the same attributes, there may be wonderful chemical reactions. Crazy killing, blue. By killing creatures, they can gain a certain amount of experience, which makes it easier to strengthen and evolve themselves. Anyway, they are already crazy, so they take the extreme route. Cthulhu, let me see where your limits are. Subai was bold this time. He walked very aggressively. If it was created by the real body, he could not be so bold. But this is a simulation. Soon he started a third simulation. Does it carry cards? With a climate card. Subai hesitated a little, but still didn't use the S card. The main price was too high. Wait for the creation value to accumulate more points, and then experiment. Start the journey of creation. Breakthrough, God Subai awakens. Tianyuanji was born. Early part of the first era, you said there would be rain, so a heavy rain fell in the sky, but no one expected that this heavy rain would bring life to the ocean. And viruses and madness. The climate card is activated, and the talent zombie virus takes effect. It will take effect so soon? Subai was a little surprised, realizing that this simulation could be extraordinary. Middle of the first era, the cyanobacteria in the ocean mutate into blood algae, and the sea is filled with a layer of blood. The born trilobites, jawed fish, and other creatures fell into madness and began to kill each other, but among them, the odd shrimp harvested the most and gradually dominated the ocean. Innate crazy killing is activated. Late first era, you were surprised to find that the ocean turned into a sea of blood. The old overlord Chi shrimp did not have the last laugh. An octopus-like monster with tentacles on its body is more adaptable to cosmic knowledge. This creature, called the dark octopus, actually maintains a trace of reason in the ravings and learns to use tricks. Slowly develop in the corners of the seabed. Start with weak fish creatures, strengthen the group, and avoid the encirclement and suppression of strange shrimps. Negative or positive? Subai is a little surprised. When the whole world is in a frenzy, there are creatures who can stay sane? So rare. What's even more surprising is that Tianyuan realm has expanded to 8 kilometers without knowing it. This is not an epic. It seems that the adaptability of each creature is different, and the octopus is more adaptable to Cthulhu's ravings. He lowered his heart and continued to watch. P.S. New books for collections, flowers, evaluation tickets, etc. The evaluation votes are not going up, and people are worried. At the end of the first era, the dark octopus rises and collides with the strange shrimp head-on. Use your wisdom to outflank them, borrow terrain, hide in caves, and defeat the enemy. Dark octopus annihilates the strange shrimp and becomes the new overlord. After dominating the ocean, they use the knowledge whispered in their ears to try to actively devour the energy of the world and try to land on land. The land grows to 9 kilometers. Early part of the second era, the dark octopuses landed successfully. Their tentacles were flexible and powerful. They evolved the organs of terrestrial breathing, and they learned the importance of tools from the knowledge gained from the universe. There may be surprises this time. Subai muttered to himself. Sure enough, the next text will have an achievement across the ages. The land area has increased to 10 kilometers. Breaking the boundaries, reaching the critical point, can solidify the world area. Is it cured? Subai said without hesitation. Cure. Successful curing. Next simulation. Start with 10 kilometers. As he expected, God's simulator really has this function. It feels like a save file in a game. After breaking through a certain limit, you can save it and use it next time. Subai thought. I just don't know how big the next curing area will be, 20 kilometers or 100 kilometers? The simulation continues, and this time the extreme test is surprising. Did not die so early. A new overlord is born, the world heritage is increased, and the comprehensive reward creation value, 200 points. Because of being trapped by instinct, the dark octopus is afraid of flames, and its development is slightly stagnant. It seems that he noticed that a group of little guys listened to his words again, and a strange wave came from the deep space of the universe. The next simulation fell into a stagnation period, and the biggest enemy of the octopus that dominated both land and sea was himself. They try to use tools, which is bound to be a long process. Via the text in the mock, Subai was surprised to find that the spirits of the octopuses seemed to be extraordinarily powerful. That's why they can tolerate weird babble and don't go mad too early. What surprised him the most was, as the octopuses grow, a message pops up every now and then. It is said that there is an inexplicable change in the depths of the universe, but it has no effect on the simulation. This puzzled him. What's the matter? Is it the negative influence of Cthulhu? That knowledge seems to come from the universe. Pressing doubt, Subai continued to watch. Middle of the Second Era. With the passage of time, the dark octopuses initially overcome flames and use stone tools, but their behavior is cruel and dark. From time to time, I will sacrifice my tribe, pray to you, and pray for the inexplicable existence of the universe. Using fire and creating stone tools, creation value plus 200. Subai was overjoyed when he saw that there was another creation value in his account. But it didn't take long for him to find out. The octopuses who lost their external threat began to kill each other, and they were at a loss. Beginning in the middle of the era, the dark octopus that dominated the entire world and could not find an enemy was under the control of nature, unable to hold back, and killed each other to strengthen itself. I remembered, and that talent for killing. Subai thought of something and said something wrong in his heart. Sure enough, something went wrong in the simulation. Due to devouring each other, eating creatures of the same race, zombie viruses gather in the body, and the dark octopus mutates. Infected and corrosive mucus is added, the tentacles are disgusting and distorted, and the most proud spirit is also in chaos and gradually infected. Transform into the new zombie octopus. Playing off. Next, he was not surprised. Late of the Second Era, the zombie octopuses continue to kill each other for strength. The number of clansmen is getting smaller and smaller, and even other creatures are killed and swallowed. At the end of the era, 10 elite zombie octopuses fought in the final battle. One octopus king swallowed the remaining 9, stood on the corpses of the whole world, and mutated again. The king of octopus relies on the knowledge gained from raving and borrows the power of viruses to break the limit of biology and transform into the king of supernatural creatures, tentacle monsters, in a half-crazy, half-reasonable situation. The first extraordinary creature is born, and the reward is plus 500 creation value. Subai's eyes widened, unexpectedly turning the corner. Give yourself such a big surprise. Extraordinary creature? Doesn't that mean that the king of tentacle monsters contains high energy? How many people can it hit? Great surprise. As Subai knows, extraordinary creatures are fundamentally different from ordinary creatures, whether it is combat power or potential vitality. At least if the world of superpowers is awakened, there is a small chance of being born. It's not a creature that can be born now. This is completely achieved by chance and coincidence of the extreme route. Unreproducible. However, the creation of the entire world has been plundered by it, and I'm afraid it will be difficult in the future. Subai continued to watch. Early part of the Third Era, the invincible king of tentacle monsters, traveling through the land and the sea, falling into madness from time to time, but he didn't find any other kind of communication or even creatures. It has an emotion called loneliness in its heart, so its spirit is more unstable. It is more and more maddened by the ravings in its mind, and it loses its remaining rationality. At the end of the Third Era, struggling for an era, the king of tentacle monsters self-mutilated, using blood to create a strange sacrificial rune. At the same time, a meteorite with a diameter of 50 meters floated from the universe and hit the land. The world was turned upside down, the vegetation was destroyed, and the king of tentacles was killed by the aftermath of the explosion. Tianyuan realm is destroyed. The simulation ends. Survival time for this simulation: 3 epochs. The land has grown to a maximum of 20 kilometers, and a total of 1,550 species have been born. No civilization was born, but an extraordinary creature mutated. Cooling period: 30 minutes. What's the situation? Subai is confused. Is this a mechanical seance? Could it be that at the end of the Third Era, there was a meteorite impact, and that's a fart? Subai, who had received a bumper harvest, broke down before he could laugh. It has been seen in textbooks long ago that the universe is dangerous. From time to time, meteorites, fragments of star beasts, fragments of battleships, etc. crash into the world, making the world master seek more blessings for himself. That's how unlucky you are. Only 3 epochs met. How is this going? Subai had a headache, and he didn't expect that it would be the ultimate crisis. You can't hide even if you hide. Please keep one of the options below. Exotic shrimp, zombie virus aggregates, carrying a large number of germs, blood algae, can infect the sea into a blood sea, throughput capacity, production of oxygen, conversion of meager low-level energy. The king of extraordinary creatures' tentacles. This time the harvest is very rich. To Subai's surprise, the origin of the world has increased. The biggest contributor to the area's rapid growth was not the octopus monsters, but the inconspicuous blood algae. The colorful attracts attention again, Subai still resolutely said. Keep the tentacle king. Joke. This is an extraordinary creature that cannot be replicated and is only born when the entire world is assembled. Unbelievable. After the selection, the image data about the king of tentacle monsters appeared in front of him. It was a 10-meter long, full of tentacles, a marine and terrestrial amphibious creature with spikes, convex horns, and a black and yellow body. Just this posture, whoever sees it, doesn't say anything. Super boss. After reading its introduction, Subai laughed even more. Name: King of Tentacle Monsters. Level: Black Iron Elementary. Category: Extraordinary Creature, Unique. Talent skills: Spiritual Trigger, Zombie Madness, Tentacle Strangulation, Magic Buster. Introduction: The creatures born by chance have been inexplicably raved about for many years and have strong resistance to magic and spiritual power. They're the nemesis of magic to the strong. At the same time, relying on the zombie virus in the blood, it can also become mad, and its combat power is far superior to that of the same level. The potential is huge. The characteristics of magic resistance and mental resistance make Subai's eyes strange, always thinking of an indescribable magical girl nemesis. In all walks of life, magical civilization is definitely one of the most extensive civilizations. The King of Tentacles has great potential and is worth cultivating. The biological hierarchy of this world, from low to high, is dark iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, holy order, epic, legendary, mythical. Even the weakest dark iron creature can easily kill hundreds of ordinary creatures. The level is strict, and it is difficult to cross like a scourge. Therefore, the gap between the creator and ordinary people is like a world of difference. The stars in the sky also represent the world and the kingdom of God. But even such a strong human being was forced to be in the defensive stage by the outer gods. The reserved talent this time. Subai thought for a while, but chose Call of Cthulhu. Couldn't find a better one, it's the only option for now. 30 minutes cooling time. Subai's consciousness returned to his body, and when he opened his eyes again, a golden light that could not be concealed appeared in front of him. At the same time, the forces of the world floating in his mind strengthened his body. Before he knew it, the Tianyuan realm in Subai's mind had expanded tenfold. A full 10 kilometers of the world. The power fed back in one fell swoop allows Subai to break through the boundaries and reach the black iron level. Meditating on the world in his head, the corners of Subai's mouth upturned. I didn't expect that the power of feedback would be so great after 3 simulations. It can make up the foundation in one fell swoop. As long as you give me time and enough resources, it will be no problem to become a true god. Thinking of the playful eyes of classmates and teachers, Subai couldn't wait to see it. When they were in the college entrance examination, they were shocked when they saw their own world. Not only is the body strengthened, but also the spiritual power is strengthened. Subai took advantage of the cooling-off period to read the information book. I didn't expect 10 lines at a glance, and I will never forget it. The learning ability has been greatly enhanced, and even the thinking about the next step is much clearer. At present, it has just reached the starting line with Xianghu, and there is still a long way to go. I heard that those rich second generations are born with massive resource cards and supercomputers. A team of tens of thousands of people helps him manage and deduce his route. There are also all kinds of high-level world masters. When they are their masters, they will personally guide them. I am still far from competing with them. The simulator will be your only chance. Subai made up his mind that no simulation could be wasted. At the same time, he opened his own world main panel, which is what everyone can condense after the awakening is successful. Creator, Subai. World, 10 kilometers of heaven and earth, first order tiny world. World creature. 1. Tentacle monster king. Personality. Apprentice world lord. Level. Black iron level. Sect. Not opened. Faith value. Not enabled. Civilization. Not turned on. Not yet promoted to the official creator. Many functions are gray. Only after passing the college entrance examination can it be officially recognized by human civilization. Even though he is currently at the black iron level, it seems that he can't beat the tentacle monsters under him. But if the power of the world is mobilized by borrowing the authority of the personality, it will be terrifying. Equivalent to a full blow in a 10-kilometer world. There are also strict divisions in the world class and human civilization. The first order tiny world, the second order medium-sized world, the third order large world, the fourth order super large world, and the fifth order world are reborn. And the world structure evolves directly from the circle of the sky to the shape of a planet. This represents a great increase in the ability of the world to circulate. The fallen world that Subai had seen before was estimated to be the fifth order. On the internet, he even saw that the top powerhouses of the Yen Kingdom have a world of galaxies. In this way, humans are still at a disadvantage. After thinking about it, he was terrified that he was not qualified to contact information such as outer gods and cosmic enemies before. Just wait for the college entrance examination in the future and take a closer look. The biggest problem at present is the meteorite at the end of the third era, which is a natural disaster level, and I always feel very strange. Subai frowned. After evolving, the soul became stronger, and he gradually realized that something was wrong. Although the universe is dangerous, meteorites and debris fall into the world from time to time. But I wasn't so unlucky, I encountered it in such a short time. Is the meteorite related to those alien races? Subai muttered to himself. Make up your mind, simulate a fourth time, and go another route. See how long you can live as much as possible, and try to detect the crisis of the universe as much as possible. The 30-minute cooldown is spent studying. Subai looked at his phone. It was past 1900 hours, and there was not much time left for himself. His consciousness sank back into the God simulator. Open 10 consecutive draws. P.S. New books for collections, flowers, evaluation tickets, etc. The words flickered in front of him, and 10 talents emerged one after another. Subai glanced. It is a pity that the guaranteed orange talent has not yet appeared. In addition to Cthulhu, there is another purple talent. Considering the extreme route he took last time, Subai wanted to change his mind this time. Can the meteorite crisis at the end of the third era be avoided? What difficulties will there be in the later period? Soon the 3 talents were selected, and this time he did not carry Crusoe. But 3 new talents. Godao development. Purple equipped with this talent, creatures will take survival as the highest order and try to avoid fighting and dying. Evolution will also go in this direction. Reproduction movement. Blue more children and more births, which greatly promotes the reproduction of creatures and makes the number skyrocket. Self-entertainment. Blue your people will not be afraid of loneliness and years. Mind +10, joy +10. The purpose of the simulation is clear. One word, go. After the selection is complete, please confirm whether it is equipped with cards and unique creatures. 1.D level climate card costs 1 creation value. 2.S grade Doomsday Calamity card costs 100 creation value. 3. King of Tentacle Monsters of Extraordinary Creatures costs 10 creation points. Subai thought for a while and still carried the climate card. The other 2 didn't move. Ding, please note that due to the expansion of the area, this simulation will cost 200 creation values. Subai felt a little distressed, but it was all worth it. If the area is expanded tenfold at the beginning, doesn't it mean that there will be 10 times more creatures? Start the simulation. Start the journey of creation. Heaven and earth were created, God Subai awakened, and Tainuanji was born. Early part of the first era, you said there would be rain, so a heavy rain fell in the sky, and the heavy rain brought life to the ocean. The weather card is activated, and the talent reproduction movement takes effect. Middle of the first era, the primordial organisms such as the primordial fungus and clover were born on the bottom of the sea. They were happy to exercise, and the ocean became lively soon after. There are more creatures, and the Tianyuan realm continues to grow in size. Late period of the First Era, a creature called sea spider, which is deeply rooted in the essence of Godao. In order to prevent being hunted by the enemy, they have evolved to be useless and have no meat at all. On the ocean stage, other overlords, strange shrimps and devouring fishes emerged one after another, developing cautiously with each other and occasionally rubbing against each other. Early part of the Second Era, angiosperms and bryophytes first landed and grew recklessly on the earth. The ground is luscious and full of life. A close relative of the sea spider, which evolved into an amphibian, is also starting to land. This branch, called the bamboo worm spider, initially occupied the offshore area and flourished. The sea spiders that stay in the corners of the seabed go to different evolutionary paths. The talent is activated for self-entertainment, and the sea spiders are happy +10. It's good if the area is large. So many creatures have been reproduced so quickly. Subai watched. Look at the results of different evolutionary routes. Middle of the Second Era, undersea animals landed one after another, and the land finally became a big stage. Bryophytes evolved into ferns. Makes absorption of sunlight and enhanced throughput. Tainyuanji evolves faster. The development of talent Godao takes effect. Major arthropods and vertebrates are in careful competition. At the end of the Second Era, due to the development of ferns, the land of Tainyuanji was expanded to 15 kilometers, the oxygen content of the air increased, and silk threads were transformed into very little aura. So far, Tainyuanji has not grown to the peak of the simulation. Next may be due to talent reasons, and the creatures compete with extreme caution. It took a full epoch to compete for the final king. Late period of the Third Era, you observed that the Tianyuan realm has grown to 19 kilometers. At the same time, on the land, the bamboo insect spiders continue to evolve, growing wings and hard armor. This insect, called the two-pronged rhinoceros beetle, eventually became the overlord of the era and dominated the world. The losers of the competition went extinct in sequence, and a small part degenerated and returned to the ocean. Another evolutionary route. Sea spiders have been dormant for an epoch and still have not changed, but only filled a part of the vacant ecological niche in the ocean. 3 talents continue to activate, and the number of sea spiders exceeds 1 million, making them the #1 undersea tyrant. Happy +10, pleasure +10. The big one is coming. Sure enough, this time it is safe. Now we will see when the meteorite will come. At the end of the Third Era, you're waiting nervously, and there is no change in the universe. No mechanical seance. The two-pronged rhinoceros beetle continues to evolve, and the strongest leader among them is called the unicorn. With the increase in oxygen content and aura, strength, speed, and defense are all perfect. Early stage of the Fourth Era, the two-forked rhinoceros beetles, under the leadership of the unicorn, consolidate their dominance. And the evolution within the group also began to diverge. Most part is getting bigger and bigger. Unicorn believes that big and tough are strong. As the two-pronged rhinoceros beetle became larger, a small niche was vacated by other insects. Middle of the Fourth Era, under the leadership of the unicorn, the Tianyuan realm entered a new era, which is recorded as Insect Era. Reward creation value +100. Late Fourth Era, insects that cover the sky and the sun fill the sea, land, and air, and gradually develop to their peak. The sea spider is still struggling in the ocean, not thinking about landing and further development. Next, it is more repetitive, and the insects, which are already invincible in the world, are caught in internal friction. For food, it also destroys the environment and devours plants. Subai watched, and before he knew it, the time had reached the Sixth Era. This is a time that has never been reached. Strange, it's been so long. The meteorite should have arrived even if it was late. Subai was puzzled. Weird. P.S. Ask for all the data such as flowers, evaluation tickets, etc. The evaluation tickets will not go up for a day, which is worrying. Yesterday, I slept until midnight when there was a sudden power outage and I was woken up by the heat. It stopped for 3 hours and I went crazy. Late 6th era, prosperity and decline, and the insects that have evolved larger and larger cannot fly in the sky. They are trapped in land and sea, and the resources in Tianyuan realm are exhausted, and there are not enough insects to eat. The troubled insects try to find a way out, and there is a generation of unicorns trying to fly to the universe alone. He succeeded and he failed. The moment the unicorn was freed from gravity and exited the world barrier, the unicorn died. The two-pronged rhinoceros beetle began to decline, along with the rest of the insects. End of the 6th era. The ravaged plants were overwhelmed and died and became extinct in droves. The struggling two-pronged rhinoceros beetle was completely in decline. The death of the last generation of unicorns symbolizes the failure of this path. The other branch, the sea spider, has not grown in 6 epochs, is still struggling, and is very happy. Seeing him get up a tall building, seeing him banqueting guests, seeing his building collapse. Subai read this. Quite emotional. At the same time, the real hammer, meteorites are not natural disasters. There are deeper reasons behind it. Is it a hidden plot caused by Cthulhu's call? Subai guessed. He remembered the last simulation, popping up from time to time, and there were inexplicable fluctuations in the universe. The octopuses have engaged in some sacrificial activities, which may have attracted the attention of some beings. At present, I don't have the strength to spy on it, and I will have the opportunity to dig this line in the future. Subai continued to watch. Sea spiders are more tenacious than they think. While the land is doomed, they are still struggling. After 6 epochs of growth, the Tianyuan realm has grown to 28 kilometers. At this time, it keeps shrinking. Middle of the 7th era, the world is going backwards, a large number of plants are extinct, oxygen and aura are attenuated, and there are no creatures on land. Sea spiders are still happy, but due to this, a large number of offshore territories were abandoned, and many tribes died. Late 7th era, 99% of all insects and plants on land went extinct. Mass extinction of plants and animals in the oceans. 8th era. The sea spider is still struggling. At the end of the 8th era, there are no animals on the land and 90% of the creatures in the ocean are extinct. Tianyuan realm weakens to 10 kilometers. Yes, the 8th era of hard work once returned to before liberation. Subai understands something. Stubborn words all the way. After exhausting the world's resources, he can't make ends meet, and he can't get out of the universe and pull back the starry sky resources. It is slow suicide. According to the teachers, the world master cultivates the forces of civilization. There is only a novice village in the planet. You can really experience, hunt for treasures, and get to the universe. Otherwise, how many resources are there in the world? How much energy can you rely on passive sunlight? For the world to rise, the first thing is to take the initiative and hunt in the sea of stars. Next, Subai takes a bit of a surprise. With 98% of marine life dead, sea spiders die in large numbers. The number of people was reduced to a few hundred, but they didn't die. Relying on the only nutrients in the seawater, and even the sunlight on the sea surface, it evolved the function of dormancy. Constantly falling asleep. Middle of the 9th era. The sea spider is still struggling. 10th era. After the sea spiders woke up, there was a breeding campaign, and after a little expansion of the race, they continued to sleep. Happiness +5, pleasure +10. Ding dong. Congratulations on reaching the milestone in your simulation time. Unlock new feature, God's Guidance. Reward creation value +500, a talent upgrade card. Only the first reward. In the 10th era, is there such a big surprise? Subai smiled, which was definitely a big surprise. He hurried to check out the new features. God's Guidance. At key points in history, you can take action and let the creatures choose which direction to develop. For example, landing/staying in the sea, evolving body/strengthening spirit, using fire/extinguishing fire, etc. Nice feature. Subai's eyes lit up, and his control over simulation was naturally higher. As for that card, it made him even more excited. Talent upgrade card. After use, raise the selected talent to a higher level. Wonderful. What if I use the guaranteed orange talent? Holding the card in his hand, he was eager to try it. but it hurts. The simulation continues. The sea spider is not dead yet. At the end of the 10th era, even if there are fewer and fewer clansmen, the place for survival is getting narrower and narrower. The sea spiders living in the corners of the Gobi still haven't given up their resistance. On the contrary, they are still very happy, no one to fight with them, no enemies to kill them. 11th era. Subai's mentality is a little broken. How long is the cooling off period this time? Don't worry, come out and die. His curing talent has not been used today. Is it difficult to achieve solidification of a Cthulhu? Seems to sense Subai's mood. When the time entered the 12th era, something changed. The 12th era, you look at the Tianyuan realm, which has degenerated to 2 kilometers, and you are extremely disappointed. Speechless to the stubborn sea spider on the bottom of the sea. The branch route appears. Please make a choice. 1. Let the sea spiders live and see how long they can live. Will there be a big gift box floating in the universe and let the Tianyuan realm rise? 2. God was impatient and took the initiative to destroy the world. It's useful so soon? Subai was overjoyed and decisively issued an order of destruction. You took action, causing the underwater volcano to erupt and the sea spider to go extinct. This simulation is over, and there are 12 eras of survival. A total of 400 creation value was harvested. Cooling period, 120 minutes. Subai's heart was beating. It took 2 hours. It's past 7 o'clock at night. The 5th simulation will start at 10 o'clock. There is not much time left for yourself. If he doesn't get a good talent, he can only choose one of the short ones to solidify. However, in the later period, he seemed to have figured out a little pattern. Can God's simulator be changed because of its own subconscious? Coupled with the newly unlocked functions, it will be much easier for you to explore in the future and end the simulation early. 1 unhappy, the Great Flood wiped out the world. This is called a God simulator. Subai took stock of this harvest and intelligence. Please solidify 1 item from the following options. Note, if you want to keep the last tentacle monster forever, you need to spend 100 creation points to permanently solidify. Subai said without hesitation. Permanently cure the king of tentacle monsters. This is the only extraordinary creature that he currently has. The curing is successful. Apart from that, on the latest simulation interface, a line of text introduction appeared. Unicorn, bamboo insect spider, sea spider. Temporarily solidify the unicorn. Subai thought about it and chose the strongest king of the insect era. Although sea spiders live a long time, they rely on. As long as I'm useless enough, no one will hit me. At present, the total creation value has been 3,200, which is a small profit, but the cooling time is too long. Subai's consciousness returned to reality, and he opened the window and breathed a sigh of relief. He picked up the ballpoint pen again and wrote and drew on the notebook. Preliminarily judged that Cthulhu's call can cause inexplicable fluctuations in the universe, attracting meteorites. This seems to be a disaster at present, but sometimes it is a good thing. Instead, it points out that there are enemies and resources in the universe. He picked up his mobile phone and searched for star information. The sky is vast. Crisis and opportunity coexist. Just pick up a stone and go back. It is a meteorite worth 1,000 gold. Ordinary creator, the biggest income is to let his subordinates go out of the universe to pick up garbage. Meteorites are brought back to the world and turned into land, increasing the origin of the world. If you find some ice cubes, it's already a bumper harvest. As for treasures like cards, it is a fantasy. It is the same as the probability of picking up a piece of dog-head gold on the side of the road. Many creators are lucky to keep the world from going backwards. Many world leaders are poorly managed and cannot make ends meet. Sell the world. Even the collapse of the world is normal news. And Suzheng can rely on the meteorite clue and slowly dig. Of course, first of all, he must have the ability to resist the first wave of meteorite impact. There's not much time. The last few waves of simulation, quick battles and quick decisions, mainly focus on brushing talents. Godao can't get through, and if the resources are exhausted, it's a dead end. Be sure to rush out of the universe before running out of the world's heritage. Cthulhu's talent has a hidden plot, and other talents should have similar. Pay more attention to the details in the simulation in the future. Just as he was thinking, the phone vibrated. The squad leader Chi Lanza sent a text message. How about running the world at home? Have you awakened special energy? Hee, I was in the starry sky just now, and I encountered a cosmic storm, and even the temperature of the world dropped to -20 degrees. The villains that I finally cultivated are all dead. Oh. Subai was taken aback. The squad leader is so unlucky? Cosmic storms have been encountered. Doesn't that mean that the innate is going to lose a step? He quickly sent a message and asked, "The creatures are dead? Did you seek help from the school? I remember there is a kind of gene card. After using it, it can directly give birth to a specific creature in the world. With your potential, you should be able to apply for it in advance." In a cozy suite 10 kilometers away from Subai's house, a young girl with a ponytail snorted happily. Finally answered. The girl replied gracefully. I asked them. My situation is rather special. Most of the creatures died. A small part seems to have adapted to the low-temperature environment. That cosmic storm has changed the properties of my world, and it is now a world of ice and snow. The world consciousness reminded me that it has transformed into a world of ice and snow, and the surviving creatures have been transformed into half-elemental, half-material snowmen. However, there are only 100 snowmen left, and one death is less than one. Subai, who saw the reply, was surprised. Blessed in disguise? Is this an acquired mutation? He sighed a few times that he had gone through untold hardships in the simulation, and now he is only a small subordinate. The squad leader has formed a special biological team. It's useless for you to guess now. It's better to take the time to go to school tomorrow and let Teacher Lee and even the principal take a look. Well, you also work harder. If you need help, let me know. Although I'm just starting out, I have a lot of ice cubes. I'll condense a resource card for you when I get a chance. Chi Lansu is very generous. Subai laughed dumbly. Different worlds have different attributes. Many world masters exchange resources with each other, but the monitor is too enthusiastic. I was just starting out, and I was thinking of giving people cards. In the initial stage, every resource is precious. Don't mess around. He replied promptly. Chi Lansu made an angry little expression. I know, it doesn't depend on your innate lack. I won't give it to others. The two continued to chat for a while, and they said goodbye after exchanging their thoughts on the creation of the world. Just after turning off the phone, Chi Lansu suddenly responded with a yeah. Oh, I'm looking for him for something else. Forget it, I'll contact you tomorrow. She closed her eyes and immersed herself in her own world. Subai never felt like 2 hours were so long. The cooling time was not refreshed until 22:11. He decisively summoned the simulator. Open 10 consecutive draws. This is the 5th simulation. Half of the 10 guarantees have passed, and the probability is very high. A cloud of words appeared in front of Subai's eyes. The next moment, a bright, distinctive orange light burst out. It's coming, it's coming. Subai's eyes widened, trying to see the effect of the talent. An extremely pleasant reminder sound appeared in the ear. Ding dong, guaranteed orange talent. Projection of the heavens is out. P.S. Ask for collections, flowers, evaluation tickets, etc. The data is so bleak. Front of Subai is an orange rune. The effect of it was against the sky, and it made his heart skip a beat. Projection of the heavens, orange after carrying it, it can make the created creatures get the blessing of the powerful existence in the heavens. Bloodlines and talents mutate until it is infinitely close to the real characters of the heavens, greatly enhancing the potential. As expected of an orange talent, extraordinary. Subai gave it a big thumbs up. He didn't hesitate to choose a talent. At the same time, a card was presented. Use the talent upgrade card. The cards in his hand suddenly turned into stars, and a burst of golden light poured into the orange talent. Like gilding, sublime its essence. Ding dong! Congratulations on your successful upgrade of talent. When Subai looked at the talent again, his heart skipped a beat. All heavens and myriad realms, Gold, it can enable potential creatures in your world to obtain the blood, potential, and templates of the powerhouses of all heavens and all worlds. The strength is exactly the same as the original owner. If the myth is coming, as expected of a golden talent, the specific effect will have to be seen. However, today's chance of permanent curing is definitely it. Fearing that time would pass, Su Bai resolutely solidified the heavens and the world. Ding dong, you have been cured successfully. Today's opportunities have been used up. When all this was done, Su Bai breathed a sigh of relief. Continue to glance at the remaining 9 talents. Hee, the ghost of Cthulhu's call lingers. Apart from it, there is also a purple talent. It looks like a white talent, a super doubled version of the behemoth bonus. Prehistoric behemoth, purple. The effect is extremely strong, making the creatures have a great appetite, and the throughput capacity is greatly enhanced. The volume is increased by 100 times, and it has a wild atmosphere. This purple talent Su Bai has chosen. As for Cthulhu's call, Su Bai hesitated. The main reason is that its negative effects are too strong, and a large meteorite is summoned. Who can stand this? It's the last time. If the negative effect is still too great, it will not be carried in the future. Wait until you have enough strength to dig out the hidden plot. With 3 talents selected, Su Bai has never felt so broad. 1 gold and 2 purple. Start the simulation. Please confirm whether to carry items and cards. This time, Su Bai was confident. Load the Tentacle King, Unicorn, and Weather cards. As for the S-Class card, he thought about it for a long time and finally decided to keep it. You can't make a fat man in one bite, and you can bring it next time you simulate. After everything is ready, a word appeared in front of Su Bai's eyes again. Start the journey of creation. Open the world, you awaken the world. The Tianyuan world was born, and the first 10 kilometers of land. Early First Era, you said there would be rain, so it rained heavily. Early life has been cast, and life is nurtured in the ocean. Just as lines of text appeared, another reminder appeared. Do you want to invest in the king of tentacle monsters and unicorns now? It's too early, at least until the Second Era. And Su Bai also wanted to spend more time to make the meteorite come later. According to his previous analysis, the arrival of meteorites is absolutely related to the communication of cosmic news between creatures. Middle of the First Era, the proliferation of unicellular and multicellular organisms in the ocean, trilobites, mollusks, etc. The Cambrian explosion is coming again, and the talent Prehistoric Beasts is activated, and they are all extremely large. 8-meter and 10-meter ocean giants are everywhere. Soon, the ocean could not hold too many giant beasts, and amphibians tried to land. Late First Era, there is a race that resembles jellyfish, with tentacles and a big eye. The first to lose in the ocean, for the continuation of the race, they were the first to land successfully. Be the first creature to eat crabs. The talent Call of Cthulhu was activated, and many giant beasts heard babbling in their ears. There are giant beasts that go mad and die, and there are giant beasts who endure the ravings. From the knowledge they gain, they deliberately transform themselves and evolve in strange directions. Because the giant beasts have extremely strong throughput, even plants and algae also mutate. Covers the entire Tianyuan realm like moss and lichen. Makes Tianyuanji breathing all the time. At the end of the era, the land has grown to 28 kilometers. So big. Su Bai was surprised. I didn't expect the co-effect of beast transformation to be so strong. With the end of the First Era, a line of small words appeared in front of his eyes. Whether to release the king of tentacle monsters and unicorns. The time is ripe, let's put it in. Put some pressure on the giant beasts. Give the 2 little guys a chance to mutate. The 2 of them, after all, are the kings of the first generation version, and they still have a lot of advantages over the rough beasts. Early part of the Second Era, you made a move, throwing the king of tentacles on the ocean and the unicorn on the land. The 2 monsters are like fish in water in the new environment, and the king of tentacle monsters is extremely adaptable to raving. Gained a lot of valuable knowledge from it. At the same time, adapt to the version, start to become stronger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, the king of tentacle monsters has evolved into a giant, 25 meters long. Even in the ocean, it reigns supreme. One day, the king of tentacle monsters seemed to recall something and once again used tentacles to draw strange runes in an underwater palace. Su Bai's eyelids jumped suddenly. Die again. It was even worse in his heart. A hint of divergent paths emerges. The king of tentacle monsters instinctively constructed sacrifices according to the ravings. Do you want to continue? No. Cut off any communication with the universe. This is not something they can currently touch. Su Bai clicked with his mind. Even the mother star can't get rid of it. Still a swaddle baby. How to break into the dangerous sea of stars. Sure enough, this time, there was a notable change in the simulation. You shot in time and snuffed out the message that the king of tentacle monsters sent to the outside world. At the same time, with the sea as the background, your figure condenses an incarnation of divinity, warning the king of tentacle monsters and even other giant beasts, and don't take the initiative to cause disaster. The king of tentacles trembles, shivering in the ocean. Other giant beasts and even the unicorns on the land also surrendered. Everything knows your existence for the first time. Realize the importance of leaking information to the universe and stop dying. P.S. Ask for collections, flowers, evaluation tickets, etc. The collection data is too miserable. I promise it will get better and better. There are still many legendary monsters that have not appeared. You can think of it, and there are all you didn't expect. Watch my tentacles fight against magical girls. Godzilla swept the college entrance examination. Everyone, please vote and cheer. So much change this time. Seeing these words, Su Bai was surprised. He realized that as new features were developed, the more he could influence the creatures in the simulation. It's a good thing after all, live longer. While he was watching with interest, a line of striking golden text flashed by. Middle of the Second Age, the land grows to 35 kilometers, and the ocean expands to 140 kilometers. Sea monsters are stranded on the coast, and tentacles are entangled in the deep sea. On land, the unicornus reproduced a giant version of the two-forked rhinoceros beetle and fought with the tentacle-eyed monster that landed first, presenting a two-hegemony situation. The innate talents are activated, and a mysterious and unfathomable force pours into the most suitable creatures. Finally come. Su Bai cheered up and didn't want to miss a trace. The sky-defying effect of the golden talent is here, and it will change as soon as it is activated. The king of tentacle monsters overturned the river and the sea on the seabed. His body underwent unknown changes, and at the same time merged with the previous distorted bloodline. Obtain a new unknowable bloodline descendant of the old days, bloodline purity 0.1%. If it reaches 100%, it will become a mythical creature. It grows into an ultimate sea monster with tentacles up to 50 meters. The surface is covered with hard fish scales, the whole body emits mucus, and the magic resistance and essence resistance are 99%. And get the derivative descendant talent. The Lord of the Four Seas breeds the Kodao fish and completely controls the Four Seas. The title is well-deserved. At the same time, its wisdom has skyrocketed, and it has reached the stage of being a man. He ordered his descendants to build palaces and statues in the ocean to worship you. Extraordinary race. The birth of the Kota fish. The first religious prototype was born. Your brilliance shines on the deep seabed. A total of plus 1,100 creation value will be rewarded, and the function of faith in divine power will be unlocked. You can collect faith and condense it into divine power, which has all kinds of incredible uses. Su Bai's eyes widened. I didn't expect so many rewards at once. It is mentioned in textbooks that faith is extremely important. Basically, when a civilization is born, the world master will call on his subordinates to worship. A drop of faith in divine power is worth thousands of dollars. It can be transformed into various resources and can also be upgraded. Let the world master play more powerful. It can be said that faith is the most precious wealth in the world. Yes. The Lord of the Four Seas is very sensible and the road is wide. He had a hunch. This simulation is a big harvest. With such changes under the sea, what about the freer land? To Su Bai's surprise, the simulated native creatures this time. Those races with tentacles and eyes have also changed. The tentacle-eyed race is losing ground in the battle with the unicorn, and their poor tentacles cannot break through the hard defense. The tentacle-eye family, who was pushed to the limit, exploded their potential, abandoned most of the attacking parts, and supplied all the nutrients of the body to the eyes, causing their mental power to mutate. It can ignore physical defenses, launch mental shocks, and even lasers. Extraordinary race. The evil eye is born. Reward creation value plus 100. Haha, Kotu, evil eye. Isn't this a famous monster in the heavens and the world? Only then did Subai realize the power of golden talent. He is curious now. Whose template did the Lord of the Four Seas get? Descendants of the old days? Hearing the name is extremely extraordinary. It is indeed his first subordinate. Really amazing. And did not disappoint him. The one-horned fairy who was killed by the evil eye led the double-forked rhinoceros tortoise and continued to strengthen the physical advantages, stepping into the extraordinary race. Middle of the second era, extraordinary race. The unicorn beast was born. Its race pursues physicality and strength, and its leader is known as Hercules, called the vigorous unicorn beast. Reward creation value plus 200. The land area of Tainyuanji has grown to 50 kilometers, and the ocean area is 200 kilometers. Tainyuanji has entered the stage of confrontation between the three clans. Good guy, one is more extraordinary than the other. Are the three of them taking different evolutionary paths? Subai understood. Unicorns follow the line of flesh and believe in power and toughness. The evil eye is an extraordinary race of the spiritual line, and even the physical nutrients are extracted to nourish the eyes. Isn't this a mage? Hiding behind, wide-eyed, like a laser cannon, Baya-Baya's boom. As for the Lord of the Four Seas and his descendants, the Kotoa, it is to take into account the two roads and also to control the sea area. Although the bloodline purity of the Lord of the Four Seas is only 0.1%, it cannot stand the high quality of others, coupled with the unruly huge body. Strictly speaking, the strongest person in the Tianyuan realm is still the Lord of the Four Seas. Anyway, this time the simulation. Subai wins. And this is the impact of the golden talent. Let's see when the meteorite will come. Try to delay it as long as possible. Give them time to develop. Subai thought to himself and continued to read. Late Second Era. The three clans digested the gains and consolidated their own evolutionary advantages. The situation gradually became clear, and the other races shivered under the lewd power of the three extraordinary races. The Lord of the Four Seas, who gradually felt that the sea was crowded, ordered the Kotu to invade the offshore area and try to expand the territory to the land. The land has grown to 60 kilometers, and the potential and aura have been improved in all directions. Early part of the Third Era, Kota Murlocs come ashore. They use harpoons, and they also attack with magic. Causes great pressure to the unicorn beast and the evil eye. The two generations of land overlords had to join forces to fight the enemy under pressure. I didn't expect that the unicorn beast would be used as a shield, and the evil-eyed clan would be used as a firepower battery in the rear, and the effect would be so good. The Kotu were defeated, and the three tribes competed for territory and began a long tug-of-war. War can best stimulate biological potential. The three extraordinary clans absorb raving knowledge and develop physical mysteries. Compared with the era, the body structure is vastly different. It's a good thing to have competition, and it needs to be controlled within the adjustable range. Subai takes this simulation very seriously. Before you know it, the land has grown to 70 kilometers. According to the proportion of land and sea, the ocean has 280 kilometers. If this area is seen by the classmates and the head teacher, I am afraid that it will be a surprise. The only thing he regrets is that it has not yet reached the stage where the area can be cured. Anyway, this simulation has already earned more than 1,000 creation points and won the hemp. And the extraordinary three clans in the stage of rapid development are fighting more and more fiercely. Until the Lord of the Four Seas woke up and brazenly invaded the land from the deep sea. Middle of the Third Era, the Lord of the Four Seas, who grew to a height of 65 meters, set off a tsunami. Not only does it possess invincible physical and mental power, but it also has the authority of the ocean. Wherever they went, the tsunami covered the sky and submerged the offshore area. There were as many as 1,000 Kutu people with harpoons in their hands, and they fought with it. On land, the leader of the Evil Eye clan, after an epic of evolution, obtained the bloodline of the myriad realms with the closest affinity and successfully evolved into a beholder. The vigorous unicorn did not give in too much and was pushed to the limit in a bloody battle with the Murlocs. The talent All Heavens and 10,000 Realms takes effect and evolves into a super beast. Known as the ultimate state of power after becoming mad, he can move things 100 times his own body weight. More able to fly, extremely fast, and control the sky. The armor is indestructible, but it is a natural god of war. In order to compete for territory, the three extraordinary clans, the leaders of the three clans, began a bloody battle. The evolution of the Lord of the Four Seas is one step ahead of the two bosses, and the Beholder teamed up with the Super Beast to fight against it. When the three fought, they shook the world. The land has grown to 78 kilometers and is about to reach a critical point. Super Beast? Looking at the name, Subai had a guess in his heart. It's really amazing, good luck. But the meteorite he was most worried about seemed to be coming soon. A keynote has also been reached in the Tianyuan realm. Suddenly, a line of blue text pops up. The divergence point of fate appears. Have you intervened in the bloody battle of the three races? 1. Kill it happily. I just want the strongest one. I, God, have no emotions. 2. Peace is the most precious thing. You are all my children. Save your strength and replace the time. Subai thought for a while. Considering many aspects, choose 2. Not for the others, just because the three are unrepeatable geniuses. And Tianyuan realm is about to evolve again. He also intends to archive. Late period of the Third Era, the three clans who were fighting to the death suddenly received an oracle. You shot, the vision is shocking, and the three clans are stopped from shopping. And praise the excellence of the three leaders and let them go back to recuperate. To deal with the crisis from the universe. You said, your journey is the Sea of Stars. The Lord of the Four Seas, the Super Beast, and the Demon burst into tears, deeply realizing how stupid their fights in the world are. The cake should not be divided, but the cake should be made. Under your will, the three clans stopped the bloody battle, and led by the Lord of the Four Seas, the three clans established a joint religion and built a 10-meter statue of God for you. All creatures that generate intelligence in the Tianyuan realm will automatically believe in you. Religion name: Tianyuan Divine Religion. Ding dong! Religion is officially established, and the reward is plus 2,000 creation value, and faith power can be collected. The reward is so big? Subai was surprised. Unexpectedly, before civilization was born and mature, religion was established first. He opened his own panel. There is one more name in its religion column. The most important thing at the moment is to develop the world and be able to solidify it. His subconscious also influenced the simulation. The three extraordinary clans are no longer keen on internal friction, but instead try to rush out of the universe and pull resources from the outside world. The wise beholder first discovered that because everyone grows very big, the energy consumption is huge. If the resources in the world are exhausted, and they can't leave the universe and feed the world back, they are doomed to die. Therefore, he is more keen to develop into the universe. The Lord of the Four Seas relies on his invincible body to reach the ends of the earth, carefully breaking through the world barrier with his tentacles. After some experiments, a tentacle finally came out of the universe, instantly frozen, and turned into a popsicle tentacle. The Lord of the Four Seas has lost his confidence and deeply realizes that, as the strongest creature in the world, he is weaker than the cub without the protection of the world. The Lord of the Four Seas, who felt more and more cramped in the ocean, retreated to the ends of the earth, trying to gain knowledge from ravings and evolve into a cosmic creature. The bloodlines of the old days began to grow, and the Murlocs ruled the Four Seas, and initially mastered a little maritime authority. Don't try to die again. Summon a meteorite. Subai's eyelids jumped. But what he didn't expect was the trip to explore the universe. The first to achieve success was the rude Superbido beast. P.S. Ask for collections, flowers, evaluation tickets, etc. After his instructions, the three extraordinary clans were no longer introverted. Instead, he held his breath and went out of bounds. The evil eyes are the most intelligent, but weak physically. It is difficult for tentacles, one eye, and brains to survive in the universe. At the same time, there is one most important difficulty. They can't fly. So under the leadership of the Beholder, they plan to take the route of proving the way with tools. That is to say, to build space suits and boosters to rush out of the universe. The unicorn beast family sacrificed their heads to their bodies. So the brain is a muscle. They don't think about it that much, and they're done. Isn't it the gravitational pull of the world? Should I be stronger? What? Oxygen is scarce at high altitudes. Even if there is no spiritual energy in the near universe, will it starve to death? Then I thought about holding my breath. Wouldn't it be enough to hold my breath a little? The big deal is to reserve more oxygen in advance. Therefore, the unicorn clan instead evolved an organ with an air sac, which is specially used to store oxygen. After some evolution, a gas device was created in the body. It is also thoughtfully equipped with several gas pipes, which can control the burning speed, similar to biological rockets. As for the most difficult cosmic radiation, low temperature, not much to say. Under the leadership of the great leader, Chowpedo Beast, stacking armor and fat is done. This is the best solution for them. Sometimes, the world's problems really need a single muscle to rush forward. At the end of the era, the Superpedo Beast brought a big surprise to Subai. At the end of the third era, the meteorite you were worried about did not appear, but somewhere in the universe, there was already a strange gaze in the universe paying attention to this newborn small world, especially the Lord of the Four Seas in the deep sea. After a period of dormancy in the world, the three extraordinary clans have gained their own achievements in the study of the universe. Chao Bidua led the clansmen and formed a team to resist the high-altitude cold wind. After hundreds of studies, the height has been continuously broken, and finally it has approached the world barrier. Superbido Beast relies on rough skin and thick flesh, took a sigh of relief, erupted airflow with the tailpipe, and rushed out of the world barrier. Without the protection of the world, the proud body of the Super Beast, washed by the power of the starry sky and illuminated by the radiation, soon fell ill. The body temperature dropped sharply, and the physical strength dropped rapidly. Superbido Beast smelled the breath of death. Too reckless, the Lord of the Four Seas would not dare to do this. Subai felt a little pity, but a paragraph of text that followed made him hope again. At the moment of life and death, the Super Beast exploded its potential, temporarily became mad, used the last breath on its wings, and fanned it back again. Under the intentional reception of Tai Nuanji, the world's gravity recaptured the Super Beast, and it escaped. The world also has an ignorant consciousness, knowing that it is its own child. This is no small discovery. After returning to the land, the Chowpedo Beast was also very discouraged, but it was a blessing in disguise. This time he endured cosmic radiation, but instead allowed him to evolve himself in a direction. In Subai's waiting until the third era passed. That meteorite hasn't come yet. But Subai knows that over time it may be late, but it will not be absent. The simulation time has passed 3 epochs, and the land has grown to 95 kilometers. Caution! Relying on daily throughput, self-growth has reached a critical point. If you want to break through, the world will step into another level, unless there are foreign objects to assist. Otherwise, it will be delayed for a long time. The news made Subai frown. Can't break through to 100 kilometers? According to his previous understanding, the increase of the land area multiple means crossing a step. Simply relying on the world's own instinct to swallow and suck, and the backfeeding of the parasitic creatures on it, have to wait until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. The rich second generation and the national seed players all have a large number of resource cards and even land cards to supply. It is directly integrated into the origin of the world, increasing the area and potential. As for the general public, on the internet, The bottom creators spread such a sentence. It's impossible to work part-time, and it's impossible to work part-time in this life. You can't manage the world, and you can only live like this by picking up garbage. Entering the universe feels like coming home, and being in the universe feels so much better than being at home. A speck of dust in the universe that falls on every world is a mountain. When Subai heard this, he was surprised. Isn't this a garbage picker? You have to say that. Ordinary world masters are really picking up junk. That's it. How many people want to pick it up and haven't done it yet? Classmates look forward to it. Thanks to the actions of the creators to pick up garbage, the starry sky is much clearer. A clever woman can't cook without rice, and I have the cheapest climate card in my hand. Getting stuck is hard. He was rather annoyed. Subai sensed that the origin of the world has expanded to its limit. Due to the talent of the prehistoric beasts, the pressure on the Tianyuan realm is also great. Many giant insects and big fish feel that their living space is cramped and their food supply is insufficient. The Lord of the Four Seas felt cramped a century ago. Otherwise, the territory will not be expanded. Prosperity and decline. There are still 5 kilometers. How long will it take to break through and reach the save point? Under Subai's scruples. New mock text emerges. Early part of the Fourth Era, the expansion of the world has come to a standstill, and the giant beasts gradually feel that food is scarce. The extraordinary trio's exploration of the universe is in trouble. The increasingly bad environment makes the faith more and more pious. Faith value +10. Middle of the quaternary. The world continues to stagnate, and even the oxygen and aura content begin to decrease, and the land area has regressed to 92 kilometers. The giant rhinoceros that survived for 2 epochs went extinct, a large number of ferns withered, and a batch of yellow sand covered the land. Led by the 3 extraordinary races, the creatures have sensed a world crisis. Very nervous, want to save myself, frequently rushed to the universe. Most of them ended in failure, only the super beasts stayed in outer space for longer and longer. The breakthrough of 0 belief value is better than nothing. But the overall trend is disappointing. It seems that this time the limit is here. If you want to break through, you must have the assistance of off-site elements. Subai felt a little pity. Turning the hand, a card appeared in the palm. This may be his only chance to turn around. Even if you are summoned to bring disaster to the world, you have to be a dead horse as a living horse doctor. After all, no matter how desperate it is better than a sudden meteorite destroying the world. Rubbing the S card, Subai decided in his heart. Bring it with you next simulation. Just when he was at an impasse and intended to speed up the simulation. Mutation. Late Fourth Age, giant insects and plants gradually become extinct. The anxious trio of extraordinary people took risks, and their experiments in space became more and more adventurous. The Lord of the Four Seas wakes up in the deep sea, and the purity of the bloodline increases to 0.2%, which feeds back to the Kotu Murlocs, making them a lot stronger and can breathe in the ocean from now on. Become a true ocean overlord. Reminder: the Lord of the Four Seas comprehends his own talent, underwater breathing, white. As the master of the world, you automatically acquire this talent. What is this? Subai asked in surprise. He clicked on breathing underwater to take a closer look and gave the tentacle monster a thumbs up. Underwater breathing, White, the master of the Four Seas in the Tianyuan realm, realizes the talent that he can rely on his skin to decompose the oxygen in the seawater. As long as you can resist the water pressure, you can keep diving. Although it is only a white talent, it is very practical. Because it is your own understanding, it is not limited to the talent column. You can bestow this talent on other creatures. Wonderful. It can add a new talent. He was very satisfied with it. At the same time, it was discovered that it seemed that because of the breakthrough of the Lord of the Four Seas, the world actually favored him. Make it more flexible in manipulating the seawater. Coincidentally, the other two also surprised him. At the same time, the Eye Demon and the tribe, after 2 eras of research, prepared an extraordinary potion, Magic Eye Drops. After use, it can temporarily strengthen the spirit and even wrap a layer of liquid protective film on the body. You can extract it through creation value or faith value. Super Bido Beast turned into a muscle madman, cooperated with the eye demon, took magical eye drops, and charged into the universe with the determination to die. Before leaving, the two tribes, and even the coat of fish, prayed together, asking for your blessings and bringing life to the world. Faith value plus 20. The land has degraded to 89 kilometers. The last self-rescue. Subai's heart sank. Just as he continued to watch, the long-lost divergence of fate reappeared. Divergence of fate, the last hope, the regressed world, the extinct races, make the three extraordinary leaders feel desperate. Chow Pitaman intends to make a last-ditch effort to find hope in outer space. Are you offering blessings? 1. No help, wait to die. This game is over and the next game will start again. 2. Stand on the sidelines, I am the god of Emoda's feelings. 3. Boy, this is my last divine power, accept it. Use the accumulated 30 faith points to apply it to Super Pitaman. Help as much as possible. If you still have residual cards, resources, etc., you can release them, but you need to consume additional creation value. It's all at this stage, it's a pity not to fight at the end. Subai chose 3 without hesitation. It's a little difficult to help. At present, I only have an S card in my hand, and the focus is still on disaster. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem to be beneficial to the current situation. On the contrary, it made things worse. After thinking about it carefully, Subai made a choice. Simulation continues. During the grand sacrificial ceremony you appeared. Create a frenzy all over the world, and even the ignorant giants will kneel at you. The Chowpedo beast is trembling and is blessed by your faith, and its state is temporarily strengthened by 3 times. You have given the super beast a new talent, underwater breathing. This is the limit. God's house has no food left. Subai sighed slightly. The Lord of the 4 seas and the beholder tremble at miracles, and their beliefs become more and more devout. Other ignorant beasts have renewed hope. Carrying the last brilliance of a world, Chowpedo Beast rushed to the universe. Under the protection of the skincare lotion, the super beast easily broke through the world barrier and rushed into outer space. His physical strength, body temperature, and extreme speed dropped, but he did not retreat. Instead, it flaps its wings and uses the oxygen retained in the body as fuel. Fly around the Tianyuan realm, trying to find resources and meteorites. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, the super beast broke through the limit, getting farther and farther from the Tianyuan realm, and his movements became stiff. The magic eye drops have long been exhausted, and your blessings are over. Its body suffered irreversible serious injuries, and this operation failed. Chowpedo Beast did not find available resources nearby, only infinite nothingness and neutrality. After realizing the end that is doomed to death, the super beast turned around and flew to a farther space. What does it want to do? Isn't it reconciled? Subai was confused. But the next line of text is marked black. Focus, milestone step. 2 hours. The super beast has survived in the universe beyond the record, completely left the glory of the mother star, the eyes are dark, and the vitality is cut off. In the dark, space coordinates, 1.45xx, the super beast bumped into something, the insect habits erupted, and it instinctively hugged it. It was a super small meteorite with a diameter of only 5 meters, containing rare starlight and the power of the world. Although it is a very small meteorite, if it is brought back, it can still feed the world. The Chowpedo beast tried to drag the small meteorite, but it was exhausted and unsuccessful. It died contentedly on this small meteorite, lying on top of it with an extremely peaceful demeanor. Reminder, please record the space coordinates. This small meteorite will be your first pot of gold and is extremely important to the development of the world. Subai can't wait to get up and applaud. The twists and turns have taken a turn, but I didn't expect that the super beasts really have cross-generational discoveries. That's one small step for an insect, one giant leap for the world. He quickly took notes to record the coordinates and specially numbered the small meteorite. Number 1 small meteorite. This is a treasure that exists in reality. The biggest advantage of the simulator is to detect all kinds of intelligence. Subai knows. I am congenitally insufficiency and resources are extremely scarce, so I must seize every opportunity. Unfortunately, I couldn't bring it back. It has finally grown to 90 kilometers, and the area cannot be cured if it is archived. This simulation is almost a waste of half. Just when you regret it, in the simulated text, a line of small blueprint is interspersed with it. Reminder, the super beast breaks through the limit, combined with his own exploration of the universe environment in an era, combined with the principle of underwater breathing. Realize the blue talent before you die, the guts of the universe. As the master of the world, you automatically acquire this talent. The intestines of the universe, blue the genius of the supernatural creature superbido beast comprehension, can breathe in the universe and initially resist radiation and low temperature. Although not perfect, new paths have been blazed. Very versatile. I comprehend it myself, there is no limit to the talent bar. This talent, a magical skill. Subai felt that the value of this talent was no less than that of the orange talent. If we want to evolve cosmic creatures, I don't know how much time, how much energy, and how much resources will be spent. Even for those who are proud of the sky, it is a watershed to go from the mother star to the universe and officially hunt in the starry sky. This is the gap between the apprentice world master and the official world master. One can imagine the importance of this talent. It can help Subai save a lot of resources. Of course, it is also relatively elementary. Talent is based on a certain physique and is reluctantly active. It is still very early before the physical body crosses space, fights at will, and pulls meteorites home. But with this talent, everything works fine. Subai continued to watch. At the end of the fourth era, the sad news of the failure of the superbido beast exploration is sad, and the giant insect series headed by the unicorn beast began to decline and withdraw from the stage of history. The beholder, the lord of the four seas, felt the sadness of the death of the rabbit and the fox in his heart. The lord of the four seas, who has fallen into despair, has another bold plan in his mind. He wants to break the jar and hold a mysterious sacrifice according to the whispers in his ears. It came again. Subai's eyelids twitched. Combined with the clues of the previous text, he was convinced that there was something in the universe that had already set his sights on the Tianyuan realm. And pay special attention to the Lord of the Four Seas. Lord of the Four Seas, even if this super tentacle monster does not hold sacrifices, he will take corresponding actions. If there is no guess, it should be the outer god camp of the enemy of mankind, but I don't know which big guy it is. Subai knew very little about starry sky knowledge, and the teachers were cautious in their words and deeds. Fortunately, this is in simulation if real. Really carry this talent. Subai felt that he might have to die before he started his career. Tai Yuanji is going to make a wedding dress for others. What surprised him was that there was another point of fortune here. Disagreement of fate. Your devout believer, Lord of the Four Seas, broke the jar and planned to seek help from an unknown existence. It is very uneasy, and I don't know if it will anger you, so I ask your opinion in my heart. Did you intervene? 1. Since you want to be the leading party, then I will fulfill you. Let it go. 2. This is my site, and no one can interfere. But I can issue a divine revelation and tell them the coordinates of the meteorite number 1 so that they can capture the meteorite at all costs and advance the land by 100 kilometers. Is this still a choice? Of course, decisive too. That meteorite is not something to deal with now. After he made up his mind, the text immediately refreshed. A bolt of lightning strikes the altar, destroying the sacrifice. The Lord of the Four Seas shivered, kneeling and begging your forgiveness. You have appeared and warned them that the dangers of the universe, alien races, and foreign gods are terrible, and told the coordinates of Keibijuo's life exploration. You gave the intestines of the universe to all creatures at the same time and sent down the highest oracle at all costs, the sooner the better, to drag back that meteorite so that the Tianyuan realm will be promoted to 100 kilometers. You are keenly aware that even if the sacrifice has not been successful, as time goes by, the frequency of madness and distortion of the despairing Quitu people, evil eyes, and even unicorn beasts is increasing. There is a deep aftermath of eyes cast towards Tiny Wanji, and there is not much time left for you. F***K, I knew it. Subai exclaimed in his heart that something was wrong. The beasts gained knowledge from their bizarre ravings and are now spitting it back. Now see who is faster. He somewhat underestimated the importance of hope. After the oracle was issued, it was known that the Chowpedo beast did not die in vain. After you have a clear goal, unimaginable potential erupts all over the world, all in order to move forward into space, dragging meteorites. The new talent has allowed many ordinary creatures to join in and become a member of space exploration. Early part of the 5th era, the 3 reborn extraordinary clans unite and use the intestines of the universe to move towards meteorite number 1. The Lord of the Four Seas went out of the universe in half, and it is extremely adaptable. He saw the number 1 meteorite and the super beast lying on it. And with the help of the evil eyes, he used his tentacles to bring back the body of the super beast. The 3 extraordinary clans held a grand funeral for the super beast. But they have no time to grieve. Continue to drag the meteorite's grand plan. Tiny Wanji returns to light, squeezes out the last aura from the source, and supplies them. The world has temporarily recovered to 95 kilometers, and the mental state of the 3 ethnic groups has taken on a new look. Comments. Middle of the 5th era, the beholder climbed on the Lord of the Four Seas, and the 2 leaders joined forces and slowly dragged meteorite number 1. After a month of hard work, the meteorite number 1 was pulled into the gravitational range of the Tianyuan realm. The pressure of the 2 leaders was greatly reduced, and success was imminent. The Lord of the Four Seas and the beholder have recently found that the babbling in their ears has become more and more frequent, disturbing their spirits, and the salvage work has been seriously affected. But they did not forget the oracle and still insisted on pulling the meteorite. One day in outer space, the Lord of the Four Seas accidentally discovered that there was a bright spot flying quickly towards the Tianyuan realm. The distance is too far, it can't see clearly, but instinctively feels fear. As he looked at the flashing spot, the voice in the Lord of the Four Seas became louder and more uncomfortable. In a series of text, a line of striking golden text suddenly jumped out. Success! Meteorite number 1 was successfully captured by Tianyuan realm. Like a divine object from the sky, the meteorite crashed straight into the ocean, and the origin of the world is trembling and excited. How long? Born to the extreme, I was hungry for a long time and finally had my first meal. The world seems to be moved to tears, and in the next spiritual reign, it will feed back the biosphere. Tiny Wanji blesses the 3 extraordinary clans and rewards the 3 leaders. Grants the authority of the ocean to the Lord of the Four Seas, the authority of the swamp of the Evil Eye family, and the increase of the spiritual realm. In order to reward the great contribution of the super beasts, Tiny Wanji bestows the Unicorn clan, the authority of the sky, the increase of wind, strength, and battlefields. Tiny Wanji is evolving. The world is happy. Success. This simulation is the most time-consuming for Subai. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening, and he was still in high spirits and was extraordinarily energetic. It's all worth it. Haha, if in a few days, the class leader and Mr. Lee see him. My world has grown from 1 kilometer to 100 kilometers. What will their expressions look like? He even laughed. This time, it was an extraordinary achievement. It took a full 5 epochs to snatch food from space. It is fundamentally different from the internal friction in the world. Obtaining resources from the outside world is the kingly way. Just make the big cake and let the world itself evolve. Meteorites contain a variety of rare elements that the world does not have, as well as the precious source power. For the world, this is the nectar of a long drought. It doesn't care about the fights of its children, and it doesn't mind if it dies 10,000 times. But very concerned about the resources obtained from the outside world. Just when everything is going in the right direction, another striking black text appeared before him. You observed a strange meteorite, heading straight towards the Tianyuan realm. Its diameter is more than 50 meters. You feel a little familiar. Worry, come early, it's better to come by coincidence. Subai suddenly became nervous. But don't take the last step and fail. For this meteorite, How much effort did he and his subordinates pay? While Subai waited nervously, a line of long-lost golden characters finally appeared. Late of the Fifth Era, with your assistance, don't hesitate to consume the recently accumulated faith points. Tainyuanji consumes Meteorite 1 ahead of schedule. The land area has increased from 99 kilometers to over 100 kilometers, and the entire world has evolved. The Earth is turned upside down, the sea is roaring, the land has grown to 102 kilometers, and the ocean area has expanded to 410 kilometers. Ding dong! Your simulation has achieved milestone achievements and reached the save point. Your land area is solidified to 100 kilometers. Reward for catching a meteorite for the first time. Breaking through to 100 kilometers. Creation value plus 5,000. Seeing this figure, Subai burst out laughing, this simulation earning crazy. He could not wait to shout. Who else? And extraterrestrial meteorites. Pleasure gave birth to sadness, and a black text appeared in front of his eyes. Aware of the evolution of the Tianyuan realm and the doubling and strengthening of the world barrier, the meteorite with a diameter of 50 meters accelerated and hit it. The crisis of extinction is coming again. But it's already a step too late. The archive is successful. Subai's smile stopped abruptly. Meteorite smashed the world barrier and hit the ocean, setting off a huge wave, and the kutu fish, algae, and fish died in pieces. Dust covered the atmosphere. Most of the evil eye and unicorn beast were killed and injured, and the beholder was seriously injured. Subsequent shock waves killed 99% of the creatures. The land was fragmented, and the origin of the world declined. The 3 extraordinary clans were wiped out in sequence, and the beholder was seriously injured and died. Your temple was razed to the ground and your statue collapsed. The only surviving lord of the 4 seas was seriously injured. The huge tentacles were shattered inch by inch, and he frantically searched for the culprit in the ocean. A tentacle swept towards the meteorite, trying to smash it to vent his anger. Meteorite opened his eyes, his big turbid eyes swept around, opened his big mouth, and swallowed the Lord of the 4 Seas in one bite. The Lord of the 4 Seas has no resistance and was chewed twice and died. Tianyuan realm is destroyed. This simulation ends. Subai let out a long sigh of relief, opened his eyes, and checked the time. Just before 0. The 5th wave of simulation took 2 hours and earned more than 8,400 creation points. More importantly, the area is solidified and the harvest is consolidated. Investigated a lot of valuable information. He muttered to himself. Soon, Subai's brows furrowed tightly. But what does the last sentence mean? Meteorites are not meteorites? Hide the plot. The truth behind it is deeper than you think. Is that a living superlife? Subai's incomprehensible consciousness sank into the starry sky again. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. Seeing the earth-shaking Tianyuan world again, I can't wait to rub my eyes. Incredible, everything in front of you. The shotgun has been replaced by a cannon. P.S. Ask for collections, flowers, evaluation tickets, etc. I saw that the originally small and pitiful Tianyuan realm had grown into a big realm of 100 kilometers. The seawater surrounds the regular Earth, and a semicircular arc-shaped barrier, like a pot lid, covers the world and resists radiation and cold winds. Seeing this area, who wouldn't agree? What's even better is that there are schools of fish wandering in the sea, and the dark tentacles of a behemoth are looming in the deep sea. There seems to be a sprout in the depths of the earth. Next, Subai heard a series of ding-dong beeps. This time the harvest is great. He could clearly feel the joyful consciousness from the origin of the world, and there was a reborn change. Vaguely, the origin of Tainyuanji seemed to be full. Could it be that after curing the area, it is equivalent to eating the number 1 small meteorite? Otherwise, there is no reason for it to become so big. He guessed in his heart. If you have a chance, go to the real coordinates to see if there is that small meteorite. Ding dong! This time, a total of 8,400 creation points have been harvested, and the total has reached 11,000 creation points. Unblocking new function, the real world. You can keep the extracted and retained subordinates in the real world and make them exist forever. Ding dong! There are milestone achievements in this simulation, and the scoring system is successfully unlocked. The overall score, C+ level. You can choose one of the following rewards. 1.5 thousand creation value. 2. Card spree. 3 cards can be opened, and a B-level card is guaranteed at the bottom. 3. 1 continental shelf oscillator. It is convenient for you to end the simulation at any time, and after it is enabled, it will cause a great earthquake. And scoring rewards? Subai glanced at the 3 options, full of surprise. Could it be that it was too bad before, so it was not activated? However, this time the harvest is so big, it is too difficult to get a C-level evaluation. As for reward options, the current creation value is enough. For option 3, Subai has black lines all over his head. It's not necessary. Choose 2. After he clicked, a big blue gift box appeared out of thin air in his mind. He didn't rush to open it. Another line of reminder text came to mind. Please choose to temporarily solidify a talent. Permanent fixation, self-comprehension does not count. Subai thought about it carefully. The hidden plot brought by the Call of Cthulhu is not something that can be dealt with at present. Relatively speaking, on the contrary, the prehistoric behemoth is more useful. After all, big is strong. Temporary solidification of prehistoric behemoths. After the talent is solidified, another option jumps out. Please solidify 1 item from the following options. If you want to permanently solidify, you need to consume more creation value. 1. Superbido Beast, an extraordinary creature that has evolved to the intermediate level of bronze, extreme power, born for combat. When it starts to madness, it can kill high-level bronze creatures. It can breed races. Unicorn Fairy Beast, need consumes 500 creation points. 2. Beholder. Bronze intermediate, spiritual mutants, not low in wisdom. There is a budding civilization, and can breed a race. Evil Eye. It needs to consume 500 creation points. 3. Dozens of magical eye drops, the treasure of the Evil Eye family. Take care of your eyes. Start with drips. Your 10-meter statue, Palace Ruins. Huh? Why is there no Lord of the Four Seas? After looking at the options, Subai asked suspiciously. Could it be swallowed? God Simulator responded in time. The King of Tentacles has been fixed and will not reappear, and it currently lives in the real world. Only then did Subai turn around and look around the Tianyuan realm, which had changed 100 times. For a short time, the earth has grown into a lot of green shoots, and it seems to be full of vitality. Emerging in the ocean one after another, animals such as the Emergo SPP, clover, and other animals that were previously simulated. The most eye-catching, of course, is the 70-meter-long Lord of the Four Seas. It is wandering in the familiar and unfamiliar deep sea with a dazed expression. This is the sea? I didn't die just now. Is it a dream before? The Lord of the Four Seas swayed his tentacles. It was incomprehensible. It always feels like a lifetime, and the 2-ton little head can't figure out the reason. I can only think that it may be that the great god resurrected himself and reversed time. There was a commotion around it. The Kutos with steel forks in their hands wandered around, dancing around the leader's hands. Even the family members are resurrected. What about the other 2 old rivals? The Lord of the Four Seas raises hope. Can't help but say, praise God. Praise God. Seeing this, the Kotayu people also shouted. This time the simulator seems to unlock a lot of functions, and Subai's creation value is enough. He asked boldly, can you extract both at the same time? Both are potential molecules. The real world has been solidified, and past simulations have been recorded. You can extract and solidify items at any time through creation value and belief in divine power. However, creatures can only manifest once, and 2 creatures cannot appear in the same time and space. Since there is a choice, Subai is naturally. I want it all. As Subai made a choice, the icons of Beholder and Ultrapedo in the extraction column quickly disappeared. At the same time, there were familiar lights and shadows on the land of Tainyuanji, which quickly materialized from the virtual. It's like coming out of the second dimension, full of flesh and blood. This is the mother world? Didn't I die in the universe? The Chowpedo beast flapped its wings and flew left and right, full of fog. Beside it, a group of unicorn beasts followed, all buzzing. Their intelligence is equivalent to that of a 5 or 6-year-old child. Not knowing what happened, I followed the leader ignorantly. With the exploration, especially the old rival beholder, they only vaguely understood that such a miracle, only one existence can reverse time. Praise God. Subai, who was inquiring about new features, unexpectedly heard a reminder. Ding dong, faith value plus 10. There are a lot of things in the extraction column. Most of the ordinary items are of little value. That is to say, eyedrops are extraordinary items. Subai thought about it and turned off the emulator. Throw yourself in and fly into the Tianyuan realm. P.S. Sorry, the update is a little late today, see me make it up. In other words, the word God itself comes from us. In order to facilitate missionary missions, Westerners directly replace the God they believe in with God. So some students don't mind. With Subai's arrival, the whole world glows with him. The purple air came 3,000 miles from the east, and a 9-color rainbow crossed the sky. The leaves rustled and grew towards the east. The bewildered lord of the 4 seas, the beholder, the super beast, seems to have sensed it. They all crawl toward the east. You are electricity, you are light, you are the only myth. You are the creator of the world and the master of all things. The supreme creator of time and life, we praise you, we praise you. In the early years, the prayers initially compiled by the Tianyuan sect were circulated around. Looking at the trembling 3 capable subordinates, Subai, who was covered in light, could not see the exact appearance, and only appeared in the state of a goddess, instructed. Don't be confused by previous experiences, your existence is the only truth. Seize the opportunity of rebirth and strengthen yourself. The crisis from the universe has not been resolved. Mentioning this, the Lord of the 4 Seas trembled and sent out a thought. Great Creator, do you know where that malicious meteorite came from? Why did it come from? It's an alien creature disguised as a meteorite, and it specializes in hunting young and weak civilizations. It has already set its sights on the Tianyuan realm. It's just a matter of time before it arrives again. Subai gave them an early vaccination. At the same time, in the near future, there will be other worlds connected to us. There will be a plane war, and don't slack off. Do your best to rush out of the universe and expand the origin of the world. All 3 leaders were shocked. Time channel? Plane war. You can tell from the name that it is a super battle that affects the world's fortunes. Swear to defend the Tianyuan realm to the death. Defend your glory, it is your duty. The beholder and the superbido beast are so excited that they can't wait to fight now. What Subai mentioned was, of course, the upcoming college entrance examination. At that time, the world projection will be the time to test yourself. I comforted the 3 extraordinary clans a little, and told them not to slack off, and not to suffer internally. Subai left. Don't look at him. It's just a gentle descent. But the significance is extraordinarily important, pointing out the future direction for Tianyuan realm. At the same time, it also expresses that God always pays attention to and encourages them. Make the beliefs of the 3 tribes more devout. A reminder pops up on the creator panel to prove the point of this trip. Tianyuan log, you came to Tianyuan realm, encouraged the 3 clans, and prepared for the future. Greatly boosted their morale, faith value plus 20. In a blink of an eye, 30 faith points were accumulated. This stuff is very useful. This time I met 3 big bosses in person. Subai also had a preliminary understanding of the combat power of the 3 clans. Although the 2 beholders are bronze intermediates, they have the strength to fight bronze seniors. The strongest lord of the 4 seas has the realm of the peak of bronze. You know, its size is huge. The bigger the beast, the more energy it needs and the harder it is to break through. But at the same time, its combat power is also much higher than the same level. It can be said that the strongest lord of the 4 seas can even compete with primary silver creatures. More importantly, all 3 are seeded players. The future is promising. In addition, Subai also made an unexpected discovery. The world also has a high opinion of their species. It even suggested that it can be condensed into a monster card. The Kotu and the unicorn were judged to be D-level respectively. On the contrary, It is the evil eye family, which is judged to be C-class, even more rare. However, these are precious fry. Su Bai was naturally reluctant to draw them into cards. In other words, before he left, he issued an oracle to Chowpedo Beast. That is to go to that space coordinate again to see if Meteorite 1 is still there. There is a gifted cosmic gut, plus it is itself comprehend. Super Pedo Beasts are no longer afraid of ordinary vacuum areas, as it explores the universe. Su Bai also opened the card spree. With a flash of golden light, 3 golden cards appeared in front of him one after another. A group of beautiful transparent krill is painted on the bottom of the background, and the number is so dense that it is in units of tens of billions. The second picture is a lush forest with berries everywhere. Among the luxuriant branches, there are red apples growing. The last one is the strangest, a rune surrounded by a blue universe. Congratulations on successfully obtaining the C-level resource card, Transparent Krill, the C-level magic card, the Harvest of the Earth, and the B-level talent upgrade card. Transparent Krill. After use, you can get hundreds of tons of krill. At the same time, they can reproduce quickly on the bottom of the sea. Let your sea creatures worry about food. The Harvest of the Earth. After use, the fertility of the land increases. Let plants and thorns grow large numbers of edible fruits. Talent upgrade card. It can be used on one's own talent to upgrade one step. Note: up to upgrade to orange. It's all just needed. Su Bai exclaimed. Among the upgrade cards, he hesitated whether to use it for the intestines of the universe. As a gift of self-comprehension, it is extremely versatile. Does not occupy the talent bar yet. It can greatly save time and let the creatures go out of the world and hunt in the star sea. However, using it now, I can only upgrade the blue talent to purple, which is too wasteful. At most, the oracles will be lowered so that they can adapt to the cosmic environment as much as possible and upgrade their talents. Su Bai decided to hold back and use it again. As for the other two, of course, use it now. The Tianyuan realm, which is in ruins, needs help. He took out 3 cards in one go. Look at the world below. Throw them in separately. The 3 cards turned into wisps of light in the air. The first is a light rain. The D-level climate card given by the school is really small and pitiful, and it can only give the unicorns a bath. But the other 2 are different. In a corner of the ocean, there is a group of beautiful little guys. Although the krill is pitifully small. But I can't stand the family and it is easy to feed and reproduce. Plankton, seaweed, aquatic plants, everything. After a while, 1 billion krill were born. It is densely packed together, like an underwater tornado. This makes the giant sea monsters and big fish happy. They hunted and devoured. Even the Lord of the 4 Seas was startled. After tasting it, the tentacles danced happily. On land, thorns all over the place produce red berries. There are also densely packed apples growing on the bushes. A great harvest. The 3 tribes noticed the increase in food, which greatly solved the embarrassing survival problem. It is natural to think that it is a gift from God. They prayed aloud. Praise God. Log, aware of your gift, the 3 extraordinary races prayed and praised you. Faith value plus 30, a shallow believer is born. At the same time, due to sufficient food, the 3 extraordinary races began to breed happily. Your people have increased. We must urge them to build city-states early and give birth to civilization. It's better for believers to be nurtured in this way. Su Bai muttered to himself. As the creator, everyone has established a religion in his own world, allowing believers to provide faith. About 10,000 faith points can be condensed into a drop of divine power. This thing has the incredible function of changing the world. It is said that some super big world masters consume faith. Still in the world, open up the upper planes and build the kingdom of God. Specializing in cultivating elite believers. The ranks of believers are divided into general believers, shallow believers, true believers, devout believers, mad believers, and the Holy Spirit. The higher you go, the more scarce it becomes. Poor Su Bai, there are quite a few Pan believers and only a handful of shallow believers. Go slowly. Take a look at the development of the world. After the excitement, the tired Subai withdrew from the space of consciousness to return to the real world. He let out a sullen breath, just about to say something. A heat flow in the brain rushed to the limbs and bones, quickly improving their physique and spirit. His body was reshaped at a speed visible to the naked eye. The face that was whitened due to staying up late for a long time has become rosy and healthy. The slightly curved back was corrected, and even the pores and skin became smooth. The originally decent facial features have been improved invisibly, making them more handsome and delicate. A mysterious aura increases his charisma by +10. This power. Subai was keenly aware. This is Tiny Wanji's feedback. 100 kilometers. High school students have this grade, which makes the school a sensation. At least only the first 10 days of a large province, or the second generation of rich who have been carefully cultivated since childhood, are possible. The energy that feeds back is naturally great. In the blink of an eye, there was a lot of sludge on Subai's body. He quickly got up and went to take a shower. He glanced at the cramped, dark room. Subai suddenly couldn't help laughing. Good days are coming. Tomorrow, I will bring a batch of eye drops to sell from Tiny Wanji. First, I will improve my life and change to a bigger house. Sometimes happiness is just that simple. With the blessing of a god simulator, Subai is destined to become a true god. Subai fell asleep happily. The happiness he had never had before made him laugh in his sleep. The next day, he was woken up by a phone call. Confused, he connected vaguely. Not awake yet? Today I'm going to go to school and ask the teacher how my mutant world works. Can you come with me later? The squad leader on the other end of the phone asked hesitantly. No problem, remember to bring me a breakfast. Subai smiled. Okay, right. Forgot to tell you yesterday. The world master who successfully awakened in the 3rd middle school pulled me into a town group. It is said that the newly awakened world masters of our entire Guangqing are inside, so let me pull you in too. If there are any world specialties and resource transactions in the future, you can contact them in the group. Subai was non-committal. There are really good things, and they will not be sold in the group. After joking for a while, the two hung up the phone. Subai just woke up, about to sink into the Tianyuan realm. Let's see how the little ones are doing business for one night. A series of messages popped up on the phone. You were pulled into the Guangqing Creation Center by Qi Lansu. Qi Lansu, hee, welcome to the newcomer Xiao Bai. The Lord of Kanglan Realm. It's from the 3rd middle school again? What world is awakened, and is there any special energy? Let me introduce myself. Newcomers are welcome to join. The probability of awakening this year is not low. Number 1 middle school is under a lot of pressure. Qi Lansu, Xiang Hu, and Xiao Yan, who has awakened fire energy, are all seeded players. I'm afraid it is. Goddess Sure is not there in the 1st middle school. She has awakened the high water magic power of 30 kilometers. Guangqing number 1 has booked in advance. In the group chat, the master of the Kanglan realm was a typical pretender. Not even his real name. Judging by the compliments of others, it seemed that he was the only son of a rich man in the city. It is a column of rich people who have purchased a large number of materials to run the world. No wonder the tone is so rude. Subai didn't want to answer. Unexpectedly, the annoying Xiang Hu appeared again. Yin and Yang strangely said, Don't you know that he is the famous 3rd middle school, the 1-kilometer master who has a rare encounter in 10 years? It's him? That's really rare. 10 kilometers, 11 kilometers is common, but 1 kilometer. It turned out to be him, nothing to worry about. The atmosphere in the group changed in vain. The creators who first wanted to befriend each other changed their tone. There is disdain in the tone. To this, Subai replied, Haha. I look forward to your college entrance examination results, and I hope that I can experience the world of Xianghu in the competition. Xianghu, if you say that, I'm not happy. After a night of gestation. In my world, a fighting nation, the Lizardmen, was born. I'm afraid that just throwing a spear can insert your world all over the place. The two had already had oral S**X disputes before. Now in a group, it is natural to look down on each other. Are the Lizardmen powerful? I'm afraid I'll be frozen to death by the Yeti. See the attitude of the people. The class leader was unhappy and stood up for him. Subai is not much nonsense either. He likes to use actual proof. After turning off the phone, his consciousness sank back into the world. Sweep the Tianyuan realm. The corners of his mouth are upturned, and he did not expect to develop after a night. Under the acceleration of time, there has been such a big change. The acceleration of time requires the consumption of the power of the origin of the world. I just got promoted yesterday, and I've spent almost the same amount today. One can imagine how fast the three clans developed. A series of log reminders resounded in Subai's ears. Log, Keabijuo adhered to the oracle and went through several investigations. Back to that familiar space coordinate again. Meteorite number 1 was not found, but a small piece of cosmic ice was accidentally found, which was brought back happily. The water source of Tianyuanji has increased by 10 tons, and the ocean has slightly expanded. Log, the abundance of food has made the number of the three clans break through to 1,000. Under the crisis, strengthen the cultivation, have abundant martial arts, and prepare for battle at any time. From time to time, the Evil Eye and the Super Beast go to space to pick up garbage. Although most of them ended in failure, a small number of unknown objects were picked up. But ant legs are also meat, and the origin of the world is slowly increasing. The land area has grown to 105 kilometers. Aura deepened. Log, time has passed half an era under the will of God. Chief Beholder, make up a code about you, and make the faithful sing it on a daily basis. It steps into the ranks of true believers. It claims to be a high priest and calls on the tribe to build your temple complex. Infrastructure has instead deepened the cultural heritage of the Evil Eyes. Coincidentally, they built a city-state and learned to use tools and fire. Here, there is a line of brightly blind, red-marked, golden letters that are even more striking than the birth of religion. Heavy log. In order to spread your holy scriptures, the Evil Eye clan created unique words. In order to speed up the construction of the temple and to carve the statues, the Evil Eye with its stalks and tentacles made bronze tools. In order to facilitate the gathering of people to pray, the kingdom of Evil Eyes was born. Evil Eye civilization was born. Subai never dreamed of it. In sleep, the most crucial Genesis-like step is reached. He didn't lead. When it develops to a certain extent, it will come naturally. Even the emulators rewarded it. The birth of the first civilization, the reward is plus 3,000 creation value. You can choose one of the three options. 1. Talent guarantee card. Out of 10 draws, an orange talent must be selected. Krypton does not change his life. Xian does not save his life. 2. Golden talent upgrade card. The current highest upgrade card, after use, can upgrade the orange talent to gold. I believe that the European spirit is always in me. 3. Refresh card X5. After use, ignore the cooling time and simulate at any time. Is this still a choice? After experiencing the golden talent against the sky, Subai decided to choose an upgrade card. 1 gold is worth 100 oranges. Unexpectedly, the Evil Eye family gave him such a big surprise. Even if they are willing, they can be condensed into C+ level cards. This is the recognition of their value by the law. To this end, Subai also specially descended oracles. Encourage the Evil Eye clan well and let them continue to work hard. After death, give them ascension to the kingdom of God. At that time, there will be endless drops of eye drops, and each male Evil Eye will be matched with 72 brides. Although there is no plane of the kingdom of God for the time being, it is always right to draw the cake first. To be personally rewarded by God, this can make the Evil Eyes go crazy. The prayers and sacrifices became more and more solemn, and even the faith value increased to 80. And the other two tribes heard about it. They all blushed, and the fire of jealousy burned in their hearts. They are like two children neglected by their parents, struggling to catch up. Subai checked it out. Under the command of the Lord of the Four Seas, undersea buildings, the prototype of the city has appeared. The Koda people are also about to establish a submarine civilization. On the contrary, the most dazzling unicorn beast before was a little embarrassed. They sacrificed their brains to their bodies and ran wild. The delicate work of architecture is not suitable for them. Text communication is better than the convenience of using tentacles directly. In addition, the claws are used as weapons, and it is not convenient to liberate them to make tools. Their progress is the slowest. This can be very anxious to destroy the super beast. For this reason, it released its anger into the universe. Like a close relative dung beetle, and like a bee gathering honey. A steady stream of rubbish was transported back to the Tianyuan realm from space. There are small unknown rocks, solid ice frozen into ice, debris floating from nowhere, and so on. Thanks to them, the Tianyuan realm grew to 110 kilometers. The world's care for the unicorn beast is getting deeper and deeper. Super is more dynamic than multi-beast. They have a clear and peculiar style of painting, as if they have embarked on another crooked path. Subai admires the busy lives of the little ones, not knowing that time has passed. It's like lying on the ground and watching ants move when I was a child. Extraordinarily interesting. It was the head of the class who called to urge him, and then Subai reacted. Guangqing number 3 middle school, the gate of the school. Come back here after a day. Subai has the illusion of being in a different world. Don't look at it. Eat the meat buns before going in. Chi Lanza handed over 5 big meat buns without hesitation. She knew that Subai had a big appetite and bought more of it on purpose. Subai also reached out to take it, and the two entered the school side by side. Along the way, I also met schoolmates and schoolmates to say hello. That's Chi-senpai who has awakened 20 kilometers? I heard that the world's energy has also mutated, and the future is limitless. This college entrance examination will guarantee the top 3 in Guangqing. A bullpen for a lifetime, no, it may be seen for a long time. And we are from 2 worlds. After 100 years, we will most likely be a handful of us, but others will become true gods, immortal and immortal. I can't see it, you have become a celebrity. After 2 bites of meat buns, Subai quipped. It's annoying, I don't want to be noticed. Just be yourself. Chi Lanza stuck out her tongue cutely, her face full of helplessness. The two wanted to find the head teacher, but learned that she was in the principal's office. Simply look for them together. Unexpectedly, it's not that the enemies don't get together. Xiang Hu, who was not dealing with the group just now, was also in the principal's room. Only the 40-square-meter principal's room has Mr. Li and Mr. Liu, the head teacher of the 3rd class. In addition to the principal, there are 3 students. The atmosphere was awkward for a while. Classmate Chi, are you trying to freeze the world? Teacher Li took the initiative to ask. After listening to your call last night, the principal and I studied all night. The specific situation can only be determined by going to the training room in person and projecting the world. What happened to her world? Xiang Hu, who didn't know about this, was at a loss. His head teacher explained. It is really favored by fate. Others are washed away by the cosmic storm. If they are not destroyed, they will also suffer heavy losses. She's better, but she was given magical attributes. Mutate the world, add ice energy, and even turn your subordinates into snowmen. If nothing else happens, classmate Chi's college entrance examination may be the first in the school. Teacher Lu tutored her assessment, regretting that she was not in the 3rd class. When Xiang Hu heard this, his face was full of astonishment. Stronger than my lizardmen? Just to restrain you. Teacher Lu seemed to say unintentionally. Speaking of which, your lizardman is a very distant dragonborn, and this time you won a very precious B-rank bloodline card for you. If it is strengthened, the fire bloodline will be awakened. The ice and snow world fellow practitioners with classmate Chi complement each other, and the evolution speed can be multiplied several times. It can also prevent the lizardmen from spontaneous combustion and death. After hearing this, Xiang Hu's face suddenly changed. The eyes looking at Chi Lanza became even hotter. It was a completely undisguised fiery intention, the kind that I wish I could swallow her without even spitting out the bones. Chi Lanza frowned slightly, glanced at Teacher Liu, and took a step back. Hiding sideways behind Subai. Mr. Liu wants your students to kidnap my precious monitor? Mr. Li refused to let his men down and said bluntly, as a teacher, what you said just now is very suspicious. Nothing, this is your most proud student and the strongest seed player in the entire school. How dare I induce it? Teacher Liu flatly denied it. The old-fashioned principal sat on the chair and looked at him with a smile. The scene smelled of ignition powder for a while. Mr. Liu is indeed wrong. How can a toad eat swan meat? How can a snow girl marry a lizard? Suddenly, a disdainful voice came out. It reverberated throughout the principal's room, making the atmosphere completely ignited. No one expected that the first person to ignite was Su Bai. Chi Lance's mouth opened slightly, her beautiful eyes staring blankly at his back. From the back that is not generous, I feel a sense of reliability and security that I have never had before. Teacher Li looked at him in surprise. The headmaster raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Bai with smiling eyes, as if he knew him for the first time. As for Teacher Liu, everyone laughed angrily. Xianghu was shaking with anger. P.S. Ask for flowers, evaluation tickets, etc. You, the weakest creator in history, dare to ridicule me. Xianghu's face flushed red, and he scolded angrily. I just pluck a hair, it's bigger than your world. Send a lizardman scout at will, and you can sweep your world. What right do you have to say that? Being ridiculed in public, especially by a student. Teacher Liu's old face couldn't hold back, and he said coldly, Young people, don't be too arrogant. You don't know until you go out of the society that people are very different. The water in the ice and snow world is too deep, you can't hold it. Instead of delaying the future of other girls, it's better to accomplish a beautiful thing. If the ice and fire rest, the future of Xianghu and Chi Lansu will be unlimited. Teacher Liu flicked his fingers. A blood-colored card appeared in his hand. He smiled and showed the card to Su Bai and Chi Lansu. I saw a blood-red background above, and a blood-colored dragonborn was drawn. Card name: Thin Dragon's Blood. Do you know what this is? B-level Dragon's Blood card. The school specially transferred it for Xianghu. If the lizardmen succeed in returning to their ancestors, it is very likely that they will win the first place in the city and win glory for our school. And what do you rely on? It turned out that they came here for it. Seeing Teacher Liu bombarding his students, Teacher Li's face was full of embarrassment, and he was about to scold. Unexpectedly, Su Bai did not back down. Tit for tat. Since you are unconvinced, you keep talking and press people with momentum. Then act according to the rules of the strong, as you said. Go to the war room and conduct a plain war. I'll ask you if you dare. As soon as these words came out, the field suddenly fell silent. Chi Lance's face turned pale, and she wanted to speak to discourage her, but was stopped by Su Bai. Mr. Li and the principal carefully looked at Su Bai from top to bottom. Look at him calm and relaxed, with a confident look. My mind is full of confusion. Why would he dare to say that? In one night, even with the investment of resource cards, how big can a world that is inherently less than 1 kilometer grow? Teacher Liu frowned, just about to say something. Xianghu on the side seemed to be afraid that Su Bai would regret it, so he quickly jumped out. Okay, then it's settled. It's now. In the school, there are naturally classrooms that provide projections of the world. Seeing him take the bait, the corners of Su Bai's mouth turned up slightly. There is a shortage of resources. Since someone took the initiative to deliver to the door, it would be disrespectful. Since young people want to resolve conflicts in their own way, then my old man will be a referee. After the plain war, no matter what happens, no one can regret it. The old principal didn't think it was a big deal to watch the fun, and stood up with a smile. Take the initiative to take them to the battle room. Along the way, Mr. Li was worried. You are too impulsive. Xianghu nurtured the world last night and gave the lizardmen an order to militarize. His subordinates are a bunch of madmen fighting for the sake of fighting, taking the extreme route. I don't know what creature you cultivated last night, but the innate deficiency determines the gap between the two sides. Chi Lansa took Su Bai's arm with her little hand, and the hot sweat oozing from her palm was enough to show her concern. You were too aggressive just now, why can't you get along with the fool? And in case something goes wrong in the battle, I'll be sorry for the rest of my life. With her knowledge of the same table, he is not like a hairy boy who usually decides after a plan. So now, the monitor is full of confusion. I can't wait to help him fight. Su Bai himself is not nervous, but quietly jokes. At that time, you will pay yourself to me. Bah, you think beautiful. Chi Lansa blushed slightly, raised her head and glared at him. Release the tense little hand. Go to the battle room. I don't know who spread the news that a plane war was going to be held. In an instant, the entire number 3 middle school campus was a sensation. It was the end of the term itself, and the students were restless. In addition, the seniors of the third year of high school awakened the world yesterday, and the juniors and juniors were itching for it. Now that you can see the world projection, which one is not excited? Go to the battle room and see. The 2 seniors in the third year of high school are going to start a plane war. Really? The teachers didn't stop it. What are they preventing? Instead, students are encouraged to compete. Go and have a look. This is the first time I have seen a plane war on the ground. By the way, why did the 2 seniors fight? It seems to be for a girl? Hey, Chongguan is a red face when he is angry? I heard that the senior is Subai, who awakened the 1-kilometer world yesterday and challenged the third-class Xianghu of 10 kilometers. That means the difference in strength is 110. For love, do it when you know you can't do it. Love, love. In a short time, there was a gust of wind on the campus. Thousands of students gathered in the battle room. Even the teachers were alarmed and ran to watch the fun. Many students in the classroom heard about this and sat in the classroom absent-mindedly. He scratched his head and looked out of the house, wishing he could also run over. There was such a big movement in the school that even the shops and pedestrians outside the school were disturbed. They asked each other in surprise. As a result, the news became more and more outrageous. In the end, it evolved into a bloody story of 2 students fighting for a female teacher. Why are so many people crowding around? In the battle room, Teacher Li glanced at the window helplessly. I saw a lot of people on the window. The little head, whose head could not be seen at a glance, stuck out to seek refuge. The atmosphere is here, and you can't do it without fighting. Hey, Mr. Zhang, why did you come in? And your Director Wang even brought other teachers into the battle room. Director Wang smiled and said, Isn't this heard that someone is going to launch a plane war with a gap of 10 times? I will also watch the excitement. Young man, it's good. Seeing that the atmosphere became more and more lively, there were all people around. Xianghu grinned and said, Thousands of teachers and students have come, and it's too late for you to leave now. After today, you are destined to become the joke of Guangqing number 3 middle school. I will use my strength to prove that 10 times the size of the world is an insurmountable gap. It's really insurmountable. Subai replied with a slightly odd look on his face. There is indeed a tenfold difference between the two. Turn on the world projector. Just when the principal arranged it himself, Teacher Liu, who was watching the excitement, suddenly said, Speaking of which, since it is a competition, there must be a bet. My student's B-level dragon blood card is worth thousands of gold. Student Su, what bets do you have? Mr. Li was furious when he heard this. Didn't this put Subai on the grill? So many people testify, can't show it or lose. That's going to become a campus legend. Be laughed at for a lifetime. Subai was also speechless. Old Liu, you are a scumbag student. Originally wanted to teach Xianghu a lesson. You are good. Dig a hole directly and push him into the hole. The teacher said it well. The competition is to have a bet. That's what's interesting. Willing to gamble to lose. Xianghu laughed proudly when he heard this. I want to prove to you that beauty is only for the strong. This is a society where the weak eat the strong, and being weak is the original sin. Of course, if you can't make a bet or don't dare. Now, in front of the teachers and classmates, give me 3 bangs to apologize. My lord has plenty and can forgive your offense. Hee, Xianghu lay in the pit and buried himself. Ha 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 ha. Subai laughed. Laugh, very happily. Laughing can be heard throughout the 3 middle schools. Thousands of smiling teachers and students looked at each other. Do not commit suicide. Since you want to play, then I will play with you once. Subai was thinking about what to wager with. Chi Lances stood up and said, Xianhu, you will only bully honest people. If you have the ability, let me fight you. The class leader rarely gets angry. At this moment, the angry look on his face made Xianghu unconsciously take a step back. This is our men's business, not yours. He stubbornly quibbled. According to Teacher Liu, the area of Chi Lance's awakening is twice his own. After adding the mutation, it is even more unfathomable. Snowman's attack comes with magic attack. Defeating him is easy. The class leader will step back first. If you don't beat him, you will be pestered in the future. Just when Subai was planning to condense the monster cards of Tiny Yuanji, Chi Lanza clicked with her finger. Summons the personal panel. If that's the case, then I'll pay your bet. Otherwise, I will never feel at ease for the rest of my life. She sent a card picture to the principal. Principal, this is the core of my mutated world, the heart of ice and snow. If it is condensed into cards and extracted, B rank is more than enough. Is this a bet enough? You are too impulsive. Teacher Li regretted and checked the information. Teacher Liu, Xianghu, and others naturally also checked the details. Both sides bet at the same price, even in terms of potential. Heart of ice and snow is higher. The principal stood in the middle and nodded. And the students outside the window who heard the movement were in an uproar. Someone took a deep breath. Hey, 2 B rank cards? That's tens of millions of bets. Dragon Blood, Heart of Ice, and Snow play big. It's a pity, although Senior Su is arrogant, the reality is here. He is only 1 kilometer, even after a night of development. How can he fight the world of 10 kilometers? Amid the clamor of the students, the projector was activated. A grand semicircular light film was summoned on the battle platform in the battle room. The two of you put on an auxiliary helmet, which allows consciousness to enter the world faster. Under the guidance of the principal, the two put on their helmets respectively. 1 mind and 2 uses. Half of the consciousness quickly sinks into its own world, and half of it can still perceive in reality. Neither of them projected so quickly. Instead, the oracles were announced in the world separately. Tianyuan Realm. A heavenly sound echoed in the sky. The highest oracle, Kaibito, led all the unicorns to form the front army, ready to simulate war. The beholder led all the evil eyes in the rear to prepare for assistance, providing spiritual and tactical assistance. The Lord of the Four Seas led all the Quatu people, lurking in the sea, as an ambush. Pay attention to hiding. The sudden oracle shook the 3 clans. Then a simple message tells them. An indefatigable world master defies God. A plain war is coming. Fight for God and defend glory. Defend the Tianyuan realm and crush them. The 3 races are all bloody rising. The unicorn beasts quickly gathered, and the black squashed to peace. On average, they are 5 meters in size, with their own armor, and they are natural warriors who can still fly. Subai counted the number of people. There are 1,000 combat units for the unicorn beast and the evil eye respectively. As for the Quita people, they have developed in the ocean and are full of krill, and there are more than 2,000 people. After the preparation, Subai's consciousness returned to reality. Looking at Xianghu opposite his eyes, he asked, "Ready? My broadsword is already hungry and thirsty. You never know how much my world has changed in just one night." Xianghu laughed complacently and said, "It is estimated that my lizard men will scare you to death, let alone more than 100 times your number." In the field, thousands of pairs of eyes stared at them. The 2 sides are ready for world projection. The principal gave an order. A mechanical broadcast sounded. "Start the simulated battle." The 2 stretched out their hands at the same time and shouted on the battle platform. World projection. Boom. 2 world light films of different colors emerge one after another, converging and confronting on the battle platform. The first wave of world projection is to compete for the hard power of both sides. If one side wins outright, it will be blessed by the home court. Up to 100% strength bonus can be obtained, almost double it. But in general, there is no such a big gap and the additions are all different. At this time, the projection of the 2 worlds on the battle platform revealed an incredible picture. There is indeed a 10-fold world gap between the 2 sides. A huge blue world, easily crushing a small dark gray world. More importantly, that super world was projected by Subai. Under the blessing of the world, its momentum is magnificent. His expression was solemn, like the master of the world. On the contrary, the opposite Xianghu was pushed down by a wave. The light film of the entire dark gray world was swallowed up, and the head roared and felt uncomfortable as if it was hit by ultrasonic waves. Immediately screamed, his eyes darkened. There was blood oozing from the nose. An unbelievable scene completely quieted the noisy battle room and the crowd of spectators on the periphery. Standing behind Subai, worried Chilansa opened her mouth into an O shape. She saw the Tianyuan realm unfold with her own eyes. The richness of its sea, land, forest, and swamp makes it shocking. Even more shocking is its size. The view is endless. Don't say 1 kilometer. I'm afraid it is more than 100 kilometers. How's that possible? I have seen the world he awakened yesterday. Teacher Lee took off the glasses, wiped them, and put them back on. She suspected that she was dazzled. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Opposite Teacher Lu, his eyes widened, his mouth trembled, and his face was full of disbelief. Director Wang, Teacher Zhang, and other onlookers were also full of astonishment. The sight before them shattered their common sense. In one night, the area doubled 100 times. Isn't it okay? 1 kilometer in the world, 10 times the world gap? It looks like a tenfold difference, but well, the positions of the two sides have reversed. It's unbelievable. In just one night, how can the 1 kilometer of awakening be expanded to 100 kilometers? I'm afraid I didn't use a grade A floor card. The teachers did not care about their demeanor and started to discuss. The principal, who is the referee, sees it most clearly. He had been squinting and suddenly opened his eyes, looking at Subai. There was uncontrollable shock and puzzlement in his eyes. In his 50 years of coaching experience, he has never seen anything so outrageous. What's the matter? The teachers are all screaming. Wait, don't squeeze, I haven't looked carefully yet. The onlookers wanted to look carefully and crowded forward. With a bang, the classroom door was smashed inadvertently. One by one, they all stared at the battle platform. The broadcast sounded again. The projection of the two worlds is completed. Subai's world is 115 kilometers, completely crushing Xianghu's 12 kilometers world. Subai's side gets double the strength bonus. The battle between the two sides begins. On the battle platform, a figure appeared. The most dazzling nature is the unicorn beast that covers the sky and the sun and is dressed like a metal armor. Especially the leading one, which is more than 10 meters in size. The bright red armor is as fiery as flames, and its 4 claws are extremely sharp. Spreading its wings, the 8-meter-long bright red horn on its head looks like a blood spear, as fierce as a wild beast. On the opposite side, there were only 300 lizard men wearing animal clothes and holding simple stone spears. They heard the oracle and thought it was a hunt. But then it was discovered that this is not hunting, it is simply delivering food. To Subai's surprise, there was silence after the announcement. Now, everyone present did not pay attention to the battle platform. Instead, one by one, staring at Subai like a monster. Only one thought reverberated in their minds. 115 kilometers. P.S. Ask for flowers, evaluation tickets, etc. It's a big chapter again. Is there a big boss rewarding 1 yuan? The data is too poor. I always suspect that no one is watching. It is not greed for money. I just want to prove that there are readers who are watching. Hey, the data is bleak, too miserable. I feel that the writing is not bad. F*** K Nima. 115 kilometers. Didn't you wake up yesterday? I just said that Senior Su woke up 1 kilometer. UTM can't count. The last 2 zeros were eaten by you. That's right. Yesterday, the whole school was discussing how someone awakened the 1 kilometer world. How could it grow to 115 kilometers in one night? That's a huge difference. Let's go from the original. The world that has awakened more than 100 kilometers. I am afraid that it will make a sensation in the whole country and compete for the first place in the country. After smashing through the door, thousands of students gathered around and heard the broadcast. People are stupid. They rushed into the classroom, eyes wide open to witness the legend with your own eyes. And before, questioning Subai, mocking Subai's students who are overpowering. How loudly he shouted at the time, how red his face is now. Many students who supported Xianghu blushed, like the red butt of a monkey. Hide back in the crowd. Lest Subai hear what he said before and hate them. Until the fanatical students gathered around. The teachers only reacted and hurriedly stopped them. asked the students not to disturb the simulated war. Mainly the teachers were dumbfounded. With the naked eye, you can see the big words, but you don't know the specific numbers. When the broadcast broke out, they learned about the outrageousness of Subai's world. 115 kilometers. This area can even be a teacher. They have been in the society for 30 years, and some are not at this level. And Subai, just for one night. Director Wang was afraid that his mentality would collapse, so he took a deep breath and asked slightly tremblingly, "Mr. Lee, are you sure, after waking up yesterday, Subai's world is only 1 kilometer? How can that be?" He took off his glasses and wiped them again and again, and digged out his ears. Teacher Lee, who was sure he heard the broadcast correctly, also said with a trembling voice, "I am sure. Checked on him in person in the classroom yesterday." At that time, it was indeed a 1-kilometer world, and the lack of energy made it difficult to cultivate creatures. How is that possible? Looking like this in one night? I'm afraid a supernova will explode and a piece of land will hit him directly on the head. I think it was last night that the record was wrong, or the awakening was incomplete, and he didn't fully release his potential until he returned. The teachers are restless. This is the first time I have encountered such a thing in so many years of teaching. More than 100 kilometers of nascent world. This is the true God seed. National star. The ultimate talents who are qualified to compete for the top 10 in the country. Don't guess, I supervised the whole process of Subai's awakening yesterday. It was indeed 1 kilometer, no doubt. Yesterday's supervising teacher affirmed. I have encountered such a once-in-a-lifetime strange thing. If you want to say who is the most mentally ill at the scene, it is naturally Teacher Liu. His head was groggy. Thinking of the words and deeds that offended Subai before, he took the dragon blood card as a bet. I can't wait to travel back and slap myself. Especially when I saw Xinghu, who was scared stupid on the battle platform. Heart is more bitter and regretful. Isn't this a trick to a proud disciple? He also placed the most expensive B-level dragon blood card on the spot. This is my own 20-year teaching credit guarantee, approved to support Xianghu to win the top 10 early loans in the urban area. Great. Qi Lansu, the happiest present, cheered. Happier than winning. Okay, be quiet. When the battle is over, we will discuss it. Amid the commotion, the old principal took action in time. A force of the world made the surrounding students retreat to the sides. Those present, only then did they focus on the battle platform. It doesn't matter at first glance. Teachers and students showed clear smiles. No need to compare, right? Seniors who keeps insects? How did they grow so big? Subai glanced at Xianghu, who was frightened, and waved his hand without mercy, ordering the entire army. Super Bido, lead the entire army of unicorns to attack. Watch out for traps and spears. Don't let an enemy go. Don't be careless. Follow your will. The super beast below vibrated its wings and led 1,000 subordinates. Like a torrent of steel, it rushed towards the lizard men. Go back. Don't attack head-on. The savage Xianghu screamed in exhaustion. He invested his entire fortune on 300 lizard men. Even if it is a simulated war, if you die, you will lose a part of your origin. They're all fakes. Don't be afraid, find a place to hide. An intermediate black iron lizardman shaman commanded. Under his command, 300 spears were thrown into the air. The sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded. But what everyone didn't expect was that the unicorn beast army did not evade and continued to charge. The spears pierced their armor or were flanked by slippery blocks. Or break in two. Can't even break the defense. The lizardman warrior was dumbfounded. The unicorn beast itself has a very strong defense, not to mention being doubled by the home court. Subai was not surprised by such a result. The first flying unicorns are approaching. The horns of the super beast glowed quickly, under the command of God. It does not dare to underestimate the enemy. Against the lizardman shaman is the most powerful move. Bighorn Destruction Cannon. The blue electric arc flashes in the red horn, and the high energy converges. Like a thunder god possessed. The lightning was highly concentrated and turned into a high-temperature, orange-red, two-headed axe-shaped energy weapon. The super beast fluttered its wings quickly. A sonic boom exploded in the air. It caused the world projection to be blurred for a while. It swooped down from high in the sky at supersonic speeds. Hurry up! The lizardman shaman's expression changed greatly, and he even asked his subordinates to use their bodies as shields. But this trick is too fierce. Quality plus speed plus high energy gun equals invincibility. Boom! The super pedo beast blasted towards the lizardmen team like a missile. The giant horn destruction cannon pierced through 10 lizardmen warriors in an instant, accurately stabbing the lizardmen shaman to death. High-energy lightning poured into the lizardman's body, and the lizardman shaman's body turned into a spot of light and quickly disappeared. That's it. The disappointed Super Bido threw its horns, put the unvented energy on other lizardmen. With just one charge, the giant horn destroyer had already strangled hundreds of lizardmen. Brutal. So brutal. Simply born to fight. The students watched with enthusiasm, wow wow, and called the super beast handsome. The teachers looked at each other. In one night, Subai bred such a terrifying insect-shaped warrior. At least bronze. Defense, speed, energy are all perfect. This year's #1 in the urban area is our #3 middle school. The old principal's squinting eyes have long disappeared. Satisfied with the super Bido beast nodded. Don't fight, don't kill. Xianghu slumped to the ground, no longer his previous arrogance. A hoarse cry. I surrender, don't kill your insects. The lizard man died, and it will take at least 3 days to recover. I still have to take the college entrance examination. I was wrong, I shouldn't provoke you. You don't remember the villain, let me go. He snorted and cried. I can't wait to kneel down for Subai. The 7 days after awakening is the golden development period. Just for the exam. All the soldiers died in battle, and the origin of the world was weakened. Great impact on the college entrance examination. Teacher Lu also persuaded. It's all from the same school. If you win, let him go. P.S. Thanks to Book Friends 20 for the reward. One more chapter tonight. Subai's expression did not change. Just coldly glanced at the teacher and the student. A few minutes ago, Xianghu wanted to make himself kneel. Teacher Lu used his power to oppress people, relying on his identity as a teacher, but he was reprimanded from a high place. Regret now? Why are you going early? Without hurting them, Subai was afraid that another person would not have eyesight. Subai, tell them to stop, you've won. The old principal, who was the referee, suddenly said. Although he doesn't usually take care of things, he keeps his word. And in front of so many students, it is also necessary to maintain the reputation of the school. Teacher Li also spoke at the right time. The face of the principal and the head teacher still has to be given. Subai was just about to order a truce. Unexpectedly, the broadcast of the battle room sounded again. Sanga's 300 lizardmen warriors were wiped out, and Subai won without a single warrior. The whole process of this simulated combat, 30 seconds. Finished perfectly. The projections of the two worlds on the battle platform are rapidly dissipating. Chaolan duo beast still tut his mouth. They turned into data and returned to the Tianyuan realm. Subai. It's not that he wants to kill them all. No one expected that the battle would end so quickly. It's a shame that I'm still waiting for it. 3 waves are prepared. Not to mention the evil-eyed clan in the back, the unicorn beast who was a little behind couldn't see the enemy clearly. As for the Lord of the Four Seas who hides in the sea and acts as an ambush? Except for Subai, no one noticed that there were still soldiers who didn't come out. My lizard man. Xianghu slumped to the ground, and the 5-footed man cried in public. His self-esteem was shattered. The ambition for the college entrance examination is gone. Teacher Lu's face was ashen, and he didn't say a word. The old principal sighed and said nothing. Pretty, Senior Su will be my idol in the future. The victory was unscathed, the gap between the two sides is too large, and it is not the same level at all. Where did Xianghu have the courage to challenge Senior Su? The discussions of the surrounding students pierced Xianghu like thorns. In addition, the world projection is broken, and the blood is backlash. The excited Xianghu couldn't hold back his blood and fainted on the spot. Xianghu, cheer up. Teacher Lu helped him to leave. Mr. Lu, have you forgotten something? Suddenly, Subai spoke inadvertently. Teacher Lu, who was planning to take the opportunity to leave, was stagnant and threw a blood-colored card with a livid face. Gritting his teeth, he said, "You have to use this card well. I will watch your college entrance examination." Subai accepted the card with satisfaction, turned over, and put it in his arms. A baby worth a villa in a first-tier city. Just got it. Going back to school today is really worth it. Even looking at Xianghu is much pleasing to the eye. There will be a few more of this kind of short-sighted wealthy boy. Why not get rich? Xiaobai, why has your world turned 100 times over? Qi Lances smiled and asked. No wonder I said, you dare to start a plane war. The big insect just now was so powerful. I'm afraid my snowman can't beat you. When did you become so powerful? You hid so deeply that even the head teacher concealed it. Teacherly is both gratified and complicated. Subai smiled. Just luck. Student Su, you and I come to the principal's office. The school's assessment for you is too wrong. You should be given additional aid. The old principal returned to squinting. However, he treated Subai very kindly and warmly invited him to the principal's room for tea. The benefits of taking it for free. Subai naturally readily agreed. The future is limitless. I guess the media will interview him soon. The third middle school is about to release Wulong. If you enter the country's 100. For the glory of the ancestors, the enrollment in the second half of the year is afraid that it will be full. The teachers greeted Subai amiably, and he enthusiastically said that he can ask them at any time if he encounters any problems in the business world. Senior Su, I'm going to give you a monkey. You're my god. It's too awesome. The world of 115 kilometers. I am afraid that the awakening area is the first in the province. Out of the battle room, students flocked. The result of the battle is out. More and more students heard the news and shouted at Subai. Wherever he went, the students went after him. This picture became a scene of the school. Pedestrians outside the school were alarmed and were amazed. It was Director Wang who drove the students back and calmed down a little. Every corner of the school, from the playground to the toilets, echoes Subai's deeds. As Xianghu said before, after today, Subai will indeed become one of the legends of the campus. Has been circulating in the three. However, as a clown, he can also become a school joke and has been accompanied by the legend of Subai. Compared to not long ago, the jokes of the crowd and the indifference of the teacher. The snickering eyes of the younger brothers and sisters. Subai was quite emotional. When you are strong enough, the whole world will be kind to you. It's just the school's reputation. What if the city is number one, the province is number one, or even the country is number one? Afraid of becoming famous all over the world? Subai knows. Owning yourself in a god simulator, the legend has just begun. It's all a little bit of shit right now. The college entrance examination in 7 days is the super stage. Principal's room. The old principal smiled and sat on the chair. A genius has appeared, and the calm old heart is ignited with blood. In the city, it seems that there is not much problem at first. There is also hope for the first place in the province. If you enter the top 100 in the country, the whole number 3 middle school needs to be famous in the whole country, and it can add light to his face. I am afraid that I can be transferred to a higher institution. As for the top 10 and top 3 in the country, the old principal still dare not think about it. He knows far better than young people know. After 200 years of accumulation, some super consortiums and super families have accumulated a terrifying foundation. Formed a god system. Their heirs, the second generation of rich, no, to be more precise, the second generation of gods. Born to awaken the world. He also inherited the laws and divine power of his elders and received a lot of cultivation from his family since he was a child. That is terror. The common people are only a few days after awakening. How can they compare with the strongest cultivation of others for 18 years? What's more, there is also a supreme godmio participating this year. She has shocked the country, and she can become a high-ranking god after she grows up. There is even hope of becoming a supreme god. Think of the girl called the Empress. The old principal couldn't help but sigh. With her there, others can only compete for second and third, principal room. Hee hee, little guy, don't talk about it. Why did the world turn 100-fold in one night? Teacher Li and Qi Lansu, who were present, also cast curious glances. Director Wang, who pretended to sort out the data, also pricked up his ears. Director, let me sort it out for you. There was also yesterday's supervising teacher, and several other teachers also stayed in the principal's office. All of them were as confused as a cat scratched in their hearts. Seeing the relaxed look on Subai's face, he smiled lightly. The old principal smiled and said, "Of course, if it's inconvenient to say, it's normal behavior. The subsidy given to you by the school will not be less. No inconvenience." Surprisingly, Subai opened his mouth openly. He sat on the sofa and talked at length about last night's bizarre adventure. Just like other students after returning home, I sink into the world and plan to run my business slowly. Stay well. Suddenly I saw a super large meteorite, no, to be precise, it should be a land fragment, crashing straight into my world. I thought it was over, but I didn't expect that after this piece of land collided with my world, it merged instead. The origin of the world has been multiplied by 100 times because of this. And I can clearly perceive that the law of that world fragment has not yet declined, and it should have been shattered not long ago. The law is also integrated into my world, making the world's foundation extremely solid. His words are finished. Needle drops can be heard in the principal's room. I thought it was a miracle that I survived a cosmic storm. Compared to your meteorites, they are sparse and ordinary. Chi Lanza looked strange and completely believed his words. Otherwise, I can't explain how it turned 100 times in one night. The fragments of the world falling from the sky are still not exhausted. This probability is probably only 0.00001%. Has this kind of thing happened to you? Director Wang, who is eavesdropping, couldn't help but complain. Little classmate, I think you just made up a reason to deceive us? The universe is so big, you are still a newly born world, and the gravitational force is very small. Why did it hit you on the head? Teacher's world is 320 kilometers away. Why didn't you see the fragments of the world? The teachers couldn't hold back. I think this is a fantasy. Mr. Lee believed him. This is real. The old principal said complicatedly, as far as I know, there happened to be a fifth-order planet that fell last night. The planet has been falling, and it is reasonable to reach the newborn plane with the lowest dimension. There is a small chance that a world fragment will crash into the nascent world, but it is entirely possible. Good. Subai is using the Hulk planet to catch the eye. Anyway, I happened to get some of its gifts. Not even a lie. The teachers looked at each other, all seeing surprise in each other's eyes. This year, the luck of the 3 middle schools is prosperous. One encounters world fragments, and the other encounters cosmic storms. It's a blessing in disguise. It's a rare chance to get together. The two of you are really a pair of happy friends, very compatible. Teacher Lee smiled and joked. Things there. Chi Lanza blushed slightly. Okay, you go back first. I'm chatting with 2 classmates. The old principal waved his hand. The teachers left naturally and wisely. Before leaving, Teacher Lee gave Subai a hinting little look. Let him take a good handful of the principal's wool. After a while, the principal's room was suddenly empty. Only 3 people remained. Let's talk about you first. In the projection room just now, I have seen the world of ice and snow. The old principal turned to Chi Lanzu and said, "It's not just an ordinary ice-based world. It can maintain winter all year round, and can create a snowman on its own, condensing the heart of ice and snow. The potential is not as simple as the surface. In the future, General Winter and Snow Maiden may be born. You must first guide them into the birth of civilization, pay attention to guarding against fire enemies, and prepare for the upcoming college entrance examination." He turned over to reveal a blue card. This is the Sea Level Resource Card, Winter Cushion Carp. It can produce a lot of food under the ice. It is what you lack the most. Thank you, Principal. Chi Lanzu's beautiful blue card. You can get a good ranking for the 3rd middle school, which is the best reward for me. The old principal shook his head and reminded. You have to be careful. The extremely low temperature world, feeding back to you, may affect your body and mind. Mr. Liu just said that water and fire can help each other actually make some sense. I don't want to be with disgusting lizard men. Chi Lanza looked disgusted. My world will still have fire attributes in the future, and I will teleport to you and take a vacation. As long as the two worlds connect with each other, that's fine. Subai wasn't too worried about that. He even thought, bring the Lord of the Four Seas and the code out of practice in the world of ice and snow? Fertilize each other, multiply, and save seeds? After all, they are also water attributes. It is really possible. It's a pity that your adventure is a one-off. After the fragments of the world are consumed in the next few days, it should be over. Speaking of this, the old principal regretted. I'd rather you have adventures you don't want to tell. Step by step, the universe is so big. Maybe another meteorite hits me. Subai smiled lightly. Chi Lansu and the two were speechless after hearing this. The odds of winning the lottery are 1,000 times smaller than the chance to meet you again? Then you are the child of the universe. Okay, the school treated you badly before. Now the dragon's blood is stuck in your hand. What other help do you need? The school will try to make up for you. The old principal continued. Subai thought for a while. What I lack most right now is the basics. Water source card, food card, and species card. These all need to be accumulated slowly. By the way, my current place is very poor. Can't the school allocate a house? Give me a quiet and spacious room. House is a small thing. It's really not appropriate to have a supernova live in a resettlement house. The old principal nodded. Take a bunch of keys from the drawer. As for the house, I personally have a small villa in the lakeside park and give it to you directly. It's just to make up for the previous school's oversight. How embarrassing that is. Subai said no, but his body took it honestly. These are 3 sea-level cards, heavy rain, delicious pork, and thousands of basic animals and plants encyclopedia. He turned over 3 more cards of different colors. Among them, delicious pork is the most popular and cheap staple food in the world. As long as you eat grass and drink water, you can gain weight. You can eat the whole body, and it is delicious. It is a species specially cultivated by human civilization to eat. As for Animal and Plant Encyclopedia, it is a well-known novice artifact. It is a C+ level card with a market value of 800. Thanks. 7 days later, a surprise for you. It's better to plan to be surrounded by the national media. Subai took the 3 cards with a smile, which was considered a genius treatment. Cards worth more than 10 million are sent for free, without any ambiguity. He said jokingly. Both thought he was talking big. Yet many truths are told in a joking manner. Haha, if this is the case, the old man will have no regrets in this life. The old principal joked. Speaking of this year's college entrance examination is extremely difficult and competitive. And the rewards are unprecedentedly rich. If you are really confident and have good grades in the college entrance examination, then I can invest in a B-level card for you in advance. It's the same as the dragon blood card that invested in Xianghu. Do you dare? What's not a dare? Subai said indifferently. The old principal thought he was going to have shit luck and strengthened it. But I don't know, there is an emulator. Today's legend will continue. Okay, ambitious. The old principal laughed. Xianhu has the subsidy of dragon blood. I can't favor one over the other. From the table, he took out an all-gray gold ornament that looked like a mountain. What do you think of this thing? It's very helpful for the development of the world. This is. Subai thought it was a card. Didn't expect it to be this thing. He took it in surprise and took a closer look. Chi Lansu also looked over. She read a lot, saw the clue at a glance, and exclaimed. The wonders of heaven and earth? Recalling the information about the strange object, Subai was overjoyed. In the heavens and myriad worlds, there are often some special treasures that adhere to the laws and condense, but are not dissolved. If it is used in the nascent world, it is equivalent to directly filling some of the missing laws. He quickly checked the information on the mountain ornaments. Judging by the panel, a line of small characters appeared on its head. Innate metal mountain range, the wonders of heaven and earth, put it into the earth. Copper, iron, silver, and even a few gold mines will be born. Sure enough, it's a very practical baby. Subai thanked him and accepted it with an unceremonious smile. In the battle, I see that although your subordinates are strong, they have not produced civilization and no students have used tools. The old principal explained to him. The ore vein is particularly important in the development of civilization. With it, weapons and armor can be assembled quickly. I believe that at this time, the news that you have awakened more than 100 kilometers into the world has already spread. In the next few days, many people from the media, financial groups, and even big families may visit and win over you. But what I want to tell you is that for the next 6 days, cultivate the world with all your strength. Prepare for the college entrance examination. These courtships are all based on your strong foundation. But as long as you rank among the top in the college entrance examination, the benefits are thousands of times greater. Isn't the most powerful force the country? With the official cultivating you, all kinds of resources will not be lacking. What specialties are there in your world? The country can also recycle them at a high price to give you the bottom line. The old principal had a serious face. The voice is sincere, and I don't want good seedlings to grow crooked. Of course I know this, and I'll be in retreat for the next few days. Subai said solemnly. I'm going to work hard to transform the snowman too. Chi Lansu on the side was not to be outdone. The old principal nodded with satisfaction. This year's college entrance examination may be the hardest and the most rewarding in the past decade. Do you know what the first prize in the country is this time? He asked with a smile. Subai and Chi Lansu shook their heads. The wonders of heaven and earth in Ding Ding World, a world tree seed. The old principal said with great emotion. What the hell? Subai's pupils shrank, and Chi Lansu looked at each other. They all saw shock in each other's eyes. The birth of the general world, if there is a treasure that drives the center of the world, it can coordinate the operation of the law, adjust the climate and rain, greatly transform the power of the world, help gravity catch extraterrestrial meteorites, and expand the origin of the world. It can also double assist the World Lord so that the projection strength of the World Lord can be doubled or even 10 times. But this kind of strange thing, the value can't be stored. Even the Super Consortium can't get it. This year's college entrance examination award turned out to be it. I am afraid that relying on the seeds of the world tree alone, it can grow into a 6th-order world. There are also various special effects such as connecting the dimension and purifying the aura. If I got... Subai's eyes flickered with the flame of desire. I have never been so possessive. He won the first place in the country. Okay, this is just for you to listen to. A subordinate without a demigod bloodline can't even make it into the top 10. Without mythology, it is impossible to win the top 3. You guys should go back to practice first. The old principal started chasing people. Subai and Chi Lansu bid him farewell sincerely. At least the principal's help to them is not false. I hope the 2 little guys can surprise me. Standing on the windowsill, looking at the distant backs of the 2. The old principal looked solemn. I don't have much time left. Being able to cultivate a few more worlds for the country and human civilization is my greatest contribution. Subai and the 2 have not left the campus yet. He was surrounded by a group of reporters who had heard the news. I'm a reporter from the Guangqing Evening News. How did you expand the world 100-fold overnight? Hello, classmate Sue, I'm from Guangqing News. Was it a mistake by the awakening stone to wake up 1 kilometer yesterday? Excuse me, what adventure did you encounter? Found a super meteorite? Is it convenient to tell us? I am from the Emperor Enterprise Group. After hearing about your deeds, the regional general manager specially sent me to invite you to visit the Penguin Building. Our Penguin Pantheon sincerely invites you to join us. The treatment will definitely satisfy you. The swarms of reporters made Subai's scalp tingle. The class leader was pushed out of the crowd. Subai's head exploded. Taking advantage of the chaos, he grabbed Chi Lansu's little hand and quickly slipped away. After running for a while, escaped the pursuit of the paparazzi. Chi Lansu, who was holding her little hand, coughed twice. Cough, can you let go of my hand? Only then did Subai realize that. I held it for a long time, my palms were warm, and I was sweating a lot. He quickly let go and said with a smile. It was too messy just now, I'm afraid of getting scattered. The monitor's face was slightly flushed, but he didn't say much. Speaking of which, the 2 usually fight each other, a typical happy enemy. There is no physical touch, so intimate. This time Subai took the lead for her and repaired the tiger well. It is a seed of youth that was planted in the monitor's heart. Since you're all right, then I'll go back first. Just when she was about to go home, Subai stopped her again, holding her little hand to stop her. What? You want to take advantage of me again? Isn't this about moving? The helpful class leader must be reluctant to let me work hard alone. Subai licked his face and didn't let go. Who said that? I like to see you sweaty and embarrassed. Chi Lansa blinked playfully. To say that, Subai is welcome. He smiled wickedly and said, Monitor, you don't want the teacher to know that you are such a person, right? So the matter of moving will trouble you. Go to hell. Chi Lansa blushed and kicked him. The two went back to Subai's kennel and prepared to move. Naturally, it is not necessary for the two of them to do it themselves. A moving company is called in. It's just that some personal items have to be looked at in person. While the two moved, the turmoil about Subai's more than 100 miles of world spread to the whole city. Even group chats with cell phones keep ringing. P.S. Ask for flowers, evaluation tickets, etc. In the chat group of Guangqing Creation Center, messages keep popping up. Hey, haven't you heard? Subai from the 3rd middle school in the group. After one night's operation, the world has an area of more than 100 kilometers. How is that possible? He's not 1 kilometer? You laughed at him just now. Just now, Subai and Xianghu fought and won. The news is absolutely true, and the evening news will be there. What kind of adventure is this? I heard that a fragment of the world fell on his head. TSK. This is the blue smoke from the ancestral grave. The chat group was very lively. Half a day ago, many people laughed at Subai. Show off your 8 kilometers, 5 kilometers world. Now everyone's face is flushed, and they want to delete the record, but they find that the deletion fails. Silently hope that the boss will not hold revenge. How can the golden scales be a thing in the pool, and they will turn into dragons when they meet the wind and clouds? A classmate named Hua Mingxian from number 2 middle school said with emotion. He is the leader of the 2nd high school. This is ambitious, trying to win the city's first. Now I feel. This year's Guangqing is full of talented people. There is a double-star goddess in the 1st. There are 2 lucky ones in the 3rd. Plus Wang Song's Kanglin World. The hidden masters of the other schools. The plan to protect 3 and 1 for 1 has failed. The few he mentioned were all seeded players. The Lord of Kanglin Realm. It's just luck to get a world fragment. Luck is only temporary. If you really want to look at it in the long run, you have to get real materials. He is Wang Song, who has awakened the chaotic magic power of alien energy. He has cultivated a group of orcs as thugs, and he is also a favorite to win the championship. I heard that the insect warriors Subai cultivated are very strong, and I am looking forward to fighting him. A kind of goddess sure was also bubbling with alarm. Even Mei Wanqing, who awakened the ghost world, said, Don't underestimate the people of the world. With this area at the beginning, the future achievements will not be too low. Chat group. Everyone was full of envy and hatred for him. But everyone admits that Subai's strength is not bad, crushing most people. Some of the villains who taunted him just now were silent and did not dare to speak out. In a restaurant in Lakeside Park, Chi Lansa picked up the phone and smiled. You open the group chat and see, many people are flattering you. People who laughed at you in the morning didn't dare to make a sound, and they were beaten badly. It's like this. In the future, I will surprise them. Subai is not interested in pretending to be in the chat group. In order to thank the monitor for helping with the move, she is being invited to dinner. He eats fast. Come out and get so many babies. Also planning to go back to the simulation. During the meal, the monitor also received a call from his mother. Knowing that she was having dinner with her male classmate, she immediately became nervous. Chi Lansu explained for a while before hanging up. Go home early after eating, my parents are worried. Subai put the last piece of braised pork in his mouth and bit down happily. Juicy, fatty, and delicious. Then, next time, see you in the college entrance examination? After lunch, Chi Lansu and him agreed to meet at the school in 6 days. Take the exam together. You said this kid went out to play with that same table again. On the other end of the phone, Chi Lance's mother, Zhuang Hong, was chattering. It's normal for my daughter to grow up. Dad, she looked at the newspaper and didn't care. By the way, that classmate seems to be surnamed Sue, right? Yes, what's the matter? Zhuang Hong complained. I'm worried that my daughter has been deceived. She has awakened a talent of 20 kilometers and has a bright future in the future. It can't be delayed. Dad, she put down the newspaper in surprise and pointed to the eye-catching headline on the front page. Look at the latest news. There is a great genius in the 3rd middle school. Hearing that, Zhuang Hong took the newspaper and glanced at it, and was shocked. I saw a few bold characters in the headlines of the newspapers. Su Bai, the peerless genius of the 3 middle schools, the world has skyrocketed 100 times overnight, and the urban awakening is the first. It won't be the same tablemate, will it? Zhuang Hong murmured that when her daughter came back, she would have to interrogate her carefully. Small villa by the lake. Comes with a garden, a total of more than 600 square meters. Divided into upper and lower 3 layers. The decor is extremely luxurious, with silver chandeliers inlaid with faux gems. Leather sofa, 50-inch TV, and other furniture are complete, and there is also a smart housekeeper. That's life. There will be better ones in the future. Su Bai was lying on the velvet European-style luxury bed and laughed. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness sank back into the sea of stars. To his surprise, as soon as it comes in, it is a series of log notifications. Important log, at the call of God, the First Plain War began. Tianyuanji completely defeated the enemy army and plundered some of the power of the source back. Tianyuanji grows to 120 kilometers. Accumulated some experience. Kea Bijuo has a little insight. If you accumulate enough, maybe it can comprehend the fighting talent. Ding dong. God Simulator has saved battle records. You can simulate enemy battles by consuming creation points. The simulator has recorded the bloodlines and talents of the enemy. The blood of the lizardmen and the thick skin and flesh, white talents, are newly listed in the extraction column. Please pay attention to check them. The last 2 tips are particularly special. Su Bai quickly opened the God Simulator to check it out. It turns out that there are really options for the lizardmen. The price tag is not high. Replaying a 300-person lizard warrior requires 300 creation points. Extracting the bloodline requires 200 creation points. On the contrary, the talent of the lizardmen will cost 500 creation points to extract. I didn't expect the simulator to have this function. After that, I will fight with people. Wouldn't it be possible to copy their bloodline? Integrate the advantages of all races into one? Su Bai thought. Especially when you think of the National College entrance examination, many of the second generation of gods and their subordinates have been cultivated by generations of families, which is extremely extraordinary. Even as the old principal said, you can encounter epic bloodlines, legendary bloodlines, and even mythical species. That can make money. It's like getting a beast. And if you can reproduce the battlefield, after encountering an enemy once, you can slowly explore and find the enemy's restraint method. There are really some mythical beast enemies that can be defeated by simulation. His eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to take out the cards he got. With a grin, it's time for a big fight. The first is the 3 cards presented by the old principal. Su Bai used it on the spot. Along with the 3 cards, it turned into golden light and merged into the Tianyuan realm. Rainbows flashed across the sky. You have successfully used heavy rain, delicious pork, and thousands of basic animals and plants encyclopedia. This time is different from the previous drizzle. A torrential rain full of rare elements fell from the sky. Bean-sized rain falls on low-lying areas to form lakesides. Amazingly, the rain comes with fry. There was a group of crucian carp and freshwater fish wandering around. Small rivers and large rivers were washed out. In many remote areas, the dry birch and pine trees greedily devoured the rain. The Kutoa celebrated on the sea and held a grand ceremony. The evil eyes danced in the swamp, fiddling with the silt with their eye stalks. Fight a silt battle. With this heavy rain, they have a lot more living space. Log, You said that there would be rain, so a heavy rain fell in the sky, and Tianyuan realm added 4,000 tons of fresh water resources. The ocean has expanded, creating more ecosystems such as rivers, swamps, and freshwater lakes. Many plants are nourished and fruit yields are greatly increased. Your followers, the Kotao fish, and the Evil Eye clan held a grand ceremony. Thank you for your gifts. Faith value plus 50. Watching the little guy below dance. Subai laughed. This is just the beginning. With the rainstorm over. At some point in the forest corner, there were more plump, 10-ton big meat pigs. They can grow up eating soil. The whole body is treasure. This can make the unicorn beast happy. Take part in this gluttonous hunt. One by one, they became fat and strong and began to breed again. Not long after, another group of small unicorn beasts appeared. Still smarter than Dodo. It was not until more species were kept that the actions of the clansmen were stopped. Praise God. Thank you for your gift. The people will always remember your gift. Believe in God, there is endless food. Threads of faith emerged from them. Unfinished meat. This is heaven. Log, you released a large number of meat pigs, which alleviated the food problem of the giant beasts. The number of unicorns began to double. The giant beasts headed by them praise you. Faith value plus 60. Sure enough, performing miracles to meet the needs of some believers. That's the best way to increase faith. Subai checked the faith value. Before you know it, it has accumulated to 300. After the last encyclopedia card is used. At some point in time, there are many novel little guys on the earth. Of course, it seems novel to the unicorns. It's pretty normal outside. There are banyan, poplar, willow, cypress, and other trees. In addition, there are bushes such as boxwood, sand cypress, paved cypress, and forsythia. Some common animals complement the Tianyuan realm. After a strange relationship with the native behemoth, hybrid animals reappeared. There are various disadvantages of being close by blood. It is also a good thing to introduce genetic diversity. Checked it out for a while and found the perfect blend of Subai. He dropped the strange object in his hand again. After the strange object in the mountains was dropped, it quickly became larger. Into the mountains and rivers. In the depths of the earth, many metal or veins gradually appeared. After everything is ready, Subai stared at the only remaining blood-colored card and thought, this dragon's blood card is invaluable, so you can't use it casually. It stands to reason that it should be the most suitable for the relationship between it and the lizard people. To be safe, let's simulate it first. After thinking about it, Subai spent another 200 creation points. Extract the lizard man bloodline from the simulator. And the white talent with rough skin and thick flesh was also exchanged. Anyway, after the exchange, it is equivalent to comprehension. Carry it at any time without occupying a talent bar. Then he said, start the simulation. Lines of familiar text appeared before him. Start the journey of creation. Please start 10 consecutive draws. Subai clicked to draw. In an instant, 10 talents with different effects appeared in front of them. Among them, the prehistoric beasts that were temporarily fixed are still here. In other words, he can also carry 2 talents. Good luck this time. Subai picked 2 at random. The beast of raising goo, blue, you encourage your people to fight more, and only in this way can the goo king emerge. Greatly increased appetite, blue, after carrying it. The appetite of the people under his command has been strengthened several times, not only physically, but also has an increase in the throughput of oxygen and spiritual energy. The selection is complete. Currently equipped, all heavens and 10,000 realms, intestine of the universe, rough skin, and thick meat. Are you using the B-level Dragon Blood card and the S-level Doomsday Calamity card? An extra 150 creation value is required. Here, Subai thought carefully. Take another look at the creation value that has accumulated to 13,000. He waved his hand. It's not like it used to be. If you have money, you can make bold simulations. Confirm to carry. This simulation costs 500 creation points, and it has started. Unexpectedly, as the world grows, the required creation value is also increasing. In this way, more than 10,000 creation values are not enough for 30 simulations. The heart that had just swelled was instantly extinguished. Lines of text appeared again. Early part of the First Era, with the food and water you gifted, the number of people of all three races began to double. Chowpedo beasts follow your teachings and lead the tribe to open up new channels on a daily basis. Shards of small meteorites in low orbit have been picked up. So at the same time, thanks to the abundant rain and meat pigs, a kind of lizardman bloodline did not know when to merge. Unwittingly crossbreed with another reptile to give birth to a new, 3-meter-old dinosaur lizard. The bloodline and talent appetite of the lizardmen have taken effect. The first midterm, dread lizards not only have a huge body, but also have a very smart head. When the unicorn beasts go hunting in the universe, they often sneak up on their cubs. And the dread lizards are cruel and easy to kill. Continue to improve yourself through combat. The more you eat, the bigger you get. The prehistoric giant beasts and the beasts that raise goo are still in effect. During the wretched development, unknowingly, the figure of the dread lizard has spread all over the earth. The number exceeds 5,000. Even the evil eye family can only hide in the swamp and can only prey. Under the leadership of the leader of the dread lizards, they expanded their territory and unknowingly entered the ocean. The swollen dread lizard encountered a counterattack from the Quatu people, and the Lord of the Four Seas took a slight shot and killed the leader of the dread lizard. The rest of the fear lizards fled and dared not do evil in the ocean again. They will only dare to live in the rivers and lakes in the future. After the fiasco, the fear lizard was resolute and determined to strengthen himself. Be the protagonist of the world. The fate divergence point appears. Do you use the thin dragon blood card now? Subai was watching with relish. I didn't expect a turning point so soon. It seems that the protagonist of the simulation is the dread lizard. To complete them, I would like to see how far they can grow. He quickly made a choice. I don't know when the S card will take effect. Subai was both looking forward to and worried. The mood is extremely complicated. Simulated text continues to deduce. Dear Lizard accidentally awakened the power of dragon blood hidden in the bloodline during the predation. Even if it is only a thin strand, after cultivation, especially after devouring blood food, it can be continuously purified, making it transform itself and mutate its soul. Unconsciously, there are many more throughput and attack methods inherited from the dragon family. B-level thin dragon blood card takes effect. Late First Era, after an era of dormancy. The cunning dread lizard grew into a behemoth with an average length of 20 meters. They tap the potential of dragon blood and comprehend many combat skills and exercises. Self-titled, Dinosaurs. Dinosaurs realize their talents on their own. Dragon breathing, blue. Dragon fighting in the wild, blue. Not bad, I realized 2 blue talents at the same time. Subai's eyes lit up on the spot. But seeing their names. Haha. It's really an unavoidable fate. Speaking of giant beast plus lizardman bloodline, isn't it destined to be a dinosaur? However, thinking of the super pitamin, Subai continued to watch. At the end of the First Era, Kaabito, who has been working on the development of the universe, led the clansmen back and was furious to find that their hometown was copied. Many descendants degenerate into small insects. Dominance is robbed by dinosaurs. Dinosaurs, who consider themselves the protagonists of the world, also challenge the unicorns. The battle of the protagonists of the era begins. At the same time, another point of fortune appeared. Are you going to change the course of history? 1. Support dinosaurs. A new era is coming, and the old party will be eliminated. Welcome to the great era of dinosaurs. 2. Support Super Bidwa. They have done deeds for the world, shed blood for God, and should continue to enjoy the scenery of the era. 3. Neutral. Kill it. It's not wrong to kill it. I am the god of Emoda's feelings. Anyway, I just want to be God, and I don't care who is the protagonist. This is a dilemma. At the moment, it seems that dinosaurs are indeed more suitable for this version. Take the lead. Fill up all the talents again. Strengthen your body to the limit. Its dinosaur leader, in only one epoch, has evolved to be able to compete with the super beast. In addition to the strength, the super beast can overwhelm one head. With comprehensive combat capabilities, the dinosaur leader has an advantage. Even Evil Eye was driven to the swamp to hide. Fortunately, the Evil Eye family does not need much territory. Recently, he has expanded his living area to underground, but he can still survive. But the super beasts are also large omnivores. There is a massive overlap in ecological status with dinosaurs. Coupled with the hatred of the sneak-attacked cub, it is doomed that the two sides cannot reconcile. However, Subai took another look at the Tianyuan realm in the simulation. Before you know it, it has grown to 130 kilometers. It's all thanks to the unicorns. They are like little bees, constantly taking space junk back to the Tianyuan realm. Let the world digest. It even neglected the development of the race, and many cubs were killed. They serve the world. In the future, there will be a generation of gods. You can't kill them all, right? Subai thought about it carefully. It feels like the problem is that the world is not big enough. If there are more pieces of land, will there be such troubles? If a super meteorite hits the ocean, or a star core is found, there is hope for a second land. The star core is the last essence left behind after the fall of a world. There are thousands of magical uses that can generate a new continent. The lowest level star cores on the market are worth 10 billion. This is not the treasure that I can touch at present. Subai got rid of the idea of the Arabian Nights. Think of a way to get the best of both worlds. And to continue to explore the universe, the contribution of the unicorns is indispensable. Otherwise, it will depend on the dinosaurs, it will be difficult to fly, let alone the universe. I thought about it carefully. Subai thought of a good way and made a choice. The mock text continued to emerge. In the bloody battle between the two sides, you fell from the sky and separated the two sides with supreme divine power. And they explained earnestly, "You are all my children. In the future, one is inside and the other is outside. You specially planned a fertile land for the unicorn beast to live, and at the same time told the super beast that your duty in the future is to adapt to the space environment and upgrade the talents of the intestines of the universe. Explore the universe and find the external crisis. Better to evolve into cosmic creatures and live in space. You said to the dinosaur again, you will be the masters of the earth in the future. But think with your egg-sized brains. Don't just think about fighting with muscles. The blood of the lizard men and dragon blood will give you this. Civilization. Wisdom. Tool. You yelled at the stupid dinosaurs. Give him a death order. If the second era ends and the dinosaur civilization has not yet been born, only the body will be used to fight. Then you will bring down a great flood and take back the authority of the earth. The dinosaur shivered, and the dinosaur leader shivered and said he understood. You have returned successfully. The two clans were mediated, and the unicorn beasts flew into the universe and went to different paths. Subai looked at the line with contentment. I have given you the best fortune. I hope you won't let me down. Early part of the second era, Tianyuanji entered the dinosaur era. The dinosaurs that dominated the earth were not happy for long. Under the call of the leaders, they began to think, what is civilization? Poor dinosaurs only have brains the size of eggs and can't figure it out. They would rather hit the ground to death. The happiness of the dinosaurs dropped rapidly, and they didn't like to eat meat and fight. Retreat practice all day. Middle of the second era, the dinosaur leader who has been thinking for hundreds of years is going crazy. No way. It humbly went to the swamp and asked the Evil Eye family, what is civilization? The beholder met with the dinosaurs, and at first he didn't intend to take care of it. After all, he had a grudge. After hearing it was your will, the beholder told them. Learn to use tools, words, inventions. Castles are civilization. After the dinosaur leader returned, he had a general direction. When calling dinosaurs to fight, don't just use your mouth to bite. Should take up weapons with claws and hit. But most dinosaurs said that my claws were too short and too thin to hold the roots. Might as well just bite me. The dinosaur leader, who gradually fell into despair, was restless all day and finally fell ill. Before dying, it made a dinosaur branch. It is not powerful, its body is only a few meters tall, but its claws are nimble and its brains are smart. The raptor is the second-generation leader. I didn't expect to be too stupid, and I would kill myself to death. See the last paragraph. Subai tickled. He didn't expect that it might be a powerful creature of high-grade bronze. He would die because he used his brain too much and was too worried. but the final choice it made. Subai thought for a while. There's not much time left for them. He continued to look again. P.S. Ask for flowers, evaluation tickets, etc. Late of the second era, the leader of the raptor who was ordered in danger succeeded, and it knew that there was not much time left for the dinosaur family. The most difficult problem at present is also the problem that the leaders of the older generation have not solved. That is, the dinosaurs have evolved their bodies so strongly that they can tear everything by themselves without weapons. Therefore, there is no demand and there is no fatal threat. Naturally, there is no thought of developing the brain. The velociraptor, who has been overcome with pain, summed up the failure experience of the old leader and made a bold move. It takes the initiative to split up the dinosaur family, gather large and medium-sized dinosaurs with large bodies, and let a small dinosaur headed by the velociraptor to live and explore alone. The Tyrannosaurus rex family, represented by the large dinosaurs, is very resentful and refuses to accept the leader to pass on the position to the little guy. It is still the leader of the Tyrannosaurus rex who persuades the clansmen to retreat because it knows that there is not much time left for the dinosaurs. Can't stand internal friction. The large dinosaurs who went out continued to hunt and purify their blood. Although their brains were not very developed, they became more and more familiar with combat skills. A number of categories have also evolved. Among them, the strongest group of dinosaurs kept returning to their ancestors, heading towards the road of western dragons, becoming covered with scales, gradually giving birth to wings, and being able to breathe fire and poisonous mist. These dinosaurs are called primitive dinosaurs, and they are the highest achievements of this road, and the potential is far from being tapped. Another evolutionary branch, the small dinosaurs headed by velociraptors, lost the help of their large companions. In the land where prehistoric beasts are rampant, life is extremely miserable. Many clansmen were hunted by giant beasts. Even pigs who are pure waste dare to bully them by their size. Many little dinosaurs complained about the stupidity of the leader. But facing a food crisis, the little dinosaurs also used their small heads, racking their brains to figure out how to hunt monsters. Traps, flames, tools were invented one by one. During this process, the leader of the velociraptor was surprised to discover that there is no need to learn a lot of knowledge from the Evil Eye clan, nor to explore it by himself. There is also knowledge about this in the blood. The hidden inheritance of lizardman blood and dragon blood takes effect. At the end of the Second Era, under the genocide crisis of the Great Flood, the leader of the raptor, who was exhausted, also died of haggard heart. Fortunately, before his death, he saw the dawn of civilization. After generations of brain development, small dinosaurs mixed together and a Tyrannosaurus was born. They are extremely intelligent. And stand up consciously, free your hands, and learn to use tools. At the end of the era, a new type of dinosaur man was born with Tyrannosaurus as the starting point. They are tall and very intelligent, and learn to dig metal ore veins in the mountains, smelt, and make metal weapons. The leader of the 3 generations of dinosaurs, calling himself the king, and calling on the dinosaurs to build a grand castle, a temple of God, and your idol. After so long, a line of black text appeared again. Dinosaur civilization was born. They are rough and wild, and they love blood sacrifices, which is a strange and novel civilization. It's not easy. Sometimes the body is too strong, but it is not conducive to evolution. Subai was emotional after reading it. Just like the real blue star dinosaurs. Just because there is no threat to the ecosystem, one can dominate the world by relying on the body. Why do you need to evolve your brain? But when earth-shaking changes take place, the unicorns who have been silently developing the universe have also made a lot of achievements. After an era of struggle, the unicorn beasts were fortunately not humiliated, and they continued to collect meteorite fragments. Helped the Tianyuan realm evolve to a size of 148 kilometers. They have made outstanding contributions and are blessed by the world. Chowpedo beasts follow your teachings and constantly adapt to the space environment. Interestingly transforming the body, removing some useless organs, and rebuilding it into a new system that adapts to the pressure of the universe. Plus the blessings of the world after an era of pondering. Superpedo Beast evolves the blue talent Cosmic Intestine into the purple talent Cosmic Creature. Second Era Comprehensive Reward Creation Value plus 1,500. Isn't this going back to the book? Seeing this, Subai smiled. It's best to go ahead and do it together. And he also has a Chapter B level upgrade card, which is the best use for this talent. Maybe dinosaurs can also take advantage and become interstellar dinosaurs. After all, exploring the universe is king. While the dinosaurs are anxiously waiting, you go down to Earth to accept the results. Although the savage dinosaur civilization is only just beginning to show its edge, it allows you to see a different path. You affirmed the wisdom of the 3 generations of dinosaurs. At the same time, you also unexpectedly discovered that the evil-eyed clan who had been hiding in the swamp did not sink. Some of them are exploring the ground under the leadership of the Beholder High Priest. Open underground space. Some have researched medicinal materials and genes, and have prepared a lot of psychoactive medicines and enhanced medicines. I will give them to you at this time. You admired the evil eyes and decided to make them your pharmacy factory and sell them to earn foreign exchange in the future. You praised the Superpedoman again and told it. Next, your goal is to find a relatively large meteorite to settle down in the near space field. Live in space all year round. And go as far as possible. Explore the intelligence of this galaxy and find the treasure. At the same time, you took action and activated the talents of the heavens and the world. The original dinosaur family mutated into the Destruction King Dragon from the world of King Kong. The Third Era has begun, and the dinosaurs, who have become the undisputed overlords, have begun to fight within each other. Your arrival has intensified the contradiction between primitive dinosaurs and dinosaur people, especially the dragon that destroys the king, relying on the strength of the body. Charge the lizard folk's castle. It smashed the towering city wall with one blow. When the destruction of the king dragon was taunting the dinosaur man, he unexpectedly fell into a trap and was besieged by the dinosaur man throwing weapons. Destroying the king dragon is extremely angry, but it can't jump out. It called on its little brother to help, but unexpectedly other dinosaurs also fell into the trap, and the audience was at a disadvantage. The leader of the dinosaur man who captured the king dragon alive did not kill him. He instead told the destruction of the king dragon. They have the same origin and should work together. The fusion of the strongest power and wisdom will change the world. Dinosaurs of the 2 evolutionary routes have merged. Dinosaurs are naturally able to communicate with primitive dinosaurs and can ride on them to become dragon knights. Borrowing the power of primitive dinosaurs, dinosaurs transform the earth and build roads and castles faster and faster. They build temples of God all over the world. There are a total of 5,000 temple dragon knights. Not only are they extremely powerful, they can also borrow the power of their kinship mounts, wearing armor and dragon spears, and their combat effectiveness far exceeds that of the unicorn beasts of the past. Your belief value plus 200. Middle of the Third Age, the combination of the spear and the shield made the dinosaurs invincible. During this process, due to the continuous effect of talent, in the survival of the fittest in nature, other prehistoric beasts were born one by one, and the Tianyuan realm entered an era of 10,000 beasts competing for hegemony. The outstanding ones include Titan python, ancient giant rhinoceros, skeleton reptiles, etc., and even Mosasaurus with rare dragon descendants in the offshore area, before waiting for the Kotayu to launch a counterattack. A contemporary helicopter shark engaged it. In the competition of all things, the dinosaurs have dominated an era with the strongest strength, defeating challengers one by one, and expanding their territory to the offshore area. If it wasn't for worrying about the unpredictable Lord of the Four Seas, the dinosaur leader would even invade the deep sea. For this reason, the 2 parties made a contract. The authority of the deep sea belongs to the Lord of the Four Seas, the sky belongs to the unicorn beast, and the earth and the near sea belong to the dinosaurs. Middle of the Third Age, dinosaurs who reproduced to their peak remembered your explanation, and today's world has become smaller for them. Through the knowledge of blood, the dinosaurs know that only the universe is the way out. A group of people with lofty ideals gathered to dig the inheritance knowledge of blood, in an attempt to find knowledge about the universe. As the dragons who are the best in the heavens and the world, when they become adults, they are born to soar across the universe, absorb radiation, and have extremely strong subspecies such as star dragons and interstellar dinosaurs. Dinosaur people continue to excavate and benefit a lot. Eeless pterosaurs who transitioned to the universe were born with this. There were dinosaurs riding on the pterosaurs, trying to escape the gravity of the world. Unexpectedly, they fell and ate shit, and the unicorn beasts who were seen laughed to death. This matter was recorded on the stone wall by the dinosaur people, and they were ashamed and tried their best to develop into the universe. Can they overtake a corner? Subai didn't expect that it was just a simple dragon's blood, but he brought such a surprise to himself. And on the way, there is also text revealing what other creatures are doing. The Evil Eye clan is still dormant in the swamp, feeling the threat of the outside world. The Beholder led a group of clansmen to continue to open up the ground, planning to take another route, and established the first underground city. Creation value plus 200. With the help of the unicorn beasts, the area of Tainyuanji has exceeded 150 kilometers. In the process of exploring the universe, Keibijuo accidentally discovered that there was a brown-red dilapidated star tens of millions of kilometers away from the Tianyuan realm, which it named Yinghuaxing. According to the super beast, Yinghuaxing has a diameter of about 2,000 kilometers, and it has a bold idea in its heart. For this idea, it ordered all the clansmen to open up a new channel around Yinghuaxing and clear out the hidden threats. While cleaning up space debris, a unicorn beast accidentally discovered that there were signs of new birth on the debris. What does it mean? Subai has some doubts in his heart. Did you meet alien creatures so soon? In the boundless void, there are all kinds of magical enemies. Among them, the vast majority of them are malicious to human civilization. If you see this piece of fat in Tainyuanji, wouldn't you be determined to eat it? But speaking of that luminous star, Subai took a look in the real space. I think it is very similar to Pluto in the previous life. Belongs to the dwarf planet's column. It is a pity that there is no water and spiritual energy on it. It is just a wasteland. But even pure soil can make Tainyuanji become fat in one bite. It's good to have ambition. Although he feels that it is not so easy to plunder this star. Looking at the scale, it is several times that of the Tianyuan realm. Isn't this a snake swallowing an elephant? Suddenly, an inconspicuous text caught his attention. On the Earth, under the oppression of dinosaurs, a kind of prehistoric giant ape that is not powerful has undergone a strange change, and a genetic mutation has occurred. There are aliens who are extraordinarily majestic and intelligent. The appetite for talent has greatly increased, and the heavens and the world are effective. Late Third Age, dinosaurs accidentally entered the Iron Age. They borrowed the flames of primitive dinosaurs to smelt metal or veins, and the metal weapons they created have surpassed their claws. Destroy the king dragon fell into contemplation. I don't think that the limit of my path is here. It tried blood purification and gene pooling, but mostly failed. In weapons and materials, dinosaurs have very advanced technology. But other aspects of life are still in the Bronze Age. By chance, a group of dinosaur eggs fell into the volcano, destroying the monarch and punishing the guards severely, but it was unexpectedly discovered that among the dinosaur eggs that fell into the volcano, one of them was still alive and preserved. With fiery red lines, it can survive in the lava and absorb the flame and the mutant magic in it. Destroying the king dragon fell into contemplation, and instead of taking out the lava dragon egg, he ordered his subordinates to monitor it strictly. The talent of the heavens and the world takes effect. 2 consecutive talent reminders surprised Subai. He also found that as the dinosaurs overtaken the corners, they entered the Iron Age. The creation value has increased by 2,000. In addition to the gradual accumulation of unicorn beasts over the years, the current total creation value has reached 16,000. And, because of the improvement of civilization, the quality of various sacrificial activities has also improved. After a while, Subai's faith value has reached 800. If it is run by an ordinary creator, it is estimated that it will take more than half a year to be possible. Everything is going in the right direction. He was overjoyed. But it always felt like something was missing. Just thinking about it, it was a prophecy. The next moment, the simulated text turns blood red. The end of the Third Era. Prosperity and decline. S-Class Doomsday Calamity activate. P.S. Ask for flowers, evaluation tickets, etc. The number of words in each chapter is quite large, which is much more than the new book period of other people. In fact, the number of words per day is not less than 8,000. Comments. The volcano erupted, and the scarce spiritual energy completely dissipated. At the same time, an aura of despair lingers in the hearts of all creatures, making people unable to lift their hopes. Dinosaurs were the first to suffer extinction, and the Evil Eye, the master of the four seas, who was trying to survive underground, also died soon. This simulation is over. The required cooling time is 30 minutes. Subai was very sad when it ended this time. Seeing that the rise of the apes is about to be staged, the egg of the volcano hasn't hatched yet. Why is it over? He was very indifferent. But the text quickly reminded him of solidifying talent. The prehistoric beast is a good talent, keep it up. I don't know what talents can be generated today. Subai is also thinking about the once-a-day curing opportunity. It is now after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and there should be enough time to brush out talents. Please choose from the options below to extract. If a card is required for the appearance of an item, the card needs to be consumed before it can be extracted. 1. Destroy the King Dragon. 2. Dinosaur Man. 3. Mutated half-hatching dinosaur eggs. 4.5000 Templar Dragon Knights, Titan Pythons, Mutant Giant Apes, etc. Many things are closely related. Subai thought about it. I think the flame egg before is very good. In addition, the creation value is now abundant. Simply keep all the items that interest you. Extract Dinosaur Man, Destruction King Dragon, Dragon Knight, Mutated Dinosaur Egg, and Mutated Giant Ape. There are a lot of choices, and the creation value quickly drops to 9,000. The one that surprised Subai the most was the Dinosaur Egg. It consumes 2,000 creation values alone. As several of them went from nothing to nothing, they slowly emerged on the ground. The dragon's blood card in Subai's hand also turned into light spots and merged into them. The dragon egg that he focused on. It's amazing to see it with your own eyes. 1 foot over 1 meter high. The whole body is fiery red, the eggshell is engraved with wisps of flame patterns, and flames are sprayed from the eggshell from time to time. Before getting close, I felt a burst of heat. Didn't we die under a volcano? Hey, it's these abominable big bugs. Aren't they exploring the universe? Why am I back? The saplings in the forest are so small. The newly born destroyer Rex and dinosaurs were full of astonishment. The unicorn beasts showed disgust. As if to say, look, these hillbillies don't even know the power of God. They also retain memory in simulations. And already know something about it. Right at this time. A light and shadow flashed from the sky. It was Subai who came to the world to confuse the dinosaurs. When you see them with your own eyes, you know how big they are. Among them, the dinosaur people are not bad, only about 3 meters. The whole body is blue, a bit like a lizard man, but much stronger than them, and his eyes are full of wisdom. The 20-meter high Destruction King Dragon is full of tendons and flesh, and it is very majestic. There are other primitive dinosaurs that are also wild. However, it may be due to the infection of dragon blood and the thin spiritual energy in Tianyuan realm. They have a lot of wisdom, and they actively crawl at the feet of the Dragon Knight and act as mounts. Since you have returned to the real world, everything will start again. Continue to multiply on the earth. Waiting for my next call. At the same time, you should bring this mutant dragon egg back to incubate it, preferably in volcanic lava. After explaining these, Subai turned his attention to the inconspicuous giant ape again among the monsters. These apes have a lot of potential. Just let them live. I'm afraid they won't survive for a few days in the increasingly bad Tianyuan realm. Subai thought for a while and dedicated a place to the giant apes in the southern forest. Honorable creator, with more creatures every time. The world is a little small. Among them, Chao Pedo Beast raised confusion. At the end of the simulation, the Tianyuan realm was restored to 115 kilometers. plus in memory. Got the memory of the rivalry between the two races. Super Pitamin naturally has this concern. I will give all of you the ability to live in the universe. It is better to expand the world than to compete on the Earth. If a second continent is opened up, it will be blessed by the whole world. Super Bido, you led the clan to salvage meteorites before. Do you still remember the coordinates? Remember. Everyone remembers. Super Pitamin replied triumphantly. Then use the fastest time to sweep the near space and expand the origin of the world. When Chow Pitamin was happily accepting the mission, something suddenly occurred to him. Carefully added, Creator, I think that the luminous star in space is very good. If you pull it out, the world will definitely be advanced. Maybe there will be a few more lands. The ideal is full, the reality is cruel. Subai just let it lead the tribe to open up a route first, and then explore the danger of Inghuashing. Anyway, this period of time has to cool down, so Subai simply arranged for them to explore the universe. Seems to think of something. Subai took out another card. For Purple Talent Cosmic Creatures, use the B-Level Talent Upgrade card. Along with the card, it turned into a beam of light and merged into the Super Beast. A mysterious force transforms its body. Chowpedo Beast didn't know what happened and shivered. At the same time, a reminder sound appeared. You have successfully upgraded your talent. This is a magical skill that can make everyone go to the sky. Subai opens the Creator panel. In the Self-Realization talent, see the new Orange talent. Cosmic Control. Orange people with this talent will be like a duck to water in space. Not only can it move freely, but it can also absorb radiation, strengthen itself, and gain a certain increase. And it is extremely adaptable to cosmic pressure. Its value is even comparable to Golden Talent. After reading the introduction, his eyes lit up immediately. Don't look at it as just a small adaptation to space. However, it can allow millions of creatures to overtake in a corner and set foot on the road to pick up garbage in space ahead of time. And this time. Other apprentice creators, I am afraid they are not training their subordinates to make stone tools? With a wave of his hand, countless colorful rays of light merged into the dinosaurs, primitive dinosaurs, and even giant apes. Important log, you have bestowed the talent of cosmic control on all of your subordinates. From now on, any creature born in the Tianyuan realm will automatically comprehend and be born to live in the universe. Many powerful creatures were shocked and felt that something had changed. Among them, the Lord of the Four Seas in the deep sea has the deepest feeling. It danced its tentacles, feeling its resistance to pressure increased again. The fusion of this talent and my inherited memory will transform me into the master of the universe. The vertical eyes of the Lord of the Four Seas flickered with flames. It's not that it likes to sleep, but its body is too big. The movement made the ocean choppy. Now that I have a new talent, can I fly to the sky? And with the help of its tentacles, the efficiency of the Super Beast will be greatly enhanced. Super Bido beasts contribute to the world. It's just the beginning. Next, you should consider how to upgrade your civilization and create what space vehicles to make it easier for a large number of people to operate. After Subai gave them another task, he went back. Comments consciousness returns to reality. Subai walked out of the villa and breathed a sigh of relief outside the garden, thinking about what to do next. In this simulation, it seems that the side effects of the S card are too great. But it is also mentioned in its introduction, and the Law of Doom is also very useful. It's just that, so far, I haven't figured out how to use it. Maybe the timing isn't right? He was a little dissatisfied. I think the S card is not so simple. The words of Chowpedo Beast reminded me just now. As the number of people increases, the burden on the origin of the world is also getting heavier. Dinosaur civilization obviously still has potential to be tapped. Especially in cooperation with primitive dinosaurs, it has extraordinary combat power and strong resistance to magic. But due to the current size of the world, it is already the limit to develop up to 5,000 dragon knights at most. This still squeezes the living space of unicorn beasts and other giant beasts. Even if the super beasts lead people, they will salvage all the meteorite resources in the simulation. Expand the Tianyuan realm to 160 kilometers at most. For the current behemoth, it is quite a drop in the bucket. Is it really like what Keiibijuo said, you want to bring back yin-waxing? The question is, people with a diameter of 2,000 kilometers are estimated to be second and third-order worlds. How can the first-order Tianyuan realm be swallowed up? How long will it take? Is it enough to come before the college entrance examination? Make bricks without straw. Su Bai currently uses the power of the Source to open the time acceleration in the Tianyuan world. And the power of the Source also comes with the development of the world. It's gone when used up. His problem is also the dilemma of the vast number of apprentice creators. Trapped by existing resources, it can only be captured by the world's gravity. There is not much source power to accelerate time. The world's development is naturally far behind the rich second generation. This is also the reason why many apprentice creators sign contracts with consortia and families. Su Bai turned on the phone, wondering if there was a better solution. As soon as it was turned on, the reminder sound of ding dong kept ringing, and a lot of text messages were sent. He checked. Basically, they're drawn by the consortium and family. One of the text messages was actually from Shanghai Company. He was very familiar with the name, so he simply opened it and looked at it. Its content is hilarious. Dear Su, I am the manager Wang who tried to buy the world from you before. After learning about your miracle of turning 100 times over a night, I was furious and said I was blind. I'm a fool, I'm a villain. Don't take me to heart. The company told me that if I didn't get your forgiveness, I would be fired, never hired, and announced to the whole industry, pull black. You don't remember the villain. Treat me like a fart. I went to your home with a gift, and the place has already been emptied. Please give me a chance to apologize. In my family, there are old people and young people, and I am still waiting for this month's salary to be paid to buy rice. I can't lose this job. Behind Barbara a lot. Full of compliments and humble words. It turned out to be the person who wanted to buy my world for 100,000 yuan. Su Bai read it. There was no fluctuation in his heart, and he even wanted to laugh. Turned his hand and blocked him. As their potential is revealed, many companies are attracted. He was deeply touched by the humble apology from the staff before. Even if you are poor, you can't join a consortium or family. The principal has reminded you that to cooperate with them is to seek skin from a tiger. Su Bai glanced at Tiny Wanji again. Like ants moving house, unicorns are rapidly expanding the world. It has grown to 130 kilometers. Over time, debris from nearby space is picked light. The speed is also getting slower. After thinking about it, he picked up the phone. Asked in the chat group. Excuse me, you usually encounter bottlenecks. There are no meteorites nearby to swallow, and the world is no longer growing. Is there a good way to solve it? Yeah, Su Dashin finally bubbled up. Are your world fragments digested? I've just nurtured my men and taught them to use fire. It's far from this stage. Worship the great god. His arrival made a splash. Many people inquired about world fragments. But among them, there were also suggestions that made his eyes shine. Sure, Qianen, I didn't expect you to develop to this stage. Generally, after the creator has scavenged the surrounding materials, he will go to the Creation Guild to accept the task. Go sweep the infected alien plane and kill all enemies. But that needs to open the door of the dimension, let the subordinates pass through, and if they die, they will really die. It will also be used as fertilizer for heteroplanes. If the mission fails, not only will the toll costs be lost, but the origin of the world will also be greatly reduced. At least a Tier 2 medium-sized world is required to be eligible to challenge. Especially when the college entrance examination is about to happen, if you lose your strength, it will affect your whole life. I advise you to be careful. That piece of the world is enough for you to digest. Goddess Sure is kind-hearted and beautiful. Instead, she worries about the enemy. This kind of mind is admirable. As expected of the twin goddesses of number 1 middle school, love. It turns out that she is Goddess Sure. The favorites to win the championship this time are Sure Qianyan and Mei Wanqing from number 1 middle school. They are also called twin goddesses. Su Bai replied with a thank you. The other party's suggestion opened up a way of thinking for himself. Others cannot challenge the alien plane. It is extremely dangerous. Also, be careful of being infected by the laws of another world, or even contaminated by magic. Or there are other unpredictable dangers. But I have an emulator. Even if there is danger, you can escape one by one. Creation Guild? It's a good place. Su Bai's eyes flickered, calculating something. The current strength is still too low. At least you have to improve a lot before you can pick up the task. The First Order world reaches the limit when it reaches 500 kilometers. At least it has to solidify the area to 200 kilometers before taking the task. He was thinking. Suddenly, consciousness touched. Something big has happened in Tianyuan realm. Comments: the Tianyuan realm has grown to 150 kilometers. The ocean is 4 times larger than the land. Small but complete. At the small volcano that was previously triggered by the Doomsday card, a group of dinosaur people gathered. Is it out yet? The fire is not enough unless it is a repeat of the volcanic eruption in memory, or it may die prematurely. Then we'll add a fire. Primitive dinosaurs headed by Destroyer Rex. Furious dragon flames burned to the giant egg in the lava. As time accelerated, the fiery red dragon egg had grown to a size of 5 meters. Ups and downs in the lava, the whole body was burned red. Through the eggshell, you can vaguely see the dragon-shaped shadow inside. The dragon egg continued to absorb the flames, and the pattern of the eggshell flickered and disappeared. It turned out to be a premature death because the temperature was not enough. World Source sensed that it was a seed of great potential and issued a reminder, together with a small amount of spiritual power gathered on the volcano. Desperately, the fire help of the dinosaurs was a drop in the bucket. It seems to be due to insufficient nutrition. The dragon egg vibrated, and the breath became weaker and weaker. It is infused by the heavens and the world. Seeing this, Su Bai thought about it. Raise your hand and use the most precious faith to sprinkle on it. A 9 rainbow descended from the sky and plunged straight to the top of the volcano. In an instant, light up the dragon egg. The flame of the eggshell sword and the breath of life sword. This is destroying the king dragon, and the leader of the 3 generations of dinosaurs was shocked. I thought there was an accident, so I checked it out. Shocked to discover that this turned out to be a blessing from God. Thank God. Grateful. Many dinosaur people crawl and pray. The newly increased belief power is put into the 9 rainbows, feeding back to the dragon eggs. Counting each simulation, Su Bai's faith has accumulated to 850 points. Don't look at it inconspicuous, but it is very useful. Gathering 10,000 can condense into a drop of divine power. It can change the world, create tiny spiritual veins, and enhance the spiritual power of the world. Or return to reality. Extract treasures from history and even resurrect dead creatures. Divine power is such an incredible power. Anything you can think of, it can do amazingly. And at this moment, when cultivating dragon eggs, faith value dropped. Seeing Su Bai was heartbroken. That's all. The wool comes from the sheep. From you, it returns to you. Faith drops all the way down to 100. There was finally a click from the top of the volcano. As the lava dried up, flames burst out. A curious little head came out. It has a 3-meter-tall body with gray dragon scales. The tail is very long, 2 meters in length. Arms inherited the advantages of dinosaurs, long, flexible, and strong. Some parts of the body are very reminiscent, such as tusks, dorsal fins, and long tails. It is older than the destruction of the king dragon. Like an upright large lizard. When it was born, it was ignorant, swimming in lava. He looked curiously at the compatriots around him. Seems to think of something. The little guy shook his big butt and his stout tail shook, digging into broken eggshells. Probably because eggshells are rich in nutrients. In the process of eating, strange lines flashed on the little guy's body, and the energy in his body was getting higher and higher. A radioactive force erupted from it, attracted many weak primitive dinosaurs back, and finished eating eggshell fragments. The little guy has also grown to 5 meters tall. It swung its tail happily and jumped up from the top of the volcano without being bloated at all. Not outside either. The little head rubbed against the thick thigh of the destroyer king dragon and stuck to it. This is. Destroying the king dragon is a rough man who can't figure out the situation. It doesn't feel like a primitive dinosaur, nor like a dinosaur man. It's very atavistic. It may be a mutation, another branch of Dragonborn. The leader of the 3 generations of dinosaurs carefully observed the little guy. Guessed, it has been blessed by God and has the advantages of 2 major evolutionary branches. It has also mutated new powers. Cultivate it well in the future and improve its wisdom. It may be the strongest king of our dinosaur family. Okay, I will teach it to hunt and fight in the future. The Destruction King dragon gently picked up the little guy. Then I'll tell it how to use its arms and wisdom. The dinosaur leader replied with a smile. A group of dinosaurs happily descended the mountain. Unexpectedly, the little guy struggled hard and ran down from the mouth of the Destruction King dragon. Climb back to the top of the volcano again and again, relying on it. It turns out that its favorite environment is volcanic lava. Lying in it and sleeping, it can continuously improve its strength. No way. Dinosaur man for it, at the foot of the volcano. A lava castle was built. Dozens of tons of pigs are transported into it every day. Supply the little guy for daily food. And it's changing rapidly. Within 2 days, it had grown to 10 meters high, and the dragon scales all over his body turned from gray to black and became more and more profound. It seems that it will exceed the size of the destruction of the king dragon. Stunned the dinosaurs. Subai smiled at the scene from above. Because on the creator panel, a reminder also pops up. Important log. With the blessing of your divine power, the mutant creature, Mini-Law was born. Note that this is a brand new and currently the world's first new species, atomic dinosaurs. The potential is extraordinary, and the source of the world values it. Could it be really that famous monster? It still looks ugly. It needs to be cultivated. Subai observed for a while. He looked at the giant apes who were also blessed by the heavens and the world. The great ape was divided into the southern forest and is currently struggling to survive. It is different from the mini pole of the pride of heaven. The great apes lived in embarrassment, although they are huge. But in this era, which animal is not big? Even the meat pigs have dozens of tons, and they can kill the giant apes when they attack. Fortunately, they are omnivores and eat everything. On the way, the great apes peek at the dinosaur man's castle. Occasionally steal a few weapons. It makes their hunting ability even stronger. Some smart great apes also tried to make spears and so on. From the initial stone to trying to smelt metal. But the best metal veins are occupied by dinosaurs. The giant ape still has no room for development. If there is no oracle, it is estimated that the dinosaur people expanded to the southern forest, and they could not even survive. The rise of a race also takes time. Subai took a look and looked away. Under the acceleration of time, Chowpedo Beast tirelessly picked up the pieces and returned. In space, the most widespread are all kinds of meteorite fragments. Occasionally, there are remains of unidentified metals, severely dehydrated mummies, and various unidentified ice cubes. After research, most of them are urine structures of unknown organisms. One of the most popular among the unicorns is a block of ice. Just like opening the blind box, the rare elements contained in some ice cubes can supplement what Tianyuan realm does not have. Best luck so far. Or meteorite one. At present, the Tianyuan realm has grown to 160 kilometers. I used up all the intelligence experience from the last simulation. And the subsequent growth is getting slower and slower. The unicorn beasts not only go to faraway places to collect, but also are much more dangerous. Not worth the loss. Nearby resources have been collected. If technological breakthroughs are not possible, then to meet them is to gradually fall into an endless cycle of resource scarcity. Fortunately, the talent of universal control of the universe is popularized by the whole people. The Lord of the Four Seas led the Kodha to join in the development of space. Murlocs are marine creatures after all. In the universe, the strength is greatly reduced. The Lord of the Four Seas, for some reason, is naturally adapted to the universe. Its tentacles helped a lot. And for some unknown reason, the deeper you go into the universe, the more the Lord of the Four Seas can hear a voice echoing in his mind. It wanted to hear it clearly, and the sound lured it deeper into the universe. It would have taken 500 years to collect, but it was shortened to a few decades. Explore in the direction of Yinghuaxing. pay attention to the artificial traces along the way. During the exploration, Chowpedo Beast accidentally found some metal fragments fell down and not long after. Subai noticed this too. This is the late stage of the last simulation, vaguely mentioning the artificial traces of a mouth. Next time you simulate, follow this line and check it out carefully. I don't want monsters coveting around me. He made a note of this in his heart. The dinosaurs, in accordance with their will, vigorously built space tools, but did not achieve breakthrough achievements. Efficiency is not comparable to relying on the body to cross the void. Subai forgot that although they had entered the Iron Age, they were serious. Take a shortcut. It is extremely good at making weapons, armor, and combat. Even if you encounter any medieval magic camp, you can still win. But let them do the delicate work of scientific research. I think it's a dinosaur in danger. It made him laugh out loud. The previous sentence is a prophecy. In the process of exploring the universe, there was really a small team of 5 people who accidentally activated the talents of the heavens and the world. Set up an interstellar dinosaur team, claiming to be Decepticon, Stegosaurus, Flying Dragon, Triceratops, Iron-Armored Dragon. They come in different colors and know a lot about the universe. Corresponds to an old cartoon in Subai's mind. It's better than nothing. This may be the level of civilization of the dinosaurs. They prefer to work with primitive dinosaurs and study combat skills. One of the mini poles has grown to 20 meters. Lying in the volcano can no longer draw strength. Also with the large army, explore the universe. What's surprising is, Mini pulled out the world barrier and the throughput speed increased tenfold. Absorption of cosmic radiation is rapid. In the cosmos, cultivation goes 1,000 miles in a day. After several years of practice, it has grown to a height of 50 meters. With its tail, it has become the strongest warrior of the dinosaur family. However, the little guy is still about 10 years old, and he still has no opinion. As it grows, its status is now more and more noble. It is called by 2 dinosaurs, Holy Beast. Even with dinosaurs following it around, it will also be affected by radiation and undergo unknown mutations. Either another head grows, or it is enchanted by fire with radiation blessing. Therefore, it has more family members. Known as Fire Dragon Knight. The primitive dinosaurs led by the Destroyer Rex family have been fighting for the right to speak with the dinosaurs. But since the little guy was born, commonly recognized as the leader, even the super beast is not convinced and wants to compete with the little guy. Well, the little guy flicked his tail. Sweep the super beast to the sky. Even its most proud strength is invincible. Even the super horned cannon can't beat the little guy's atomic breath. If it weren't for the little guy's mercy, Chowpedo Beast knew that he would definitely die. The blow this time was huge. It made the super beast depressed for a while. Is our insect family really behind the times? It buries its head in the universe, trying to find a new direction for the race. Log, Mini-RA absorbs cosmic energy and is born without fear of all kinds of extreme environments, has grown into baby Godzilla, and has cultivated a group of dependents. Note, his mind is immature and he is still in his infancy. Affected by lack of energy, growth is extremely slow. It's really Godzilla, so I'll focus on cultivating it from now on. The guess was verified and Subai was overjoyed. For now, it doesn't know what kind of Godzilla it belongs to. Absorb cosmic energy from it and try to condense the energy on the dorsal fin to form crystals. May have to develop in the direction of Space Godzilla first. Until the cooldown expires. The Tianyuan realm grows to a total of 170 kilometers. This is the limit. The scary empty space in near space was swept away. The feat of opening Yingwaxing has not been able to break through. It can only be captured by the world's gravity. In this simulation, we must try our best to explore the dangers of nearby star fields. Subai recalled the God Simulator. According to the information he looked up at school, at present, Tianyuanji is in the Beidou star field, the lowest dimension. Notoriously remote and poor. It's in the same place as Planet Hulk. Most of the human forces have not yet expanded here and are in a wild period. Therefore, there are also many hidden Zerg and cosmic creatures. He estimated that those metal traces were left by alien creatures. From the clues, they have a lot of civilization. To prevent someone from being confused, Subai also specially descended oracles to tell all intelligent beings. The great creator is about to use his divine power to start a great deduction again, and let them explore the universe as much as possible and find out the crisis in the deduction. Praise God, time is a river under your command. Take it at will. Life and death are your authority, change at will. We can't waste precious opportunities. We should take advantage of the simulation to explore intelligence as much as possible. Do not fear death, God will resurrect us. On this day, the temple glows everywhere. His oracles reached every corner. Make the dinosaurs and unicorns worship for a while and get ready. I'll watch this time to see if they'll change a little bit in the simulation. Then Subai said, start the simulation. Do you carry an S card? Note, due to the expansion of the world and the increase of personnel, this simulation needs to consume 700 creation points. Up so fast? He looked at the creation value of only 9,000 left. Coupled with the 778 of carrying cards, it means that it will cost about 1,000 creation values at a time. You can only simulate up to 9 times. It was too inflated before. I thought that the creation value was easy to accumulate. But I forgot, many rewards are only available for the first time. Don't waste it next time. Subai was taken aback. But this time he still carried the S card. It's the last time. If you haven't figured out how to use it yet, then you can use it later when you have a chance. After everything is determined, the simulated text reproduces. Please start 10 consecutive draws. He clicked without hesitation. 10 new talents reappear. But to his disappointment, this time, apart from the temporarily solidified prehistoric beast, there is no other purple talent. The tallest is just blue. Don't say orange, not even purple. It doesn't seem to be so lucky every time. Subai played with the golden upgrade card in his hand, comforting himself in his heart. After randomly selecting 2, the simulation continues. Abundant food, blue the available fruits, tree roots, and herbivores are greatly increased. Aura recovery. Blue activates the sleeping aura in the heaven and earth, making it easier for creatures to perceive them and speeding up the practice. Lines of text are quickly revealed. Start the journey of creation. Early part of the first era, after knowing that he would not really die, the actions of various races were much bolder. Super Bido Beast shouts, cultivate a new route. Lead the clan to be mighty, and use life to approaching Huaxing. Dinosaurs gave up the development of interstellar spaceships and, at the suggestion of the Interstellar Dinosaur Team, decided to implement the mercenary system. Have the dinosaur stars form a small team and carry a few supplies. Almost at the cost of life, continue to voyage to explore new meteorites and new resources. Even the Lord of the Four Seas also participated in the feast, and he ordered the Kotu to find a place with water sources. Following the guidance of the voice in his head, he went to the depths of the universe alone. The great age of sailing has begun. The Evil Eye family, which has been neglected for a long time, decided not to degenerate. Under the leadership of the Beholder, they dug deeper into the ground and successfully reached 5,000 meters underground. The Beholder accidentally discovered a steady stream of underground rivers, and fish and shrimp lived in it. The talent food is fully activated. With this, he established a landmark dungeon, Underground Labyrinth City. Starting from the Labyrinth City, continue to explore the underground. And in order to prevent the reclaimed area from being occupied by the above-ground creatures, Evil Eyes used their powerful mental power and tentacles to build labyrinths and create many traps. Unexpectedly, after they were informed of the information, the change was really big. Which little guy? Subai thought of the baby who had been given high hopes by him. After some searching, see its intel in the corner. Baby Godzilla felt that his energy reserves were sufficient after he was full in space, and continued to fly back to the foot of the volcano to sleep. Middle of the First Era, after hundreds of years of great exploration, the Super Beast became more and more adaptable to the universe and explored 1/10 of the distance to the luminous star. Dinosaurs have died a lot, but they still haven't offset their enthusiasm and belief in you. After a lot of hard work, the team headed by Decepticon found a special oval meteorite at the space coordinate 1.566. During the dragging process, the Triceratops accidentally fell and hit an elliptical meteorite with one corner, breaking the proud dragon's horn. The teammates laughed for a while, but at the same time the team's wisdom acted as the sword-backed dragon to study the small meteorite carefully, remove the rocky ruins covering the periphery, and unexpectedly discovered that this turned out to be an alien flying saucer. Epic discovery. The first discovery of extraterrestrial civilization. Creation value plus 2,000. So fast? Subai knew that there were alien creatures nearby, but he did not expect interstellar dinosaurs to be so powerful. He continued to watch. Interstellar dinosaurs are overjoyed. Through research, they found that this is a one-person escape flying saucer, and there is a corpse inside. The red fruit of the brain is exposed, and the ravines in the brain are clearly seen. It seems that there is no skin, with tentacle-like bodies and tentacles weird creatures. Interstellar dinosaurs don't know what kind of creature it is. For safety, they brought it back. First time to discover alien creatures, cosmic brain demons, creation value plus 100. P.S. Ask for flowers, evaluation tickets, etc. The interstellar dinosaurs took this flying saucer back, which caused the dinosaurs to tremble. Even the super beasts are a rare sight. But studying alien life is not as easy as they think. Subai can guess their troubles with just a few words. After hundreds of years of research, the dinosaur man did not even know the rank of the corpse. Later, someone thought that the underground Evil Eye clan had strong mental power, and maybe they could find certain information along the brain circuit that has not been cut off. So after some tossing, the dinosaur man invited out the beholder. After some exploration, the beholder was surprised to find that this creature had an extremely developed brain and took a similar route to them. But mentally, it is 100 times stronger than the Evil Eye. At the same time, the beholder found that as more and more people approached the corpse, the chatter became louder. This body seems to be reacting strangely. The cranial nerves in the gully are instinctively squirming. The beholder guesses that this creature's vitality is extremely powerful. Even if you are in a desperate situation for a while, you can enter a state of suspended animation. When a creature approaches, you can slowly revive by absorbing mental power. And some weak-willed dinosaur people said that they have always heard strange words in their ears recently, dreaming of a huge semicircular bunker, which looks like half a brain. Looking at the appearance of the corpse, I became more and more worshipped. The beholder judges that this is a mental infection. At the same time, it was also found that baby Godzilla and his dependent flame Dragon Knight are very resistant to this and can suppress the attachment of corpses. They guess that it might be because of their own radiation. For safety, the body was sealed on top of the volcano. The damaged flying saucer was handed over to the Beholder clan for research, and Chowpedo Beast also found that the craftsmanship on the flying saucer is consistent with the style of the metal fragments they found before. The time between the two is also very close. Sensing that there were enemies nearby, the pressure increased a lot. The interstellar dinosaurs continued their exploration in the direction of the discovery of the flying saucer. Just as Subai continued to read, a reminder text appeared. The King of the Four Seas lost his way in the universe and inadvertently realized the purple talent, Whispers of Cthulhu. It instinctively realized that something was wrong, and following the reaction, it quickly escaped back to the Tianyuan realm. The uneasy King of the Four Seas, for some reason, thought of that meteorite again. Returning to the ocean, it also found that the chaotic mental shock could infect the surrounding Quitu people. It tries to seal itself under the sea. With little success. It was unexpectedly discovered that staying with alien brains can relieve a lot of mental stress. So the alien corpse was dragged to the bottom of the sea and sealed. Late of the First Era, the Tianyuan realm has grown to 195 kilometers, which is very close to the resolidified area. The will of the world urged its subordinates to continue to help it catch meteorites. Interstellar dinosaurs, who study alien creatures, accidentally collided with the channel of the unicorn beast. They were surprised to find that the footprints of aliens seemed to surrounding Hua. Could it be that there are aliens stationed on that waste star? The two tribes fell into contemplation. By the end of the era, the Tianyuan realm had grown to 198 kilometers. But something shocking happened. The S-rank Doomsday Calamity card is suddenly activated. A cosmic storm silently approached the Tianyuan realm to prevent its promotion. Even the combined efforts of several intelligent races can't stop it. On the way, the Lord of the Four Seas let go of his body and mind, used his body to resist the storm, and his bloodline purity reached 1%, and thus evolved into a silver-level creature, but to no avail. 99% of the creatures died in a short period of time. Godzilla, the most resistant baby, was angry, swallowed the cosmic storm, and swallowed the doomsday aura, compressing as much as possible on the dorsal fin. Even so, to no avail. Godzilla dies of spontaneous combustion. Before Godzilla died, he saw a semicircular alien bunker belatedly coming along with the cosmic storm and flew into the ocean. This simulation is over. Comprehensive rating, D grade. No reward. Summary. Although the men have achieved certain achievements in the space field, they have ignored the biggest crisis. At present, the negative effect of that card is stronger than the positive effect. This simulation unfortunately came to an abrupt end. Maybe next time you should be more vigilant. Cooling time, 10 minutes. Possibly because of exposure to extraterrestrial civilizations. This time there is a rating, but unfortunately, the simulation came to an abrupt end, and was the S card to blame again? No, it didn't work until the second era last time. How come it's earlier this time? Subai frowned, vaguely aware of a pattern. And this time, let's look at the last sentence. It seems that the enemy has long been eyeing him, even if the cosmic storm does not come. Or that the storm itself was brought about by them. Confused, Subai left the puzzle to the next simulation. Please select one of the following talents to solidify. Subai thought about it and chose to solidify the prehistoric beast again. And this time the item was solidified. What surprised him was that the alien corpse was no longer on it. There was a vague guess in his mind. As the beholder researched, when the corpse of this brain demon is brought back, it automatically absorbs a lot of mental power, like a fish in hibernation encountering water and slowly resurrecting. And it should have a special way of connecting with its compatriots. Brainwaves? In short, it was no coincidence that the alien bunker came over. He didn't choose to solidify any of them. It is also considered to save the creation value. In this simulation, the biggest gain is that the Lord of the Four Seas himself awakened the call of Cthulhu. With the awakening of the bloodline, Subai always felt that something was staring at his baby. Subai set his sights on the world. It's still 170 kilometers. At this time, the dinosaurs had already exploded. For them, it was as if a lot of memories had suddenly popped up in their brains. I was particularly impressed by some special information. This is the means of the great creator? Hey, I still remember the location of which UFO, although it's a bit far. But after one experience, I can definitely bring it back sooner. Seeing that group of dinosaurs is restless. Subai released the oracle in a timely manner. Be vigilant to the universe. That flying saucer hides a crisis. You can avoid it for the time being. After you find out more information, you can get it back. Of course, no one would listen to his words. Within 10 minutes of cooling, Subai speeded up the time flow again, allowing them to pull back the space debris they had probed earlier. Upgrade the world as much as possible. And he himself returned to reality and used his mobile phone to check the information of the cosmic brain demon. The cosmic brain demon is a cruel, ruthless, and extremely cunning cosmic creature, and it is also the great enemy of human civilization. It is also the common enemy of all intelligent creatures. They are in the form of deformed brains, with tentacle-like bodies, and this is just to facilitate their manipulation of tools. According to the brain demon, their real body is a computing chip in the brain. The extremely high-level brain demons have different shapes, but on the basis of the brain, various auxiliary weapons are modified. Its brain magic chip is very popular in the market. The cheapest bronze chip has a computing power of more than 1,000 state-of-the-art computers. The price is not less than 10 million. The higher you go, the more you double. But at the same time, the brain demon's vitality is extremely powerful. It can absorb the spiritual power of others and strengthen its own soul. When it is in a desperate situation, it will also fall into a state of suspended animation. When there is intense mental activity around, they will absorb the overflowing mental power and be resurrected. It is particularly important to note that the cosmic brain demons are extremely clumped together. They communicate in a way that is currently undetectable by humans. Scientists speculate that it may be dimensional radio waves. 50 years ago, a foreign research institution captured a gold-level brain demon alive for research, but unexpectedly summoned a holy-level brain demon and led an army to recapture it. Caused hundreds of worlds to explode and tens of millions of creatures to die. Therefore, if you find a brain demon, don't think about capturing it alive. Killing it as soon as possible is the best solution. In particular, be careful about their mental infection, mental brainwashing, and other means. But at the same time, their weaknesses are also obvious. Their weak bodies make them far weaker than creatures of the same level, and they supply nutrients to their brains. After reading the dense information, Subai finally had a preliminary understanding of them. Extreme creatures, even in the cosmos, are very tricky. And according to the introduction, the power of the brain demons has expanded to different star domains, and they have established empires one by one. Their base camp is in the cosmos brain star domain? There is no lack of true god-level brains. Magic. He saw a chill on his scalp. Especially the last line of the document made Subai frown even more. Please pay attention. The cosmic brain demon is extremely vengeful. If you want to deal with it, you'd better get rid of it as soon as possible. Don't give them a chance to ask for help, otherwise you will only have endless revenge. For now, the best solution is to keep it floating? He thought for a while. I also feel that on the side of the couch, how can I allow others to snore? In particular, when I go out, the army is sent out to experience the battle. It wakes up at this time and summons the army to attack the Tianyuan realm. What should I do? It is the kingly way to eliminate the crisis at the source. And he always felt that the last cosmic storm was too strange. Especially looking at the data, the brain demon has developed various high-tech weapons. One of them is the storm oscillator. It can be called the nemesis of the tiny world. It is blown by the storm for a while, and it will not die or be seriously injured. Still have to find out. Wait until the cooldown time is almost up. Subai frowned, and his consciousness sank into the sea of stars again. As soon as you come in, there are a bunch of beeps. Log. When you are far away, time accelerates and continues, and 10 years have passed. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the super beasts, the Tianyuan realm has grown to 190 kilometers. Growth has come to a point. If there is no external assistance, it can only be slowly ground by gravity. The power of the source is consumed very quickly. Subai glanced at the world and sighed slightly. As far as he knows, the peak of the First Order world is 500 kilometers of land. Finally, take the ultimate leap and evolve into a medium-sized round sky. For now, it's still early. And he found that as his men became stronger. Especially after the Lord of the Four Seas advanced to a silver creature, the aura and essence were consumed faster and faster. In recent years, the potential of newly born dinosaurs and unicorns is not as great as before. It is clear. It's like how many trees can be planted on a piece of land. Several powerful creatures have taken over too much of the world's essence. Following the old rules, Subai once again lowered the oracle to prepare his men for new opportunities for exploration. To sum it up in one sentence, don't be afraid of death, do it to death. The believers headed by evil eye call each simulation baptism of life and death. Every time they simulate, they seem to have gone through a cycle of reincarnation with a lot of memory in their brains. But before the simulation, underwater temple, the Lord of the Four Seas shook his tentacles and begged to see him. What's wrong? Subai was surprised. Don't look at the Lord of the Four Seas, neither showing mountains nor waters. It is still the first creature of Tianyuan, and even baby Godzilla is no match for him. Great creator, recently, delusional ravings have been ringing in my ears. I often dream of the arrival of that big meteorite and swallowed me in one bite. I implore you to seal my new talent until I am strong enough. The Lord of the Four Seas said uneasily. Could it be that there is an evil god entangled in it? Subai muttered in his heart. According to the information, the Lord of the Four Seas seems to be a bit like the heretic god and has inherited a little blood. So, it is not surprising. It is also simple to temporarily seal the talent. Subai sets a seal rune with the help of faith. Because its negative effects are too great, Subai simply took Cthulhu's whisper off the talent bar. Anyway, it is self-comprehension, and I will install it later. After everything is ready. After another check of Genesis, Subai began to simulate again. This time, he did not carry the S card. Instead, send people to focus on studying the cosmic brain demon. P.S. Ask for flowers, evaluation tickets, etc. Open 10 consecutive draws. With the emergence of a series of talents, Subai focused on the spiritual realm. This time, I still didn't get the orange talent. But there was a purple spiritual talent that caught his eye. To deal with brain demons, the most important thing is to ensure that the soul is strong. This time, he even gave up the solidified prehistoric behemoth. All are 3 talents to strengthen the spirit. They are, respectively, soul solidification. Blue, the soul born in the Tianyuan world will be extraordinarily firm and will not be easily bewitched by others. Blessing of faith, blue creatures who believe in you will be blessed with faith points, and the more devout you are, the stronger the effect will be. If it is a fanatic, it will ignore 99% of the spiritual attack. Essence Chi feedback, purple, the stronger the body, the stronger the soul. Even those who do not cultivate the soul, with this talent, can breed the same powerful soul body. When everything is ready, Subai clicks to simulate again. Start the journey of creation. Early stage of the First Era, it was noticed that the Tianyuan realm would step into a new stage, and creatures headed by interstellar dinosaurs and super beasts were collecting space junk. But it is trapped that the nearby is all collected and empty, and can only go farther and farther. With little success. On the way, the interstellar dinosaur team noticed the hidden flying saucer. You lowered the oracle and asked the evil eyes to create a room that shields the spirit. Tinyuanji has grown to 192 kilometers, and the growth is getting slower and slower. Middle of the First Era, the spiritual prison was successfully built, and the blessing of innate belief took effect. Several devout believers were particularly strong in spirit and were placed in the prison. At the same time, the interstellar dinosaurs successfully salvaged the alien flying saucer just like last time. This time they learned their lesson, kept their hearts, and recited your mantra. Bring the flying saucer back to the mental prison. With preparations in advance, the High Priest of the Beholder led the true believers to study the corpse of the brain demon in an attempt to obtain information from it. The brain demon was activated instinctively, and an alien radio wave oscillated, trying to subtly bewitch the surrounding creatures. The special materials used in the prison work. The talent soul is solidified, and the faith blessing takes effect. Brain demon's countermeasures are useless, trying to resurrect. Baby Godzilla and the Lord of the Four Seas are guarding outside the prison, guarding against all accidents. Talent essence feedback takes effect. The spirit body of a small dinosaur and tentacle monster guards and suppresses the resurrection of the brain demon. And noticed that it was silver intermediate, but due to long-term lack of nutrition, it was very weak. The Beholder's research has fallen into a hurdle, and the brain ravine of the brain demon seems to be sealed by something to prevent foreigners from snooping. No way, it can only resort to coercive means, soaking the alien brain with a potion that can corrode the soul. Under the extreme operation, some mental fragments spilled out. Evil eyes caught a few keywords: Big Dipper star territory. Weird red star. Exploration. Advanced team. Failed. Meteorite belt temporary station. It is extremely exciting, gathers the power of the whole clan to study the overflowing spiritual power, and focuses on which star the red star is and the location of the meteorite belt. Late of the First Era, after hundreds of years of research, the Beholder suspects that the red star mentioned by the brain demon many times is the Star of Inghua. It surmised that seemed to be their target, and for some reason the loss was heavy. The meteorite belt is more than 20 million kilometers away from here, just in the middle of Tainyuanji and Yinghuaxing. According to the knowledge of the spiritual fragments, there are countless types of meteorite fragments and space junk there, which is simply a treasure land. However, it has also become a temporary station for the brain demons. They lurk in the middle of the meteorite belt and set up mental traps to devour all light and perception. Even passing by will ignore them. The news of the meteorite belt is exciting. When the beholder tries to find out the specific coordinates and the strength of other brain demons, the brain demon's brain explodes like a bomb. Blue blood spilled in the prison. The beholder is a little uneasy. Although the exact coordinates have not been found out, after a while of research, the beholder has determined the approximate location of the meteorite belt. Therefore, sending interstellar dinosaurs and super beasts to form an exploration army was shortened within a rough range. At the end of the First Era, after hundreds of years of investigation, the meteorites brought back by the super beasts are getting bigger and bigger, and they often have to cooperate with dinosaurs to bring them back. They notice something strange, and the probability of finding space treasures is getting higher and higher, which means that they are close to the meteorite belt. With their tireless efforts, the Tianyuan realm has grown to 200 kilometers. It has been successfully cured. Reward creation value plus 500. Finally successful. Seeing this, Subai breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know how many students in the same class at this time have such an area. Excluding those second-generation gods who are hanging up, this area alone can compete for the first place in the province, right? Very happy and very sad. Not long after the promotion of Tianyuan realm, a semicircular bunker flew out from an inconspicuous meteor at a certain moment and rushed straight. With it, there is also a cosmic storm. The Lord of the Four Seas, who sensed the strangeness in advance, was furious and fought with the bunker. One after another shockwave was shot out, causing the dinosaur man and the unicorn beast to suffer heavy casualties. What is even more unexpected is that the bunker itself is an enlarged brain, equivalent to a super spiritual amplifier. There are 5 silver and hundreds of bronze-level brain demons, and a huge mental shock wave reverberates in the Tianyuan world. Even with the blessing of talent, 99% of ordinary creatures can't resist and die. The most powerful lord of the Four Seas, Baby Godzilla, attempted to fight in close quarters and launched a death charge. Unexpectedly, a high-level silver brain demon appeared in the bunker. It borrowed a machine to strengthen its spirit 10 times, condensed it into a bunch of needles, and forcibly blasted their heads. Several leaders were killed without resistance. This simulation is over. This simulation evaluation, D-grade. Cooling time, 20 minutes. Summary. Although it is said to be a total failure, at least a lot of information has been detected and the spoils of war have been consolidated. Make persistent efforts. I still can't avoid the ending of being killed. Not far from me, there are still a group of brain demons hidden. Subai let out a heavy breath. I can't understand why the group of brain demons came all the way. That semicircular bunker is the key. It can strengthen the strength of the brain demon dozens of times. Judging from the information currently probed, there are at least 5 ordinary silvers and 1 high-level silver in the bunker. Plus, their mental powers can be superimposed. Borrowing a machine can play a far greater strength than its peers. Subai thought that his dragon knights and unicorns were strong, but he didn't expect to encounter technology plus soul, so vulnerable. They are taking an extreme route. If they are preemptive and sneak attack in advance, they may not have a chance of winning. He was thinking about it. The main thing is not clear how the bunker found them. Because the brain demon's body blew up. Or are they approaching the meteorite belt, setting off an alarm? Subai thought it was more likely that the corpse blew up and passed on some information. He was thinking. The text begins to settle. Please solidify one of the following talents. Considering that the primary enemy is the brain demon, Subai chooses to consolidate the essence and chi to feedback. Without this talent, Godzilla and Super Pitamin would suffer greatly. Please select from the options below to keep. In the next extraction column, Subai discovered that there was a silver-level brain magic chip inside. He quickly checked the details. Brain magic chip, silver level, a famous computing artifact in the universe. Not only can it strengthen the spirit, but it can also act as the CPU of the computer. Very popular. But at the same time it was discovered who killed the same clan. The brain demons may come back for revenge. Note, if you extract this item, in reality, the brain demon will die early. Required creation value, 5,000. If I take it out now, wouldn't that half-dead brain demon die in a flying saucer and even Tianyuan realm doesn't know it? Subai thought of something and his eyes lit up. Before it dies, it always sends news out, which makes the snake startled. But now I'm stuck with a bug. Can I kill it without injury? Even the brain demon in that bunker hasn't been alerted. And this chip is worth at least more than 50 million. Considering its scarcity, and the fact that the brain demon would rather blow itself up than leave the chip. The market price will only go up and down. However, the creation value extracted is also very expensive. In addition, the simulation just now lost money, and there are only more than 8,500 creation values left. Subai did not dare to use it indiscriminately. To be on the safe side, Subai didn't take out the chip. The current world of 200 kilometers is barely enough for them to toss. He took advantage of the cooling-off period to return to reality. I rummaged through the brain demon's information, but found that the ones circulating outside are common. The specific social structure of the brain demon is not clear about how many people there are in the general voyage fleet. I don't even have admission now, I'm just a trainee world master. Many materials are not authorized to access. He suddenly thought of the old principal. He is well-informed and should know a lot. Soon, Subai picked up his mobile phone and dialed the old principal's personal number. When he heard the information about the brain demon he was looking for, the old principal was surprised. Why are you looking for their information? Brain demons are notorious for being stubborn. They are very cooperative and have a high level of technology. If they are found, they should be reported to the Human Alliance Association as soon as possible. I'm just curious. I always feel that I've encountered similar monsters nearby, so I want to make sure. Under Subai's soft grind-hard bubbles. The old principal sent a batch of materials by email and warned. Don't leak it out. With your authority, you are not qualified to watch it yet. These are all discovered by life exploration. After the college entrance examination, it will be much more convenient to enter Shinkang University. The better the school, the better the cultivation. Subai was overjoyed and quickly thanked him. And view more detailed information. When he saw the first sentence, he frowned. The brain demons generally act in a group. Form an expedition team. The top of them even has a holy rank brain demon carrying a huge fleet. Next up is the Diamond class leading the 10 fleets. The most are the exploration advanced troops carried by the gold-level brain demons. The standard is 1 golden brain demon, 10 silver brain demons, and 300 bronze brain demons. Among them, it should be noted that, with the aid of technology, the fleet can often exert its strength far exceeding that of the powerhouses of the same level. There are even some golden brain demons who will capture golden creatures of the same level as slaves, which is extremely brutal. Of course, there are also many scattered silver-level teams, but they are rare. As for scattered bronze-level brain demons, it is even rarer. Their Achilles heel is the computing chip. As long as it is destroyed, it can be killed instantly. But at the same time, the maximum value of the brain demon is gone. There are also many secondary materials, which Subai swept away. Just staring at the brain demon fleet quietly frowned. What kind of fleet is stationed in the meteorite belt? It won't come with a gold, or even a diamond-level brain demon. It's a fart. Report to the country in advance. He decided, in the next simulation. Try to find out the strength of the brain magic as much as possible. And be preemptive. Moreover, the selection of 3 spiritual talents before also played a big role. Among them, the Beholder is the most profitable. The performance is also very dazzling, and even in the big battle, he lived longer than Godzilla. Considering that there are many monsters of this type in the world. Including supernatural ghosts also test spiritual power. Subai decided that today's task is to brush out the talents of the spiritual department and then solidify it. Comments. Plans are made. Subai first issued an oracle in the temple. Tell your subordinates all the information you just saw, and ask them to exercise their mental defenses. Try to find out the exact location of the meteorite belt and enemy intelligence as much as possible. Subordinates are naturally indifferent. After everything is ready, Subai starts the simulation again. The 9 new talents that appeared made him sigh in his heart. Very angry is always with me. This time was not as good as last time. He randomly selected 2 spiritual talents and started the simulation again. Intelligence development, blue innate spirit plus 100, which makes your subordinates open their minds from time to time. Spiritual perception, blue significant increase in mental power and danger. A new line of text begins. Start the journey of creation. First era, the interstellar dinosaurs found the flying saucer again according to memory and began to probe more carefully. Early part of the second era, compared to before, this time they detected more and more detailed information from the silver brain demon, but every time they detected information about the brain of the universe starfield, it exploded automatically. The beholder guesses that someone has set a program in its brain. As long as the cosmic brain is probed, it will self-destruct. In this life, the beholders were tested in the lava castle under the volcano. The nuclear radiation exploded, and the suppression of spiritual power was also the strongest. Middle of the second era, the interstellar dinosaurs began to explore the meteorite belt again, and this time they followed the memory and were very close to the hidden coordinates. The Tianyuan realm has grown to 220 kilometers. At the same time, Godzilla, the most talented baby, has absorbed cosmic energy for years and evolved into a silver-level creature, and has nurtured a strange nuclear reaction in his body. At the same time, deeply feeling his incompetence in the field of space, baby Godzilla has developed a secret flying technique in which when he uses the breath jet to reversely accelerate, the speed is faster than many flying monsters in a short time. Late second era. Interstellar dinosaurs and super beasts joined forces to continue to shorten the range. This time, to Subai's surprise. The bunker didn't come out to make trouble. He guessed. The beholder's conjecture is correct. The volcano is Godzilla's private land. The lava castle is affected by it, and the radiation explodes, which can block the spread of some mysterious information. This way, it won't startle the snake. But it will still come. Middle of the third era. A unicorn beast inadvertently followed the meteorite track and accidentally discovered the meteorite belt. Its space coordinates are 2.51. Innate spiritual perception takes effect. They have already walked halfway to Inhuishing. On the periphery of the meteorite belt alone, there are many treasures such as star fragments, condensed huge ice blocks, and unknown satellite fragments. All kinds of mine resources and even unknown metal aggregates. This great discovery made all intelligent creatures ecstatic. Over the years, the Chowpedo beast, the beholder, the destroyer king dragon, and the 3-generation dinosaur leader have all evolved to the bronze level. But let alone breaking through to silver, even the evolution to the peak of bronze is very slow. They have all noticed that the current Tianyuan realm can only support 2 silvers, which is already the limit. To break through in the future, they can only seek external resources. The Lord of the Four Seas made his own hands and floated to the periphery of the meteorite belt to help establish alien mines, collect and refine. Among them, the Eye Demons also came with the Evil Eye clan. They acted as reconnaissance while looking for the bunker's hidden meteorite. The other leaders did not return to the Tianyuan realm, but stayed in the meteorite belt for a long time, sitting on it to cultivate and evolve. Under their command, the interstellar dinosaurs and unicorn fairy beasts diligently collected resources and went back, and Tianyuan realm sent out a burst of joy. Land plus 1 kilometer plus 2 kilometers. Because it becomes bigger, the source is strengthened, and even the digestion ability is strengthened several times. In addition, there's a steady supply of various resources. Mines, rare element condensates, meteorite fragments, and even star fragments are constantly being shipped. In just 100 years, the Tianyuan realm has grown to 250 kilometers. Several other leaders have even evolved to the peak of bronze. Start hitting the silver level. Okay. Discovering the meteorite belt is equivalent to discovering a treasure. As long as it can evolve to 300 kilometers, it will be solidified again. In Su Bai's happy waiting. By the end of the Third Era, the Tianyuan realm had grown to 280 kilometers. Seeing that it will reach a critical point again. Unexpectedly by chance. One of the strongest interstellar dinosaurs, Stegosaurus, accidentally discovered that a meteorite was hidden in a bunker. To make matters worse, the bunker was awakened and started to fight back. Late period of the Third Era, the alien bunker sent secret weapons to activate, and a cosmic storm started from them, becoming more and more intense, blowing them towards the Lord of the Four Seas. The meteorite belt mine that the dinosaurs had been operating for 100 years was swept up, but fortunately, because they found it in time, they extinguished the storm before it got stronger. According to the beholder's calculations, if the storm is really brewing, it will evolve into a terrifying natural disaster that can obliterate golden creatures in the Tianyuan realm. The Lord of the Four Seas, the baby Godzilla, and the super pedo beasts, who have both new and old grudges, are all besieging the bunker. Being caught off guard, many of the weapons in the bunker have been dismantled before they are used. No way, 5 silver brain demons and hundreds of bronze brain demons launched the most primitive mental shockwave. Talent essence and chi feeding takes effect. Many leaders are extremely resistant and approached in the fastest time. Many brain demons were killed, and a silver brain demon was wrapped in the tentacles of the Lord of the Four Seas, absorbing the brain and dying. The Lord of the Four Seas suddenly felt that his head had become smarter, and even the suppressed talents were activated, and he could withstand more knowledge infusion. Another silver primary brain demon was killed by baby Godzilla and swallowed it at the same time. Baby Godzilla's dorsal fin lit up a bit, and he realized the knowledge that energy is stored on the back. In the rage, the silver high-level brain demon was angry. This time, the beholder who was predicted in advance was weakened by the mental interference device made in advance. In addition to being too hasty, even the bunker has not been completely offset. Its mental attack has been weakened a lot. The Lord of the Four Seas, baby Godzilla, endured a headache and began to besiege. But after all, the other party is high-grade silver, 2 small levels higher than them, and with the illusions that appear in their minds from time to time, they are still at a disadvantage. During the battle, Dinosaur Man and Destroyer King Dragon fell in sequence, Chowpedo besieged by 5 silver beasts, their armor shattered, and their heads exploded. At the time of frequent death, the super beasts who were unwilling to fall activated the talents of the heavens and the world, received blessings from the underworld, realized the Azura mode, and entered the silver level stage in a short time. Die with a silver brain demon. In the middle of the fierce battle, from another corner of the meteorite, a dust-removed one emerges, which is 3 stories high, like a bunker with golden brains. A gold-level deformed monster drilled out of it, easily killing leaders such as the Lord of the Four Seas and baby Godzilla. This simulation is over. After reading all the text, Su Bai was surprised and delighted. Glad that the old man Chowpedo did not let himself down and actually realized new skills. But the heavy one is. As expected, the meteorite belt is not just a bunker. The Lord of the Four Seas, the baby Godzilla, can resist a high-level silver brain demon, which has already occupied the right time and place. Approaching closely in advance, it will be exhausted, and it will be too late to use the strongest means. But as a temporary gathering point, how could the brain demon only have this number of soldiers? The golden luster that finally came out was disappointing. Maybe it's too rubbish. This time, even the evaluation summary did not appear. Su Bai is the same as his subordinates. Heart is heavy. In addition to the squad, another golden monster popped up. Even if you have a mental calculation, it is difficult to kill. In particular, brain demons cannot be allowed to take advantage of technology in advance. Otherwise, the difficulty is doubled. What made him even more scruples was that he was not a gold-level enemy. According to the data, the brain demon family likes creatures with potential slaves. That one is very likely to be a slave of a brain demon. That is to say, the meteorite belt has at least 2 gold-level enemies, and the equipment it carries. The more Su Bai thought about it, the more headache. No hope of victory in sight. Stuck. No way. Today's goal is to consolidate the fruits of victory. As long as the world expands to 300 kilometers, it will be a win. This time, there are brain magic chips to choose from, as well as other items. Subai still had no choice. According to the old rules, the talent of the essence and chi has been fixed. At the same time, this simulation, Subai was surprised to find. Even after the simulation ends, Baby Godzilla remains at the silver level. The muscles on Keibijua's body are more explosive, and he is practicing the new Azura mode. Yes, after the simulation, their realm and strength are still maintained. This time and time again, not only can you be familiar with the enemy's methods and intelligence, but you can also improve yourself. Hope resurfaced in Subai's eyes. And today's solidified talent opportunities have not been used up. He wants to develop a high-level spiritual talent. While checking out the Super Pitamin, Subai unexpectedly found that his potential has improved a lot. Azura mode. Under the crisis of life and death, the innate talent of Super Bido be awakened. Power from the one-punch world. After activation, the strength and speed will be doubled tenfold in a short period of time. Can overcome enemies across several levels. It is still immature. If you practice it often, you can use it as an active skill and keep the Azura state at any time. It really came from that world. He calculated the current combat strength. After training, Chao Pito Beast can also be regarded as a silver master. If you have no intention of calculating, you can defeat the group of silver brain demons. Take advantage of the cooling time. Subai took a good look at the gains and losses, and set a simulated goal in your mind. First of all, without being alerted, under the 2 hidden meteorites, capture resources as much as possible and strengthen the world. It is best to reach the solidified area and consolidate the spoils. Then if it is discovered, it is necessary to find out the enemy's intelligence as much as possible, what methods and numbers are available. The last thing is to brush talent. After everything is ready. When the cooldown expires, Subai starts the simulation again. Open 10 consecutive draws. Another 10 talents appeared. Subai glanced at it, slightly lost. After selecting the 2 spirit bias talents, quickly select simulation. Start the journey of creation. First era, your subordinates suffered a big loss and knew how to develop in a low-key manner. After bringing the flying saucer back, it was sealed under the volcano and then secretly flew to the meteorite belt to collect food. Second era, after an era of collection, the land has grown to 275 kilometers and victory is in sight. Third era, a unicorn beast inadvertently picked up a meteorite, but unexpectedly triggered a brain demon's trap, causing the meteorite to explode, alarming the enemy. After a bloody battle, 5 silver brain demons were killed, and the last high-level silver brain demon was besieged by Baby Godzilla, Lord of the 4 Seas, and Super Pito Beasts, sending out a distress signal. The golden bunker reappeared and sent 3 golden laser cannons to kill them. Before dying, the beholder heard the brain demon call it the golden brain. The interstellar dinosaur that was finally killed, when he was dying, saw the distorted golden monster that came down from the golden brain to collect the corpse. Behind it, there was a 5-meter-high, golden luster brain and a monster with an octopus-like body. Watching all this indifferently. This simulation is over. Cooling period. 30 minutes. Yes, I found out the information again. Their cooperation has become more and more proficient. If there is no assistance from the Golden Brain, the Brain Demon team led by the Senior Silver team can no longer stop me. The only pity is that it is only a little short of reaching 300 kilometers, and it can be cured. But now it seems, even in a deep sleep. The Brain Demons also arranged vigilance lines on the periphery. During cooling, Subai returns to reality, looking for information about the Golden Brain. The information given by the old principal is very detailed. Subai grinned after reading it. Good baby. According to the above, the Golden Brain is equivalent to a combination of a supercomputer plus a starship. It is also equivalent to the natal artifact of the cosmic brain demon. Ordinary golden brain demons are not qualified to control. Its value is equivalent to 10 golden brain demons. It is said that in their base camp, the brain of the universe, there is a true God-level brain of the universe. That is also their treasure of the town. It is said that there is a virtual universe that evolves the divine power of the future, which is extremely terrifying. Even a star field is named after it. After a bit of trimming, I checked that there was only 7,500 Genesis left. Subai simulates again. He fought the brain demons. Comment still no orange talent. After picking 2 at random, proceed with the simulation. Start the journey of creation. First era, moving bricks. Second era, continue to move bricks. Third era, failed to move the bricks, triggering the early warning meteorite of the brain demon again. But at the same time, the area has also grown to 290 kilometers, which is very close to curing again. This simulation is over, too ordinary, no evaluation. Continue the simulation. Start the journey of creation. First era, moving bricks. Late of the third era, the Super Pedo Beast has officially grown into a silver-level creature, which is extremely powerful and can wrestle with the baby Godzilla. Due to repeated vigilance, this time they did not trigger the warning. A line of black text appears. After experiencing many deaths, his subordinates tirelessly moved bricks. The diameter of the land grew to 300 kilometers. The attached ocean is 1,200 kilometers. The source of the world increases, which can nurture more creatures and strong people. Cured successfully. Destroy the king dragon, the leader of the dinosaur people, and the beholder have evolved into the peak bronze creatures, and they have seen the road to silver. This time, they take the initiative to attack. The meteorite hidden in the semicircular bunker was attacked by them, and many bronze brain demons were killed by atomic breath before they could react. The 5 silver brain demons were strangled by the Lord of the Four Seas. Under the siege of the 3 leaders, the silver high-level brain demon could not be used, and was finally hammered to death, with brain fluid splashing everywhere. Several leaders share the brains of the Brain Eater, and they all feel that their spiritual power and wisdom have greatly increased. Among them, the blood of the Lord of the Four Seas is purified to 2%, and the sealed talent has come up with a better solution. He can babble anytime and anywhere. As long as the enemy approaches, he will be mentally disturbed. Baby Godzilla grows in length and more energy is concentrated in the dorsal fin. All other leaders have gained. The battle disturbed the golden brain bunker on the side, and a distorted golden monster was killed. This time, the Lord of the Four Seas, who has greatly increased his strength, led his men to besiege. Gold monsters are very powerful, but their brains are not very useful. Trapped in a siege and did not exert his strength, the balance of victory moved towards the Tianyuan realm. 3 silver brain demons appeared from the bunker, trying to use the golden brain to launch radio waves, but they were stopped in advance by the well-prepared beholder. The golden brain demon in the dark couldn't bear it any longer, and with a big move, a chaotic soul power filled other people's brains, trying to compete for the control of their bodies. Destroy King Dragon and others were disturbed and killed by aberrant creatures. But the Lord of the Four Seas unexpectedly discovered that the unblocked talent, Call of Cthulhu, could restrain the enemy's mental attack. Baby Godzilla detonated the hidden energy on his back, and the inner core reacted and exploded, entering a special state and fighting bloody monsters with distortion. The Lord of the Four Seas rushed to the golden brain and killed the quartet, but at the same time was seriously injured by many weapons. He hugged the golden brain demon and performed self-destruction. All companions were killed in battle. Baby Godzilla was overloaded with rage. His body turned red, nuclear radiation exploded, and he spewed spiral hotlines to kill most of the rest of the brain demons, and shot down the already crumbling golden brain. Feeling the exhaustion of its vitality, it hugged the aberration monster and exploded. A mushroom cloud in the shape of a red lotus rose. It has burned to ashes. Perish with the enemy. In the battlefield, the seriously injured golden brain demon was brought into the golden brain for healing and fired a bomb of destruction to destroy all the survivors on the battlefield. This simulation is over. Comprehensive evaluation. Grade C. Summary. After several deaths, the most perfect ending has been achieved. Consolidating the spoils and seriously wounding the enemy, he will win from the last point, but this is a natural moat. Total reward creation value plus 2,000. This special reward, an orange burst card. I gathered the results of several simulations and finally succeeded. Subai let out a long breath. Finally found out all the enemy information. This is the standard for a golden squad. Except for the silver brain demon who accidentally fell asleep. There are also 9 brain demons, and the strongest one, Senior Silver, is extremely difficult to deal with. And the flagship, Golden Brain, also has 2 golden creatures. That distorted creature should be the slave of the Golden Brain Demon, only the strength of the Golden Primary. But the leader, after several serious injuries, did not die. Vitality is extremely powerful. Most likely a gold intermediate. If the Golden Brain Demon is allowed to use the flagship to show its power, the Lord of the Four Seas and others will not be able to beat this record at all. To have such a victory, it is all thanks to the previous explorations. Use your strongest close combat to entangle the flagship and the Brain Demon, so that they can only fight recklessly with their weak points. However, as a primary silver creature, Baby Godzilla can perish with the golden monsters. Such a record is even stronger than the legendary bloodline. At least demigods. As for the Lord of the Four Seas, it attracted most of the firepower. Relying on talent, can you still restrain the mental interference of brain demons? If there are more companions, it may not be impossible to kill the Golden Brain Demon. Thanks to this simulation, creation value returned to 9,000. Reassures Subai. And that reward card made him laugh out loud. Chief Savior. Brushing talent, he brushed numb. Orange blast card, after using it, in the next lottery draw, there will be an orange talent. Don't think about it, Subai uses it decisively. 30 minutes of cooling this time. Subai gave his men a good rest. Comments. Subai also took advantage of this time to breathe a sigh of relief. Chatted with the class leader for a while. And made a reservation to go to her house to play in 2 days and contact each other under the agreement of the world. Creation Guild, Human Alliance. He also checked the knowledge in this area, by the way. According to public information, in the great journey of exploring the universe, many creators died or were demonized. As a result, the world has fallen and become thorns buried in the human territory. Plus, the mutant planes, hostile planes, and evil planets that can be found every day. The Human Alliance has publicly established the Creation Guild. As long as you are the creator, no matter which country you are from, a social person or a student, with this strength and courage, you can take on the task. Submit a transfer fund. It can open the portal of teleportation and connect the 2 worlds. This is not a world projection, but real guns and hard work. Dead is really dead. One is not good, stealing chickens will not lose rice. Instead of destroying the enemy star, they were knocked on the door by others and raided their home, which was a common occurrence. Dangerous, but the prizes are also huge. Not only can you get resources and specialties from different worlds, finally complete the task, purify the fallen world, and it can devour the origin of a world, greatly enhancing the heritage. Among them, the most crucial point is the child of the world. That is the core of the cultivation of the last world power of the fallen plane, extremely powerful and ferocious. At the moment you reach the alien plane. The child of the world knows your location and information, and is very cunning and difficult to deal with. The mission can only be completed by killing the children of the world. According to the data, not every world has only one child of the world, and the self-rescue of world consciousness may eventually condense into a seed and a ring, or distributed to the strongest 5. These are collectively referred to as the world core. Killing them is equivalent to gaining a part of the power of the world and a part of the authority. And after all, it is an away game, there is no world suppression. The intelligence is often deceived, so the task is difficult to complete. Subai checked so carefully because he planned to visit tomorrow. Other apprentice creators dare not lose their troops before the college entrance examination. But I'm not afraid, there are simulators, and the best tactics can be deduced. Even if there is death, it will be regarded as a training. As long as a few leaders don't die, ordinary soldiers can recover in a single time. After a good understanding, before you know it, the cooldown is over. At this time, the sun is setting in the west. A dim light shone on the villa garden. Before I knew it, it was past 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Subai specializes in face wash, bath, and fragrant wash. Guaranteed not to be angry. Then sink your consciousness into the sea of stars. Start the simulation. Familiar text reproduction. Please start 10 consecutive draws. Once the props have been used, the orange talent must be produced. You must give me a spiritual talent. In Subai's anxiety, 10 new talents reappear. He instantly looked at the brightest orange talent. Mindstorm, orange. All creatures born in your world have eternal souls and are extremely difficult to be bewitched by others. Their beliefs are extremely firm, and the probability of giving birth to mad believers is greatly increased. From time to time, there are soul mutants who will get 5 times the bonus for performing spiritual skills and magic. At the same time, you believe in your creatures, and their own mental shocks are weakened by 90%. It's finally here. Subai was shocked and solidified it without hesitation. At present, there are the heavens and the world, gold, and the spiritual storm, orange. For other self-comprehension, it is best to be controlled by the universe. Make all the dragon knights go to the sky, and the weakest evil eye can jump in space, which greatly liberates the productivity. There is also the Whisper of Cthulhu, which is understood by the Lord of the Four Seas, which is very intriguing. In the last simulation, it was relying on it. Only the Lord of the Four Seas can ignore the interference of the Golden Brain Demon and kill the quartet. But the aftermath is too strong. The other talents are extremely ordinary compared to it. Subai chose the Blessing of Faith that appeared before, plus the temporary solidification of the essence, and simulated it again. Start the journey of creation. First era, move bricks and test the early warning arrangement of brain demons. Second era, the evil-eyed clan headed by beholders began to lay traps. Fourth era, when exploring the core of the meteorite belt, which is also near the meteorite hidden by the golden brain. The interstellar dinosaurs were surprised to find that there was a lot of spiritual energy there, and there were signs of breakthroughs in the slow evolution level. The beholder judges, there are good things hidden there. Their collision with the brain demons came unexpectedly. With the help of miracles, even dragon knights can be free from the brainstorming of the cosmic brain demons. This time, the advantage in numbers is reflected. The talent Mindstorm takes effect. A full 5,000 dragon knights, as well as the help of primitive dinosaurs, besieged the semicircular bunker. The 5 silver brain demons were besieged, and the senior silver leader was entangled by baby Godzilla after the proud skill was invalidated. The brain demon leader panicked and was swallowed by the baby Godzilla who had been prepared for a long time. The semicircular bunker is destroyed. As before, the golden brain rushed out, the high energy gathered, and the laser cannon was about to be launched. Unexpectedly, he was entangled by the Lord of the Four Seas who had already been in ambush. Many evil eyes took the opportunity to get in and destroy the mechanical structure. The golden brain crashed, the stunned golden brain demon, carrying the distortion monster, and the other 3 silver brain demons were killed. The rest of the bronze brain demons were killed by the dragon knights one after another. Thousands of dragon knights united to besiege the remaining brain demons. Several strongest bosses against 2 golden bosses. The weakness of the distorted monster in the brain was detected, and it was hit by a horn cannon of the super pedo beast. The aberration monster pulled away and destroyed the king dragon and the leader of the dinosaur man and died. The Lord of the Four Seas became more and more brave in battle and joined forces with baby Godzilla and other dragon knights to suppress the golden brain demon. After a hard and bloody battle, thousands of dragon knights died, the beholder and the super beast died in battle, the Lord of the Four Seas and the baby Godzilla were seriously injured and dying. The golden brain demon was pushed to the limit and held the baby. Godzilla blew himself up. After the war, Your side suffered extremely heavy casualties and exhausted the accumulated information so far. Among the leaders, only the one with the strongest vitality is still alive. It instructs the rest to pack up the spoils, and at the same time climbs to the meteorite where the golden brain is dormant. Ding dong! Your men found a tiny spiritual vein in the center of the meteorite belt. It can improve the background of the world, enhance the aura, and cultivate more strong people. Can be condensed into A-level cards. Where's there such a treasure in the meteorite? No wonder the brain demons are stationed. See this. Subai was pleasantly surprised. What is the spirit vein? The highly condensed spiritual energy of heaven and earth can meet rare treasures. The world can feed back different energies. Isn't the Tianyuan realm just because the spiritual energy is so thin that it can barely cultivate 3 silvers? This is already the limit. If there is a spiritual vein, the other leaders can also break through the peak. But he wasn't happy for long. The text reappeared. The ecstatic lord of the 4 seas lies on the tiny spiritual vein, devours the spiritual energy frantically, and recovers quickly from this serious injury. I have accumulated enough realm to start breaking through. One of the trophies, the golden brain, I don't know what happened, and sent out a mysterious glow and a distress signal. The person who was cleaning up the battlefield found that the surrounding meteorites were in chaos. The evolving lord of the 4 seas, seeing a strange yet familiar scene, rushed a meteorite from the depths of the universe. Hit them with precision. Before his death, the lord of the 4 seas found that the meteorite had cracked and walked out of a high-level golden brain demon with strong momentum. Behind it followed a dense team of brain demons. It turned out to be a metal meteorite-shaped spaceship. The lord of the 4 seas came up with an idea before he died. It turns out that every extraterrestrial meteorite is not a real meteorite. This simulation is over. Comprehensive evaluation, grade B. Summary. Under the circumstance that the realm is very different, relying on the advantages of numbers and intelligence, it is difficult to completely wipe out the enemy, and it has reached the limit. It is a pity that the gap in the background is doomed. The respective teams of the brain demons have virtual connections with each other. They're extremely vengeful, and they are very interested in special creatures. This creation reward plus 3,000, special reward, 1 drop of divine power. This cooling time, 40 minutes. Please choose a temporary curing talent. Mindstorm. Please select the extracted item from the options below. This time it may be a lot of loot. The dense array of options is jaw-dropping. Silver Brain Magic Chip X10, Gold Brain Magic Chip X1, Storm Oscillator, Silver Flying Saucer X1, Tiny Lingmai X1. To his surprise, the golden brain was not on it. As per previous experience, only full ownership can be withdrawn. In other words, the brain of gold is really not that easy to get. It has an automatic alarm system. After losing an opponent, it will notify nearby teammates to come and recover through their special contact information. Do not know why. Through several contacts in the simulation, plus a few words. Based on what I have learned from internal sources, Subai felt that behind this, he was extremely terrified. The town artifact that may be implicated in the brain of the universe. Humans speculate that brain demons used brain artifacts to build a virtual network. Each brain demon has a mark. This is why, every time a human captures a brain demon alive, they blew up and died, and the brain demon has an accurate premise. For revenge. Looking at it this way, isn't this map of the meteorite belt immobile? His brows furrowed. There is the nearest treasure. The resources there are enough to break through to 500 kilometers and evolve into a second-order world. Can you let it go? What's more, how can others snoring on the side of the couch? If the Tianyuan realm wants to grow and develop, it will definitely collide with them. Currently still taking the lead, waiting for the brain demons to wake up. Using all kinds of equipment that is waiting to die. Subai intends to explore this idea. And according to the extracted experience, the same item cannot appear in the same universe. If he now took a brain magic chip, or the semicircular bunker, or even a tiny spiritual vein, the meteorite belt not far from this place will definitely undergo changes. This is to startle the snake. So it seems that you can only take the lost chip at the moment? Subai's depressing discovery. Only the chip of the half-dead brain demon discovered by the interstellar dinosaurs can be taken, and it will not alarm the large army. The harvest this time, on the contrary, is the most valuable drop of divine power rewarded. Accumulated so far, Subai's belief value is only more than 1,000. At a distance of 10,000, it is still very early to condense into divine power. And according to his calculations, it is impossible for him to fight with the brain demon of the meteorite belt. The loss is too great to outweigh the gain. Only when they are completely suppressed and digested. Subai will do it in reality. After several simulation experiences, the dinosaurs below have been hotly debated. Ride in a world that expands to 300 kilometers. The aftertaste of the real and the fake experience. That group of brain demons are so cunning, occupying meteorites. Listen to God's teachings and don't startle snakes. They're destined to become fertilizer for my world. There is a brain demon that blasted my head. Next time, I will bite it to death. Seeing a lot of people feel a little tired. Subai simply issued an oracle and let them be repaired for 10 years. And build newly acquired territories and plant seeds and fruits. Thank you for your gift. Strength of faith plus 200. I'm not a devil after all. Subai sped up the time. In the upgraded Tianyuan realm, the power of the source is abundant, and it can be sufficiently accelerated. The scene in front of me went by very fast, like a fast-forward movie. The newly born land was originally barren and gray. After a while, under the hard planting of the dinosaur people, it has become lush. At the same time, they also started aquaculture. Fat pigs eat green grass and drink seawater in the pasture and grow fat and strong. The expansion to the 1,200-kilometer ocean also made the Lord of the Four Seas relieved. You can have a nice bath. Even with the Kotao Murlocs, they were bred to 10,000, and unknowingly. The underwater civilization of the Murlocs has also developed well, and they have also started fish farming. Team up with dinosaurs and unicorns. Baby Godzilla continued to sleep for 10 years, but its dorsal fins were getting brighter and had been storing up energy. The evil eyes don't know what they're doing. I always feel like I'm on the wrong track. He disappeared all day, busy digging holes in the ground. Starting from the underground labyrinth city, with a depth of 5,000 meters, several dungeons have been built one after another. Speaking of which, the competition on the outside world is brutal. Instead, the entire underground world belongs to them. The evil eyes also discovered that underground, their mental power and eyesight can be exercised at any time. In contact with brain demons. The beholder is actually the most beneficial race, after all, the same type of race. The experience and knowledge are still there, and the Evil Eye clan is developing in a wretched manner. 10 years have passed in a flash. Subai continued to experiment with simulations. But what happened next made him frown. First era, moving bricks. Second era, failed to move bricks, fight. Third era, brain demons came to take revenge, and another gold rank fleet came and used the continental oscillator, which caused the volcano to explode, drawing wages from the bottom of the cauldron. This simulation ends. Continue. Moving bricks, fighting, victorious, and being retaliated against. Subai seems to be stuck in an endless loop. Most of the time, they win terribly, and occasionally they lose and get wiped out. But even if he wins, he can't escape the reckoning of the brain demon. If a few brain demons die, they may barely be able to hide it. An entire team was wiped out and the golden brain was lost. Never escaped the end of revenge. Subai doubted that if he could withstand the first wave, he would call in a diamond-level team later. Even the holy brain demon. That's a lot of fun. Along the way, he also issued oracles. Let the interstellar dinosaurs go in other directions, but with little success. The universe is shaking. The meteorite belt may have been brought by the brain demons. Without them, it would be difficult to develop rapidly. Today's solidified talent is also in hand. The stuck Subai simply went back to sleep. Prepare for the next day, go to the Creation Guild to accept the task and seek new breakthroughs. Before going to sleep, he suddenly thought of something. Speaking of which, What are the brain demons doing all the way from the brain of the universe to my remote mountain? Comments the next day. Subai woke up and checked his phone. On June 27th, there were only 5 days left before the college entrance examination on July 1st. He didn't delay either. I watched the Tianyuan realm for a while in the Sea of Stars. It was found that after a night of acceleration, it has grown to 320 kilometers. After everyone else is intact. Look at the creation value that remains at 8,000. Subai picked up the silver-level brain magic chip and magic eye drops he had extracted yesterday, put them in his backpack carefully, and went out. The building of the Creation Guild is located in the center of the most prosperous square in Guangqing. Surrounded by fountains and artificial lakes, the environment is excellent. There are 100 floors inside, with light glass, which is extremely luxurious. The digital waitresses received outside were fair-skinned and beautiful. Welcome. What service do you need? As soon as Subai got out of the car, there was a person with a beautiful face and curly hair of chestnut red. A light mature woman in a white shirt and short work skirt greeted her with a smile. He looked around. Early in the morning, many people came. Almost all of them are members of society, with extraordinary momentum. Those who can get here are at least second-order creators. His face is handsome, but he is very young and looks a little out of place. As the female manager walked into the building, Subai was even more surprised. The chandeliers use luminous gems, the floor uses high-tech projection, and there are colorful special effects as pedestrians step down. Each guest in the reception hall is specially received by a beautiful woman. The most conspicuous is naturally a super-large screen with a height of 10 meters above it. The text above keeps sliding, showing different worlds and tasks. Subai glanced up and was shocked when he saw the purification mission in the front row at random. Beastification Demon Star, Epic Quest, a Tier 5 planet where a senior professor of Shinkang University fell. All the biochemical beasts he cultivated were demonized, and their combat power was doubled. It is estimated that the children of the world have epic-level strength. 30 creators have failed the challenge and brought themselves down. Reward: 1 trillion Huaxia coins, or resources of the same price. 1 million contribution value. Items can be purchased at discounts in major malls. It is recommended that the challenger be at least 5th-order tiny planets, preferably 6th-order senior asteroids. Skull Death World, Advanced Epic Quest, a middle plane discovered by accident during human exploration. At present, 2 epic skeleton kings have been detected, and they have millions of skeleton soldiers. And not afraid of life and death, the fire of the soul is particularly powerful. It is the heartbreaker of mankind. It is recommended that souls and spirits challenge the creator. At least a Tier 6 planet. Award. His scalp was numb when he saw the previous few. This is not a task that can be taken at present. The challenger, whose mission details were refreshed, had already indicated the difficulty of the mission. On the contrary, the D-level and C-level tasks at the bottom of the screen refreshed very quickly. Every now and then someone takes it. Seems to see Subai's doubts. The beautiful manager quickly explained, "This is the first time you have come to the guild building, so you may not know much about it. We are connected to the world. The mission of the Human Alliance reaches every city. So there are many people who take up the mission. Sir, which level of quest do you want to take? It's not in a hurry. I remember that you have a business of recycling resources here. Give me a price first and sell some specialties." Subai smiled and took out 100 tubes of magic eye drops from his backpack. After many configurations of beholders, eye drops are now 100 times more effective, and there are many wonderful uses for wiping on the eyes. Subai also wanted to know about prices. Seeing the business come to the door, the beautiful manager smiled. She explained while taking Subai to the counter. In the building, the 2nd to 30th floors are all transmission devices, and the 31st to 50th floors are the commercial transaction circle. There are representative acquisition resources from all over the world. As for the upper level, it is the relaxation and entertainment area, with the best bars and restaurants in Guangqing. You can experience it later. Our alliance will also judge the approximate value of the item based on the appraiser. You can freely choose who to trade with, and of course you can also sell directly to the Human Alliance. Saying that, she took Subai to the transparent elevator. During the process, Subai also learned that she was Miss Xing. He also studied in Guangqing No. 1 Middle School, but unfortunately his awakening failed. Be a hall manager. And this has been considered a good mix. The welcome waiter outside is sometimes slapped with oil by the guests, so he can only force his face to smile. The 31st floor is obviously much more lively. The famous companies I saw in the school before have all set up stores here. The most obvious is the identification machines scattered around the corner. A beautiful manager helps customers identify and talk about business, and they can also get a commission. Just when Miss Xing was holding a tube of magic eye drops for identification, suddenly a surprised voice sounded. Isn't this classmate Sue from No. 3 Middle School? Are you here too? Subai turned around in surprise. I've seen it twice before. A staff member of the Imperial Enterprise Group, whom I saw at the awakening ceremony and yesterday's school, didn't expect him to be here. Your business is really broad, Subai said with emotion. Oh, I'm just running an errand. You came here this time to identify special products and buy and sell them. Or do you want to see other worlds? He had a pleasing smile on his face. He pointed to the corner of the hall, poured tea and poured water, and a waiter who kept sweeping the floor introduced. He's the little king who provoked you 2 days ago. I heard that he was sent here yesterday to fight. Subai glanced at it. It was true. At that time, Xiao Wang, who was also a small manager, was able to go to the school to recruit students. In just a few days, I was slapped to the end and became a waiter here. The world is scorching cold. It's heartbreaking. Mr. Sue, the results of your medicine are out. Just at this moment, Miss Xing clicked on the authenticator panel with a smile on her face. I saw that in the air, a series of information about the magical eye drops were quickly projected. Subai looked over at the same time as Manager Fong of the Imperial Enterprise Group. Unnamed eye drops. D-level topical medicine, a special product of a new world, which uses a variety of refreshing materials, as well as a new biological mucus. It has the special effect of refreshing, bright eyes, enhancing mental power in a short time, and after using it, you can recognize things in the dark and see the spiritual body. It is not uncommon in the market. Better than no side effects. Preliminary determination of the market price, 10,000 tubes. The speed is really fast, and the effect is very clear. Subai wasn't too surprised. This is a collection of computer data from the entire human civilization, and I don't know how many worlds. Knowledge of all kinds of objects is naturally familiar, and the price made him very satisfied. Various materials for eye drops, alternatives can be found in other worlds. The most important item is the tears of the evil eye, which is the spiritual condensate of the evil eye. The average annual salary is 60,000. And a medicine tube made by himself costs 10,000. This is still just starting, and some other common resources have not been taken out. It is conceivable how far the productivity of a creator is different from that of ordinary people. I still have 99 tubes here. If your alliance wants to collect it, I will sell it to you at a cheaper price. Subai tossed his backpack. He knows the price of the league. Generally, it will be a little lower than the market price, but there will be a contribution value. If sold to a private company or other group, the price is often much higher. Miss Xing just smiled and wanted to answer. Unexpectedly, Manager Fong suddenly said, Student Sue, I have never seen this new medicine. I want all of your dozen. A total of 1.2 million. Does it suit you? Look at this tone, it's not enough to add. This confused Miss Xing. As one of the managers of the Creation Guild, she read as many people as the crucian carp crossing the river. But I have never seen the acquisition staff of the Imperial Group be so polite. The point is that he still looks like a student. Too young. Ao? Your Imperial Enterprise Group is so sincere. Subai glanced at him with a slight smile. Naturally, Manager Fong doesn't really value potions. Rather, I want to be kind. He was so happy too. After all, in the early days of starting a business, it was too poor. Hee, then congratulations to the two of you. Miss Fortune smiled. The price given by the Alliance is estimated to be up to 900,000. And this order is received by her anyway, and there will be a corresponding commission. Do you need any more services? I saw that Manager Fong was transferring money. A little curious about Su Bai's identity, Miss Xing took the initiative to ask. There's one more piece. Please help me identify it. Su Bai took out a chip wrapped in bubble wrap from the interlayer of the backpack. Okay, just a second. Miss Xing took it over and untied the bubble wrap. Taking a closer look, he shook his hand and exclaimed, "Brain magic chip?" As soon as these words came out, the bustling trading area immediately cast a lot of attention. Manager Fong, who was transferring money, also suddenly raised his head and looked at the treasure in her hand. The brain magic chip is a famous technological artifact. The treasures pursued by countries and companies. In this second-tier small city, there is a piece? On the spot, managers from many stores came out. It's the first time I've seen such a good-looking brain magic chip. Yes, the cosmic brain demons are extremely proud. If they fall into despair, they would rather blow themselves up than let the chip fall into the enemy's hands. In addition, they are very revengeful, so the chip is extremely difficult to hunt. Is this a high-grade bronze chip, or is it a black iron chip? Boy, I want this thing, you can make a price. All at once. The managers of various stores ran out to join in the fun. Su Bai didn't expect it at all. A chip has caused such a big stir. Mainly because of its scarcity and functionality. Powerful computing power, which company doesn't need it? Especially in the context of running a world, many teams have to set a plan for the development of a big world and list various data. It makes it even more precious. It's him. Manager Wang, who is serving tea and pouring water. No, it's Xiao Wang now. When Xiao Wang saw the focus of the crowd, his heart trembled. That was the main culprit for him staying up all night last night and kneeling to the end of his career. Xiao Wang's eyes turned red on the spot. A run rushes up. No matter how many bosses and managers collided, the crowd rushed out of an empty road. In the tiger landing pose, with a bang, he lay down in front of Su Bai. Master Su Xing, you are here. Su Bai. Haven't waited for him to make a sound. Manager Fong just kicked him away, staring at the brain magic chip that Miss Xian put on the authenticator. Student Su, where did you get the chip? It's so complete? Why didn't you take it out earlier? Who are you? A waiter dares to rush in and grab chips from us. The other managers reacted and pushed Xiao Wang aside. One after another, they want to order the chip. I am the Big Apple Group, known for its technological innovation. This handsome guy, I think you are just out of society, right? The price of the chip will definitely satisfy you. I am from the Sanshin Group. You understand my comprehensive strength. I also have other precious resources and cards. The quality of the brain magic chip has not yet come out. A bunch of people snapped up. This thing has a price and no market, it is hard currency. At the same time, there was a beeping sound from the appraiser, and the appraisal was completed. In the trading area, invariably quieted down. A pair of eyes turned to Miss Xian at the same time. She carefully clicked on the panel, and an identification result was projected. Simultaneous voice outgoing. Identified as a silver primary brain magic chip, the quality is 100% undamaged. The market price is determined to be 2 billion. As soon as the sound came out, the audience was silent. P.S. Ask for flowers, evaluation tickets, etc. Comments the next moment, the 31st floor is like boiling water. Silver-level brain magic chip. And it's still 100% lossless. Even in a first-tier city, there are not many in a year. How did he do it? He looks very young. Could it be that he was lucky enough to pick up a brain demon corpse? I know him. He was the lucky boy published in the evening news last night. The world depends on picking up the first kilometer. I also remembered that when people were sitting at home, treasure came from the sky. A piece of the world smashed directly on his head. I heard that it was the Hulk planet that just fell. It is very likely that this chip is also carried by the fragments of the world, which can explain it. What other treasures do you have? Take them out together. I want this chip, 2.5 billion. Not only the 31st floor sensation. Even with the other stores above, I heard the movement. There was a shock, and they all went downstairs to watch the bidding. Someone notified the boss. Knowing that it was a perfect silver chip, he even ordered to get it at all costs. Xiao Wang, who wanted to apologize originally, was pushed out by the crowd and kicked twice. People are stupid. This is the world I planned to buy for 100,000 2 days ago? Didn't arrive in just a week. If someone takes out a treasure, it is worth 2 billion. Attract big people crazy. Xiao Wang was only oppressed by his superiors before, and he reluctantly apologized and admitted his mistakes. But deep down, I felt that there was no problem dealing with it at that time. At this moment, looking at the focus of the crowd, a young boy who was complimented by the bosses. Only then did he realize how outrageous he was. If he can go back to the past, he will definitely give himself a big mouth. Subai didn't expect that brain magic chips would be so popular. Seeing everyone's quotations, I was so happy that I couldn't stop laughing. Miss Xing, who was holding the chip beside her, trembled a little. It was the first time she received such a big business. The flow of this transaction alone is enough for her performance this year. You take it. After Subai took the chip with a smile, he just wanted to say something. Suddenly, a loud voice came out. Don't fight, my Emperor Enterprise Group is willing to buy it at a price of 3.1 billion. A bald head emerged from the crowd. No, it was Manager Fong, whose hair was squeezed into a hornet's nest. He excitedly said, "If you agree, I will transfer the money immediately. The 1.2 million just now should have been received. Please check it. The price is a bit high. It's 1/3 higher than the judgment price. I heard that the Imperial Group has recruited a large number of seed players this year and is in urgent need of chip computing. I'm willing to pay 10 million more. The price is a bit depressing." Subai also felt the phone vibrate and picked it up to take a look. "Dear Mr. Su, the official account of Emperor Enterprise has just given you the last number bank card transfer, 1.2 million. Please pay attention to check it." Seeing the number, he grinned. Ordinary people spend most of their lives saving. It was there in a blink of an eye. This is the creator, with a world in reserve. Manager Fong will be a man, and acquired at a premium before. The Imperial Enterprise Group has deep pockets, and as one of the top 10 companies in the Yen Kingdom, it does not worry about funding issues. Subai simply said, "Okay, just 3.1 billion. Transfer it now, take it now." "Okay." Manager Fong was shocked. "This big business is gone? Little brother, next time there is such a good product, notify me in time. Brain magic chip, no matter when you receive it. TSK, a newcomer who has only been awakened for 3 days has accumulated so much money. A young man becomes a hero." The crowd dispersed. Those who watched the fun were also sighed. Most of them are ordinary people, and a small number of creators also frequently cast their attention. There is envy, jealousy, and emotion for the newcomer. "Come to the store with me." Manager Fong diligently led the way. 3.1 billion is not a small amount, and it needs to be transferred through the terminal in the store. Along the way, Miss Xian diligently served tea and poured water, introduced the situation, with a charming face and a smile. From time to time, he used the toes of high heels to touch Subai's legs under the table, intentionally or unintentionally. She was full of curiosity about this mysterious young man. If you're lucky, catch him. Maybe you can go to the sky in one step, or play as a mother goddess. Subai wasn't too keen on these hints. Shrinking his feet, he asked, "Miss Xian, please help me find out what good D-level tasks are available, and the maximum should not exceed sea level. Are you going to purify the other world? But I heard that you just woke up." Miss Xian, who hinted that she failed, retracted her calf, slightly disappointed in her heart. "Who said that the apprentice world master can't take the task? You just need to find it." At Subai's urging, Miss Xian quickly picked up a tablet controller and tapped it a few times with her fingers. Line-by-line mission details were projected, she introduced. The rat plague is rampant, and the ordinary D-level mission is a deserted half-plane, and the diameter of the land has been shortened to 600 kilometers. The most troublesome among them is the tens of millions of mutant mice. The core of the world is a super rat king. Although he only has the power of intermediate silver, he is very cunning and hides in the group of rats. Especially after experiencing several assassinations, he is not showing his face, and it is possible to advance again. At present, 3 creators have failed to challenge, 2 have died. One small world has been counter-slaughtered and plundered, the origin has been plundered, and most of them have been abolished. Recommended challenge level: Tier 2 Small World. Reward: 1.2 billion blue star coins, the resources of the entire rat plague world. Delivery fee: 100,000. Subai motioned her to continue reading. The lowest level tasks here require a second-order world. No wonder no newcomers are coming. If one is not good, the world will be killed, and it will drag me out to kill myself. This is not a virtual projection, but a real sword. Apocalypse Piranha, an advanced D-level mission, a world of crazy plants. 750 kilometers of land are covered with various types of man-eating plants. Whenever you come, you will be attacked. The most important thing is that the vines everywhere on the ground will attack you at any time, opening their mouths to bite you. But in this world, precious herbal liquids are produced with extremely strong active substances, which can be used as raw materials for regenerative medicines. Miss Exine introduced. Manager Fong on the other end also finished the operation. Ding dong! Your last bank card has received 3.1 billion blue star coins. You have been automatically upgraded to a 5-star diamond member. Subai grinned when he heard the voice of the account. It was the second most pleasant sound he had ever heard in his life. The first one is the God Simulator Awakening. Congratulations, Mr. Su, you have become a billionaire in less than a week after awakening. In the white-decorated penguin shop, Manager Fong expressed his heartfelt emotion. Even if he is a local senior manager of a large group, he will never be able to earn this kind of money in his lifetime. When looking at Subai, the other young guys in the store cast envious glances. They are all about the same age. It is because one awakening succeeds and the other fails. Life is so different. Several young girls even blinked their big eyes with beauty contact lenses and took the initiative to entertain them. I just woke up at the time, but many people laughed secretly. Subai put away the phone and smiled. After one trip, I received 3.1 billion, plus a fraction of 1.2 million. A wave of fat. You can choose any luxury you want to go before. Miss Xin, who was on the side, paused slightly and continued to search for the task. Resident Evil, an ordinary D-level mission, was originally the world of a Tier 3 creator of Great Britain. Due to an accidental fall, coupled with the loss of control of the world, an upgradable virus was born and infected with zombies. After several years of cannibalism, the land of Resident Evil has been shortened to 1,200 kilometers. According to the investigation, there are at least 500,000 zombies. Most of them are black iron, and there should be more than 1,000 bronze zombies. Among them, the core of the world is condensed on a zombie tyrant. He devoured all the remaining silver zombies and has evolved to the silver level. According to the calculation of the mother computer, the zombie tyrant recently gave birth to a higher intelligence and began to carry his subordinates to try to rebuild the civilization in the city. It was judged that the danger level was greatly increased. It has been upgraded to an advanced D-rank mission in advance. Among them, the virus is dangerous, the urban terrain is extremely unfriendly, full of traps, and the zombies are cunning. At present, 10 creators have failed to challenge, and what is even more strange is that no one has escaped. All 10 creators have fallen. After swallowing part of the origin of the 10 worlds, the zombie world may be upgraded again in a short period of time, and the information may be outdated. If you return to the third order large circle, the difficulty will increase again. Suggested challenge level: Senior Tier 2 World Masters, preferably Tier 3 World Masters. Mission reward: 2 billion blue star coins. Britain has specially added a bounty of 1 billion. If the zombie virus source body is collected, the guaranteed purchase will be another 2 billion. Delivery fee: 200,000. Huh? Why did so many people die in this mission? Subai sounded a little curious. Seeing that he was interested in Resident Evil, Miss Xian quickly explained. According to computer calculations, a lot of information is outdated, and the zombies may deliberately hide their strength. If the portal was not closed in time, they would not continue to plunder the world's resources in reverse. It may have recovered to a large-scale world of Tier 3, and many forces are very interested in the zombie virus in it. If it is successful, it is very likely to reap more than 5 billion rewards, which is not enough to digest the origin of the world. So many people want to take it. However, I suggest you choose other ones. This zombie world has its own virus, the information is unknown, and it is very dangerous. I think it's good. Subai clicked on the mission details. A projected world map is displayed. Resident Evil itself fell from the Third Order world, so it looks extraordinarily empty. The land is square and reduced to ruins. In the image, 4 cities stand in the 4 corners of the world. The most central one is not in the core of the land, but in a coastal area surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, Raccoon City. In the interlaced light and shadow, a group of ragged, skinny zombies passed by. If the land is still a little zombie-like. The sea that wrapped the land was reduced to a bloody dead sea. Through the image, it seems that the stench, decay, and despair can be smelled. Mr. Su, although I know I shouldn't talk too much. Seeing this task, Manager Fong suddenly said, "The Second Order world can grow to a maximum of 2,000 kilometers. If the entire world's resources are gathered, it can even breed gold." The Resident Evil world reveals weirdness. Many people took over before, but all ended in failure. If you want to practice before the college entrance examination, I suggest you choose another world, so as not to lose the origin of the world. Good intentions, but I'm a little interested in some technology and biotechnology of Resident Evil, which should greatly speed up the development of civilization in my world. That's it. Subai thought for a moment. Or decide it's it. Too weak, not challenging. Manager Fong sighed. Miss Xian persuaded again, but Subai made up his mind. Still got the job. At the same time, on the 10-meter large screen on the first floor. Swipe the message. Notice, apprentice creator Subai has taken over the advanced D-level mission Resident Evil. Originally, this kind of information is not surprising to everyone. The screen will also slide up from time to time, and some people have failed to challenge, and the challenge has been successful. But who made which words so prominent? Apprentice creator. A creator was drinking tea in the hall, and when he saw the news, he said dumbly, "Where is this young boy? He didn't even take the college entrance examination, and he came to take the task before he got the official certification of the Alliance. Are you crazy about money? And it's the famous biochemical crisis? Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Wait, this name is very familiar. I saw it in the newspaper yesterday. He is on the 31st floor. He just sold a silver-level brain magic chip and made a profit. He may really think he is the child of destiny. People, you just can't swell. To escape this time is a victory." Unsurprisingly, this news caused a lot of discussion among the creators in the building. A pale and bloodless young girl with black hair covering most of her cheeks with a shawl just walked in. The surrounding hospitality managers were afraid to approach. The eerie girl looked up at the screen and paused for a few seconds on Subai's name. Also took on a mission. On the 10-meter large screen, another announcement crossed. Notice, Mei Wanqing, the apprentice creator, has taken over the ordinary D-level quest, Lost in the Shadows. Hey, what's the matter today? The 2 trainee world masters who didn't take the college entrance examination also came to challenge. On the big screen, there were 2 consecutive announcements. Alarmed the guests on several floors. One by one, they stuck their heads and watched the excitement. I remember that it seems to be a plane polluted by the shadow world. I don't know how many ghosts are hidden. Among them, the red-clothed female ghost condensed at the core of the world is the most terrifying, scaring the 3 creators to death. Yes, this kind of supernatural world is generally the most difficult to solve. If you don't use enough people to try out the rules of ghosts, you won't even be able to find enemies. Women are not allowed to be men. A girl is so courageous. She is a seed player in number 1 middle school, and the one who awakened is the ghost world. It is said that she was specially recruited by the state and joined the official organization in advance. Someone recognized Mei Wanqing. This kind of special world often has unexpected effects. Being able to make special moves is no exception. There was a lot of discussion in the Genesis building. Su Bai also became curious. Through layers of projection glass, he saw a girl with a gloomy temperament, full of black hair, wearing a black JK suit, and even the surrounding light was dim. Mei Wanqing was also in that chat group, and together with Shi Qianyan, they were called one middle school double flower. But never bubbling. Seems to notice the gaze. Mei Wanqing looked up at him. Went to the second floor, ready to teleport. Mr. Su, you're going to Resident Evil. I suggest going to the 50th floor to buy some antivirus supplies. Miss Xian introduced the business with a smile on her face. All right, please show me the way. Su Bai thought about it and said goodbye to Manager Fong. Follow Miss Xian to go upstairs. The higher you go, the stronger the commercial atmosphere. From time to time, there are creators who come home full of things and come into the store to sell things. There are also people who purchase the materials needed before the mission. Just one glance at Su Bai made him tremble. Temporary blessing scroll, made by the holy priest with painstaking efforts. It can make 1,000 people get the bonus of magic within one day and increase their strength by 20%. The bonus range does not exceed the gold level. Price, 880 million. Holy spring mineral water, treasures collected from A-level spiritual springs, with magical special effects of life and death. Specially prepared for the creator, price, 20 million. 100 years of returning pill. It is made by martial arts masters from the 5th Order High Martial Arts world after 100 years of refining, which can increase the skill for 100 years and permanently improve the attributes of the whole body. There is only one effect. Price, 50 million. Many of these treasures are specially prepared for the creator. The price is more scary than one. In the Plain War, the two worlds collided, and the army under his command confronted each other. When the law of one side of the world declines and the casualties exceed 90%, the world master behind it will be forced to reveal itself. For the hostile world, the world master is also the core of the world. Although it is easy to escape using the power of the world, but in case of a successful kill, that is a world reward. If you want to capture the thief first and the king, the master of the world in another world also wants to kill the god. And if the world lord escaped back again, although his vitality would be severely damaged. But leave the green hills without worrying about no firewood. Therefore, the baby tailor-made for the creator is the most expensive. Under the leadership of Miss Xian, Su Bai looked at the various stores. I thought my 3.1 billion was a sky-high price. Now it seems to the creator. Earn more and spend more. If you want to increase the strength of your subordinates, there are thousands of people. How many supplies are needed? Considering the first problem of Resident Evil, it is the ubiquitous virus. At the suggestion of Miss Xian, Su Bai enters a shop called Evolution House. Welcome. Do you want to buy props for your subordinates, or do you want to buy insurance for yourself? Oncoming is a beautiful woman in a black women's suit and gold wire glasses, who looks like she is in her 20s. This is a branch of the Life Association. The quality is guaranteed, but the price will be slightly more expensive than other individual stores. Miss Xian introduced to Su Bai. The Life Association is one of the top 10 groups in the world, and Su Bai has naturally heard of it. Do you have any tools to prevent the virus here? Of course, it depends on your budget. The manager named Song smiled and introduced several props on the counter. This is a D-level item, a pan-virus vaccine test tube. After use, it can make 1,000 people develop antibodies, which can avoid 99% of the known viruses. The main cost-effective, only 10 million, you can buy a few more pieces. She pointed to one of the milky white fruits, the size of 3 apples. This is a dead fungus fruit from a living planet. It can be melted directly in water or used directly. It can ensure 100 people and prevent viruses below level 3. Price, 100 million. Su Bai listened, speechless. Considering that the family has a big business, I can only buy some cheap ones. After watching for a while, he chose a potion. Immune bloodline medicine, D-level item, configured by the House of Life. It is not to directly resist the virus, but to strengthen certain genes to make oneself stronger and produce antibodies. If you can collect the virus first, you can choose, slowly infect with a small dose, and become completely immune in the end. You don't need any props, and you can resist by yourself. However, in terms of prevention, it depends on the user's own quality, and the effect may not be as obvious as other drugs. Maximum number of users, 2,000 people. Price, 20 million Blue Star coins. The virus of Resident Evil is very violent. If you choose this, you must slowly cultivate antibodies. Are you afraid that you will lose some of your troops? Miss Xian, who knows the details, is a worried reminder. In terms of cost-effectiveness alone, the first pan-virus vaccine is indeed stronger. But Subai made up his mind. Don't be afraid that after many experiments, no special antibody vaccine can be developed. Maybe, if the task is not completed, the cost of vaccines can be paid back just by selling vaccines. Are you going to that Resident Evil? Manager Song's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly explained, the Association of Life is also very interested in the mutant virions of that world. All 3 creators have failed. If you can successfully collect the virus source, we are willing to pay 3 billion to buy it. Isn't this a fight yet? Why are you thinking about this? Subai waved his hand, or give me 5 immunization medicines first, where can I swipe my card? Along the way, Manager Song was still persuading. Subai paid the bill. I saw that 1 billion was gone in the blink of an eye. Don't dare to look any further. Ignoring Manager Song's request, she arrived at the teleportation platform on the 2nd floor under the leadership of Miss Xian. This device is similar to a high-tech elevator. People can step in and enter the world coordinates, and they can travel through it in an instant. There are people around them disappearing and returning. After paying the 200,000 delivery fee, Subai also stood in, enter the Resident Evil world. The upper screen flickered for a while, and blue text was quickly typed out. A mechanical sound rang in his ears. Identity, Trainee World Lord Subai confirmed. Target world, Tier 2 World Resident Evil. Mission details, destroy the commanding zombies of the 4 coastal main courts, and kill the son of the world in Raccoon City, Zombie Tyrant. Please note that the information has not been updated for a long time. The tyrant may have evolved. Subsidiary tasks, collect virus source bodies and investigate corrupt information. Would you like to go? With the voice falling, Subai's figure disappeared in the 2nd floor in an instant. Hey, another one to die. It's a pity that 3 billion yuan, if you are an ordinary person, you can't spend it all your life. Who opened? I don't think either of them will come back. I'm here too. I just woke up, and I thought I was a man of destiny, but I don't know how dangerous it is for the 2 worlds to hedge against each other. Those who have good things actually start gambling. In fact, the 80th floor of the Genesis building is the entertainment casino. The odds of both dying are 1 minute and 0.5 seconds. The odds of only one escaping are 1:1. Both are 1:100 to win. From the odds, you can see the public's pessimistic view of them. Subai left early and didn't see this scene. Otherwise, no matter what you say, you have to press yourself. With a burst of light and shadow staggered, Subai re-enters the 3rd perspective of the creator. It can be seen that the projections of the 2 different worlds are slowly overlapping. The light of the law and order flickered, and the 2 worlds were fighting. He had already sent down an oracle ahead of time to prepare his men. At present, the Tianyuan realm has grown to 320 kilometers, which is not too small if you consider 4 times the seawater. But see the world of Resident Evil. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. At the same time, a mechanical voice continued to sound. In the projection of the world, the wills of the 2 worlds are fighting against each other, fighting for sovereignty. The land area of the zombie world is 1,500 kilometers, and the Tianyuan world is 320 kilometers. Confrontation result, Tianyuanji loses. The will of the world confronts. The Tianyuan world is full of vitality. The origin of the world is young and energetic, and the creator has an overview of the overall situation. In the zombie world, the origin of the world is declining. The laws are chaotic. The master of the world has fallen, and the laws cannot be coordinated to resist the enemy, but there are children of the world. The result of the confrontation: the two worlds are even. Having a master is very different from a world without a master. Subai carefully perceives the confrontation between different laws and has a deep feeling. This is not just a confrontation of size and potential. How many creatures, strong people, etc. are considered comprehensively? According to intelligence, the zombie world is only 1,200 kilometers away. Now it has recovered to 1,500 kilometers, and the intelligence is indeed far behind. In a series of confrontations, a trembling voice sounded again. The competition of the will of the world is over. Confrontation result: zombie world wins. World bonus: home field advantage. All Tianyuan creatures are in the zombie world, and their strength is weakened by 5%. Hey, I still haven't succeeded. As long as I evolve to 500 kilometers, there is still hope for the advancement to level 2. Subai, who was holding a trace of joy, regretted. Or, in the world, any other divine artifact can also take effect at this moment. Home field advantage is too great. Not only can you obtain information on where the enemy is, but you can also weaken the enemy at any time. He was fine this time, only slightly suppressed. If the difference between the two is too great, if you get a big victory, your strength will be weakened to 50%. That's a shit. You should surrender as soon as possible. Subai made up his mind secretly. Don't let him overwhelm you in the future. With the confrontation over, the projection of the two worlds is like twin worlds. The two worlds in the round sky are connected together. The light film barriers of the two worlds are in balance and fusion. A grand, mountain-like teleportation light gate appeared in the middle of the light film. The portal of teleportation has been opened. I wish you good luck. Please note that if the challenge fails and there are too many casualties, you will also be forced to appear. If you do not return in time, you may be caught and strangled by the will of the enemy world. The plane war starts. The last coda sounded. The portal of light also banged open. On the other end of the light film, 6,000 temple dragon knights, 2,000 unicorn beasts, and 1,000 evil eyes, eager to try, roared under the leadership of the leader. The portal of teleportation has been opened. This is our world's first foreign expedition. It's going to be a beautiful fight. Defend the glory of the Creator. According to the Oracle, the enemy is a poison-type world, and it has a lot of technology. Just like guarding against brain demons, be careful of enemy technology attacks. Not just them. Zombie world. In the confrontation between the wills of the two worlds, the situation has changed suddenly, and the atmosphere is depressed. The dark sky indicates an invasion by the enemy. Because of the blessing of human civilization, Subai has the initiative and can attack at any time. And as a fallen plane, no matter how well developed the zombie world is, it is still in the territory of human beings and can only passively wait for the enemy to invade. But that doesn't mean they can only be slaughtered. If you want to kill a pig, the pig will hit you. Not to mention the will of a fallen world. Driven by the will of the world, hundreds of thousands of zombies roared. The flesh-pile zombies that devoured 10 compatriots were summoned by the will of the world and ran to the portal of light. From every corner of the city's high-rise buildings, zombies emerged one after another, forming a corpse tide that rushed to the south. What's more, zombie hounds, zombie crows, and other fauna were also driven away. It is located in the northern coastal city, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, in Raccoon City, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. At one end, a super zombie with a height of more than 10 meters, exploding muscles, bursting blue veins, no skin, and a blood-red body stood on an office building. Seems to have a feeling, looking to the south. There are invaders again. Order all the zombies to form a circle to encircle and suppress. Regardless of the cost. Weak the enemy's strength regardless of the result. Arrange traps. They will definitely come here. You take care not to die. It issues orders to his subordinates. Next to the zombie tyrant, there are actually deformed zombies with huge brains. They are mental mutants. Not only can you use brainwaves to control the zombie army, but you can also contact zombie leaders everywhere at any time. Arrange tactics and command an army of zombies. It can be said that they're the core of zombies. The zombie tyrant would rather die 10,000 ordinary zombies than die a spiritual zombie. And after laying out the command, the zombie tyrant jumped into an underground passage skillfully. He was so experienced that he knew to hide in advance. Raccoon City is also impregnated by his fortified walls, not to mention his sanctuary. At this time, when the portal opened, Subai was a little nervous to open the God simulator. Seeing the data flickering, a text is finally displayed. After scanning, you can start the simulation. Therefore, this simulation includes 2 realms, the area is doubled, and the required creation value, 2,000. After seeing the text that can be simulated, Subai was completely relieved. But seeing the required creation value, his heart beat again in disappointment. Why so many? He simulated it by himself, and it was only 500 at a time. There are only 8,000 left at present. Doesn't it mean that it can only be simulated 4 times? Seeing that his subordinates have already passed through the gate of light, he can see the zombies and birds flying in the sky. Subai took a deep breath. Start the simulation. In an instant, Subai's consciousness saw the familiar words again. The simulation of this plane war begins. Note, this is a special simulation, and there is no talent bonus. Day 1. You use the item Immune Bloodline Medicine X5, which strengthens the immune system of all leaders and 10,000 elites. Under your command, the entire army will attack. The 6,000 dragon knights composed of primitive dinosaurs are invincible, colliding with the scattered zombies driven by the will of the world, and easily crushing them. Under your command, the evil-eyed clan led by the Beholder began to collect viruses and try to inject them into the destruction of the King Dragon and the leader of the dinosaurs. There are thousands of heads in the sky, zombie crows, zombie sparrow groups from all over the world, and a number of bronze high-level zombie eagles. They come and go without a trace. Caused a lot of trouble to the Dragon Knight army. Among the Dragon Knights, someone was infected with the virus, developed fever symptoms, and was injured. The 2,000 unicorn beasts led by Chowpedo Beast responded, and they all received enhanced immunity and a solid shell. The Air Force was wiped out only by accidentally killing a few people. Looking at the tide of corpses coming from all over the world, you know. First of all, we need to find a foothold, configure the virus antibodies, and then plan. Noon on the first day, probing by Chowpedo Beast, destroying the King Dragon and leading the Dragon Knight to hurry on the road, but unexpectedly encountered countless traps. There are deformed flesh tank zombies coming, one by one, and they are not afraid of death. Exchange life for your Dragon Knight. Changer. Subai frowned, wondering why zombies are so difficult to deal with. So much experience. As for the number of people, the zombies win. Swap 100 heads for 1 soldier. It's all Subai's loss of blood. A little worried about the surroundings, Subai checked the outside world. As he simulates his consciousness, time almost comes to a standstill. The 2 armies froze on both sides of the portal of light. Subai felt relieved and continued to read. The Beholder discovers in surprise through observation. Hiding in the army of meat tanks, behind the corpse tide is a mental zombie with a huge head. It quickly determined that this was the leader of the enemy. Through spiritual contact, the Beholder blasted the leader of the enemy army and found that another longer mental wave came from the north. It knew that that was the purpose of his trip, Raccoon City. There is a super zombie with a spiritual master there. Under the suggestion of the Beholder, the Super Pedo Beast specially searches for spiritual zombies in the air. It is extremely fast, and the Super Horn Cannon is indestructible, and it quickly achieved a proud record. After killing 10 spiritual zombies, the corpse tide that blocked you is suddenly much weaker. But before you can breathe a sigh of relief, the corpse tide that was loose has gathered again. More and more zombies are pouring in from all over the world, regardless of life. You know it's the stronger spirit zombies coming from behind. Aware of the principle of capturing the thief first and capturing the king first, you ordered the beholder to sit on the super Bido beast, and the two of them cooperated to find the spiritual zombies hiding in the army. But they are very cunning and sometimes hide among other giant mourning corpses. Afternoon of the first day, in order to speed up the battle, you sent a secret weapon, Baby Godzilla. It has a body of nuclear radiation, and wherever it goes, it is like hell, and many ordinary zombies with weak strength are all melted. Even the spiritual connection of the spirit zombies is affected. The corpse-tied army that was being formed collapsed quickly and was torn apart. You issued an oracle. The whole army went north, first conquered the nearest Antarctic city, and crossed the continent, so that the zombies in the two cities in the east and west have not formed a corpse tide, attack the Arctic city at the fastest speed, and hit the Raccoon City. Superior. With your encouragement, the morale of the whole army is high. Baby Godzilla is powerful and leads the Dragon Knight to attack thousands of miles. In less than an hour, he hit the Antarctic city. On the way, you accidentally discovered that there are many high-level bronze zombie birds attacking the beholder on the Chowpedo beast with a suicide attack. You noticed that behind the zombies there is a very wise strategist zombie, and it noticed that the beholder's vision talent will be their nemesis. Under your order, the Super Pedo beast protected the beholder under the carapace. At the same time you start siege. Antarctic City, as one of the 4 major cities, was painstakingly managed by the creator in the early years, and still retains the grand steel city walls and technology that are only available in the Third Order world. But precise machine guns, shells, and zombies can't use them. We'll only set up simple bomb traps after the death of a few tentative evil eyes. Destroyer Rex led the primitive dinosaurs, erupting flames and destroying bombs on the outskirts of the city. The Dragon Knights began to project dragon spears, one after another, accurately stabbing the zombies into strings. It seems to know that you're extremely explosive, and 5 more heads rushed out of the city, integrating hundreds of zombies, with a chaotic brain, like a super zombie chariot of Roshan in action. They have silver-level bodies, but their heads are not very useful. With 50,000 zombies in the city, he began to fight against the Dragon Knight Legion. During the battle, Chowpedo tried to fly into the city, looking for the commander to hunt and kill, but unexpectedly rushed out a silver junior boss that was half human and half eagle. You named it the Harpy Zombie. She had S*X with Chowpedo. Fight. Destroy King Dragon and other leaders are very sturdy, breaking through a city gate and stepping on Antarctic City. Unexpectedly, a bomb was buried in the city wall. The city lord of the city, even his own people and the enemy bombard the sky together. Your army suffered mass death for the first time. The Destruction King Dragon was seriously injured and dying, and 800 Dragon Knights died. At the same time, zombie birds from afar came to provide assistance to the empty city, and 2,000 unicorns responded. Baby Godzilla got angry, erupted flames, and destroyed city buildings. Under its destruction, the zombie army suffered heavy casualties. A boss that combines machinery and zombies came out to fight. Half of its body was transformed into machinery, and Gatlin was replaced with his left arm, in an attempt to wrap around Baby Godzilla. But Baby Godzilla has a thick skin and a nuclear reactor inside, so he can easily step on the Gatlin zombie without fear of zombie virus. Other Dragon Knights and Evil Eyes attacked the city one after another, looking for spiritual zombies and zombie leaders to kill. No way, after the general situation has gone, the city lord of Antarctica City, with 2 wings and a rotting body, the violent tiger zombies full of blood rushed out and attacked Baby Godzilla together. You are surprised to find that the lord of the city turned out to be a mutant of a tiger. Its venom is extremely powerful, infecting many Dragon Knights. There are also silver intermediate strengths. But the 2 besieged Baby Godzilla, still at a disadvantage. It didn't disappoint me, just in terms of combat power. Baby Godzilla already has half gold combat power. Seeing this, Subai nodded in satisfaction. Everything went according to plan. If you really want to fight, you must first find the spiritual zombies and snipe. The first person to make a contribution was the Super Beast, which ripped apart the Harpy zombies and led his subordinates to form an air defense line and gained air dominance. and focus on strangling the spiritual zombies hiding in the city. Under the special strangulation of the zombies, the evil-eyed clan who acted as think tanks and eyes were killed and injured a lot. Seemingly under some order, a large number of zombie birds used suicide attacks and slammed into the super beast. The beholder shivered and hid deeper. Baby Godzilla stepped on the Gatling zombie and swallowed the violent tiger zombie in one bite. The enemy attempted to blow himself up, only to be incinerated by the nuclear reactor inside it. After 2 hours of expedition, the overall situation of Antarctica City has been decided. The first night, you ordered your subordinates to rest in the Antarctic City and dispatched the Evil Eye to hide in the commanding heights to monitor the movement of the corpse tide in various places. A group of primitive dinosaurs is stationed on patrol on the outskirts of the city. Destroying the Dragon King was still seriously wounded and died. Counting the results, you found that 100,000 troops were wiped out. But the Dragon Knight was killed and wounded more than 1,000. 500 evil eyes were killed in battle, and more than 600 unicorns were killed in battle. This casualty still affected his subordinates. The most important thing is that the zombies are poisonous, which made them intimidated from the beginning. Dinosaur Man and Evil Eye found many civilization technologies in the city that are very effective for them, and found a tiny metal or vein in the city, but it takes a lot of time to extract it. At the same time tonight, the team led by the Beholder prepared a simple virus vaccine. The Evil Eye is injected overnight, and they use their tentacles extremely efficiently, making them natural surgical experts. In less than an hour, all the soldiers have been injected successfully. At the same time, after research on the Beholder, it was found that the potential of this X virus has not yet been fully exploited. It has a great effect on promoting the evolution of the body and developing the brain domain. Many people are infected because of their poor attributes. If you're familiar with the powerful dinosaur leader, you may use this to break through the level. You noticed that 1/5 of the main city in this world was captured by you, and the original world suppression became weaker. 5% of the home court suppression disappeared, and the others regained their strength. For some reason, there is an inexplicable worry in your heart. Thinking that 10 creators have fallen here, you strengthened your vigilance. At the same time, the Chowpedo beast reported to you that, according to its insect premonition, it could sense that a rancid storm was rapidly gathering in the extreme distance, and enemy troops from all over the place were mobilized. The fastest-moving birds are approaching, one after another, trying to interfere with your rest. The Beholder sitting in the Superpedo beast flying to inspect the sky also reported that a huge circle of corpses is slowly forming with the Antarctic City as the center. You make up your mind and order the entire army to attack the entire night and attack Huanglong in the second half of the night, although you want to hide your actions. But after all, the body is too big and the team is too big. In addition, it is monitored by the will of the world at any time, so at night, many zombies also come to attack and interfere. However, under the reminder of the evil eyes, there was no danger. You also found that at night, the strength of the zombies has been increased. An evolution called the Night Demon is causing a lot of trouble for your team. They move swiftly and avoid dragon knights. Specializes in hunting the evil eye. Under your order, all the surviving evil eyes are hiding in the carapace of the unicorn fairy beast, and they are distributed in every corner of the army to notify the information at any time. The enemy did not expect that you were so fast. The two main cities, East and West, were originally intended to gather in the corpse tide of Raccoon City. Under the orders of the tyrant, they had to change their direction and keep coming to you all the time. With a flash of inspiration, you realize that this is a rare fighter. The zombie world itself is not too big. The north and south are separated by up to 1,300 kilometers. Compare the speed of the corpse tide and the giant beasts. You give an oracle. Go straight to the north at the fastest speed, don't be entangled by the enemy on the road, and give up all the spoils and supplies. Your army is no longer disguised and rushes to the north in a mighty manner. The earth shakes, and the corpse tide that was trying to encircle and suppress it is eating exhaust behind you. Although there are many zombies, most of them have poor intelligence. Spiritual zombies can only control a general direction, not micromanipulation. There are at least hundreds of thousands of zombies left behind by you. On the way, you notice that the zombies' actions became more and more aggressive. Several mental zombies did not care to hide, commanding lickers, zombies, and beasts to block them. But Baby Godzilla sometimes uses flame rays himself to open the way, and their actions don't have the expected effect. At 5 o'clock in the morning, after a long journey of 6 hours, you have crossed the continent and saw a city standing in the distance. That is the gateway to Raccoon City, Arctic City. Seeing that a dense army of zombies has been arranged in advance outside the city, there is no chance. You let your subordinates rest and recover. Sure enough, there must be one word: fast. Through these messages, Subai realizes that there are more zombies around the world than 500,000 according to the intelligence. Many of the elite zombies were mutated from the original animals. Zombie birds that cause a lot of trouble for themselves are the best among them. And the Evil Eye family's dazzling performance in this battle also made him shine. Listed as the #1 enemy by zombies, he was killed at 100:1 battle damage. Whether it is the Evil Eye's vision of 1,000 miles, still sensitive to spiritual power. Often in the battlefield, it has an immediate effect, especially when it merges with the old enemies, the unicorns. It is extremely mobile and can help anywhere at any time. Then use the big horn of the air stab and often let the spiritual zombies be attacked and die. At present, most of my cards have been released. Only the Q2 people led by the Lord of the Four Seas in the reserve army and a drop of divine power are left. Being able to kill so many creators is not as simple as it seems. The first trip, if it can be successful, the best. Or try to break through Raccoon City as much as possible and see what strength the zombie tyrant has. Find out as much information as possible, considering it's been so long. There are also examples of zombies devouring the same kind and forcibly evolving. He has reason to believe that the tyrant's body has at least been strengthened to a gold level. But the soldiers under him are not vegetarian. With talent and physicality alone, Baby Godzilla has the confidence to kill him. Soon, the simulated text reappears. After 1 hour of repairing, you applied a magical technique, which consumed 1,500 faith points accumulated so far, healed your subordinates, and eliminated the fatigue of running attacks, and the morale of the army was significantly improved. The first light of dawn arrives, and the beholder is surprised to find that the zombies are illuminated by the light of dawn, suddenly withered, and their morale is weakened. It hurriedly suggested taking the opportunity to sneak attack. You choose to follow the beholder's advice without any delay. Drive Baby Godzilla to charge. The surrounding zombie army is densely surrounded, trying to block it with numbers. There is a field of flames burning around Baby Godzilla, and it is approaching the Arctic City with a few steps. Before waiting for the defenders to react, the dorsal fin lit up, and the mouth breathed out atomic breath. This time, the fire became a little weaker, but it lasted longer. Lasts a full minute. Bombed the bomb traps buried in the periphery of the Arctic City, as well as the large zombies with many fortifications and cannon fodder. Even the zombie birds were burned to death by this breath. Air supremacy was captured by the unicorns. Super Bido Beast with the Beholder rushed into the sky over the city, looking for the commander. The Dragon Knights of the temple shouted victory, and the Fire Dragon Knight directly under Baby Godzilla took the lead and set foot on the road to victory. The big move into Chilai caught the defenders off guard. Coupled with the weakening at dawn, many spiritual zombies are affected, and the controllability is greatly reduced. Wise choice. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Subai wrote it down quietly. The strength of zombies will increase at night, and the dawn of dawn is precious information when zombies are at their weakest. A middle-level silver head, 10 meters high, with a body like a flesh-and-blood Roshan zombie appeared, trying to block Godzilla's footsteps. The unicorn beasts who occupy the air dominance have made great contributions, and they are not afraid of viruses. Under the command of the Evil Eye, he used the horns to sneak attack from the air, stabbed the spiritual zombies and elite zombies, and brought them into the air. Cooperate with each other to tear up their corpses. A silver-level spiritual zombie was discovered by the Beholder, and the Superbido beast attacked and stabbed it, and it was torn apart by giant force in the air. The army of zombies that fell into great defeat began to disperse. But the strange thing is that another air force led by silver-winged zombies came from behind. You judged that it was a powerhouse from Raccoon City, with a strong atmosphere of the world's care. What is even more surprising is that this silver-winged zombie is extremely powerful, not only mutated in spirit, but also able to control thousands of zombies. The toxins in its body are extremely deadly, and it has evolved to the advanced level of silver, which is extremely difficult to deal with. Silver-winged zombies did not aid Roshan zombies and the army. Instead, he led his subordinates to besiege the Chowpedo beast at all costs. I'm really eyeing my military advisor. That Roshan zombie should be the city owner of Arctic City. Is this the reserve army of Raccoon City? Frightened by my air force? Want to kill the evil eye? The uncharacteristic behavior of the zombies made him a little puzzled. Even if they're afraid of spiritual enemies, they are not without them. At least hedging works. And according to the simulated text, no matter where the zombies are, no matter the price. I would rather let other enemies such as Dragon Knights go. Also kill the evil eye. However, the arrival of the new force will not change the outcome of the Arctic City. The biggest advantage of zombies. In terms of numbers, they are far behind. On the battlefield, Baby Godzilla was annoyed by the Roshan zombie, seized the opportunity, and used the dragon claws to clamp the bloody mouth of the Roshan zombie. A mouthful of atomic breath erupted into the body of Roshan Morning. The raging flames exploded in its body, and the silver-winged zombies rushed to help. Unexpectedly, the Baby Godzilla grabbed the body of Roshan zombie and threw it at it. The corpse exploded in the air, and the burning flesh was stained with many zombie birds. Seeing that the overall situation has been settled, the silver-winged zombies led the remaining elites to escape back to Raccoon City. Chowpedo Beast led his men to pursue. But what everyone didn't expect was that the silver-winged zombie suddenly turned around, collided with the super beast, hugged each other, and exploded. The self-destruction of a high-level silver boss made the air suddenly empty. At the same time, the rest of the flying zombies surrounded the past, and thousands of zombies exploded. You're shocked to find that they are mutated explosive zombies. Hidden so deep, just to kill the super beast and the evil eye. F***K. This is a high-grade silver. Super pedo beasts are no more than primary silver. The Beholder didn't even get silver. Are you still cashing in? Looking at the simulated text, Subai couldn't help but swear. Hidden so deep. Just to kill them both. It's not worth it anyway. A single round of strength, that silver-winged zombie, is more than enough to be the Lord of Raccoon City. Isn't the tyrant physically tyrannical? Can he change his form at will? How can he be so sensitive to them? He was very puzzled and continued to watch nervously, for fear of being killed. Being surrounded by endless explosions, the super beast entered the Azura mode, and its combat power skyrocketed in a short period of time, flapping its wings, desperately rushing out of the explosion circle at the cost of life. And throughout the Beholder, and the Beholder was protected by Chowpedo Beast. Not seriously injured. Just when it quickly hid behind, a tyrannical mental wave rushed from behind, blasting the Beholder's head. Evil eyes are headless dragons, their vision and commanding power are greatly weakened. Sudden change. Subai frowned. Although the Beholder has not evolved yet, it has been cultivated a lot. In terms of spiritual power, it has entered the silver level category. The one who can blast it is at least the peak silver of the main attack spirit. Does the tyrant have such a strong mental power? The information is all wrong. In a short period of time, the two elders and generals fell. Made him very angry. The strength of the enemy army, which was completely different from the intelligence, sowed a haze in his heart. It's no wonder that 10 creators have failed, and there's a reason. But no matter. As the gateway to the heart of the world, the key fortress Arctic City has fallen. Just when the army was going to fix it on the spot, Subai took the initiative to initiate a change. After the battle, you took a little inventory of the battle damage and ordered a bronze high-level evil eye to replace the Beholder. After commanding the evil eye, you quickly checked the terrain. The confrontation between the two worlds has reached a fever pitch, and the will of the world is boiling. The fish maw white shines in the distance, and you see Raccoon City surrounded by mountains. The only entrance is at the mouth of the valley in front, where there is a big river blocking the mouth of the valley. In addition to the coast on the back, the only way to land in Raccoon City is the Golden Gate Bridge, which spans a large river and is 1,000 meters long. You are amazed by this terrain. It's an excellent place to defend and difficult to attack. The other side of the bridge is already full of zombies. At the same time, from the east and west sides, hundreds of elite zombies attacked quickly. They're actually the Chainsaw Zombie, the Lord of the East Pole City, and the Komodo Zombie Lizard, the Lord of the West Pole City, led by the elites of the two cities. Driven by the will of the world, he gave up the army of 300,000 and came alone to help the children of the world. The final decisive battle is approaching, and the figure of your creator appears in the army, using the only drop of the remaining divine power of faith to heal the army with all his strength. In an instant, all the fighters who were seriously injured and dying were reborn. Their overall strength was temporarily doubled, and they were immune to mental interference. After attacking the Arctic City, continue to attack the Golden Gate Bridge without stopping. The Golden Gate Bridge was detonated and ruptured, losing its leader, and the extremely angry unicorns almost went crazy, flying towards the opposite side of the bridge one by one. At the same time, elite flying zombies from afar were besieging them one after another. Both sides know that there is no way out, and they will fight at all costs. A batch of self-destructing zombies poured out from Raccoon City, blocked on the broken bridge, and used the explosion to resist the jumping charge of the Dragon Knight. Consider the terrain of Raccoon City, the valleys that must be passed, and there are 100% ambush. You don't want your subordinates to be killed or injured again, so with an order, Baby Godzilla, whose energy and injuries have all recovered as before, leads the pack again. The enemy seems to be aware of its intention, and the advanced zombies led by the Chainsaw Zombies and the Komodo Zombie Lizard Zombies have surrounded them. A full 10 Roshan-shaped zombies formed a human wall on the other side of the river, ready to use self-destruction at any time to block the progress of Baby Godzilla. But what all the enemies didn't expect was that the Baby Godzilla's dorsal fins gave birth to red energy wings, and the huge body of 25 meters actually flew up. It also exhaled and accelerated, passing a gorgeous fiery rainbow in the air, crossing the Golden Gate Broken Bridge, and flying over the valley at a very fast speed. Falling straight into the middle of a Raccoon City covered by steel and protected by a corpse tide. Baby Godzilla uses the ultimate move, Red Lotus Radiation Stream. The whole body flashes red lines, and the dorsal fin, head, and forearms burst into light spots, spraying ultra-high-temperature flame rays. Pretty. Subai couldn't help but praise her baby. Unleash the energy accumulated in the volcano for hundreds of years. The power is probably not worse than that of a small nuclear bomb, right? Penetration is even better. P.S. I'm sorry, I didn't see the repetition of Chapter 53 and Chapter 55. The Chapter 53 has been replaced. Some people who have seen it can clear the cache and refresh it, and then they can see it. The mock text continues. Mabai couldn't wait to look down. In Raccoon City, it is like an asteroid explosion. Infinite light and heat sweep all corners. The net of heaven and earth arranged by the zombies was detonated with a rumble. The explosive zombies in ambush in the valley further away were also penetrated by the heat rays and exploded in advance. With an orange-red lotus rising, a big pit appeared in the middle of Raccoon City, and the high-rise buildings and steel city walls were melted. The densely packed zombies were evaporated and melted. The Temple Dragon Knights outside the city have already been instructed to take the opportunity to cross the Golden Gate Broken Bridge, cross the collapsed valley, and enter the Raccoon City. In the center of the explosion, there is only a huge monster with blue smoke all over its body. Baby Godzilla was heavily consumed and was breathing heavily. Seeing this, several Roshan zombies and elite zombies who had not yet completely died surrounded it, trying to push it down. The falling of the dragon is not something that ants can bully. After releasing the ultimate move, baby Godzilla is covered with zombies. His body suddenly erupted with ultra-high temperature steam, and the body's surface temperature reached 100,000 degrees Celsius. With the addition of steam, the zombies all over his body were directly evaporated out of the airflow. The periphery of Raccoon City was all lost, and the army of Dragon Knights charged in the city to support baby Godzilla. A half-collapsed office building in the city rumbled underground, a muscle exploded, and a huge, blood-red, pale corpse rose into the sky to meet baby Godzilla. You know, it is the zombie tyrant. On its body, the atmosphere of the world's care is very heavy. Its back muscles squirmed, and it actually grew a pair of 15 meters long, like black wings made of black gold. At the same time, its head changed into a tiger head, and the claws and nails on both arms became extremely sharp, more than 1 meter long. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a terrifying monster more than 10 meters high, combining the advantages of natural animals. The leader of the 3 generations of dinosaurs ordered the Dragon Knight to project the Dragon Spear. The remaining Evil Eyes jointly launched a spiritual shock, and the unicorn beasts were not afraid of death, and they rushed up. Unexpectedly, it was easily avoided by the amazing flying speed and steering of the zombie tyrant. It has reached the speed of Mach 10. At the critical moment, the trimmed baby Godzilla also spreads his energy wings and fights with the zombie tyrant. After some battles, as you expected, the zombie tyrant's body has evolved to the gold level, but to your surprise, his soul and comprehension have not yet reached the gold level, let alone the ability to blast the beholder's head. But the zombie tyrant, the mutated king of viruses, can allow him to simulate the parts of all animals in nature. That is to say, it combines the advantages of all animals. During the battle with baby Godzilla, his body even condensed crystal armor and a diamond blade, and he has successfully condensed the hardest diamond material in nature. The zombie tyrant is extremely intelligent and proudly said that this is a brand new black light virus, and he is a perfect creature. The perfect creature was grabbed by baby Godzilla's thigh and beaten like a sandbag. See this. Subai didn't laugh. Judging from the current information, the zombie tyrant may already have the potential of the holy bloodline. If the black light virus is developed to the limit, it may not be able to reach the realm of the epic bloodline. At that time, as long as you grow up step by step, you can become an epic zombie, which is no trivial matter. But my baby Godzilla has even more amazing potential, and there are even planetary Godzilla and God Godzilla in the later stage. 39. For other people, the tyrant's diamond armor is indeed difficult to deal with, but Godzilla can breathe out a hot breath. The temperature can even reach 500,000 degrees, and it can easily burn its armor, and even the brains will evaporate for you. It's settled. He was relieved. At the same time, decided to release the last hole card. When the decisive battle was in full swing, the river surface of the broken bridge in G-Men was boiling. 5,000 fully armed Kutu with steel forks came ashore. The reinforcements outside Raccoon City were cut off, and the defenders in the city made dumplings. 55. Evolved to the intermediate level of silver, the Lord of the Four Seas with a body of 200 meters, burst out in the water at a speed that was extremely unsuitable for his size. The flexible tentacles entangle the perfect creature, the zombie tyrant with lightning speed. The zombie tyrant is shocked and angry. The whole body diamond armor mutates into sharp blades and spikes. But he was horrified to find that the tentacles were not cut off, but bleed. The terrifying giant strangulation on the tentacles caused the zombie tyrant's body to crack. At the same time, baby Godzilla, whose dorsal fin flashed strangely red again, came over. The zombie tyrant, who had a premonition of the next fate, struggled desperately, and even tried to infect the Lord of the Four Seas with a virus, using his spirit to attack its brain. But I never thought that a self-defeating spirit would give the tyrant a splitting headache. The Lord of the Four Seas lifted the entangled zombie tyrant high into the sky, and at the same time, baby Godzilla skillfully released a super-high-temperature atomic breath from his mouth. The temperature reaches 1,000,000 degrees and lasts for a full 3 minutes. From the inside to the outside, burn the tyrant to a pool of ashes. A golden zombie brain core and a pool of colorful liquid burst out from the tyrant's ashes, squirming like life. The form is between liquid and solid, between dead and living things. The Lord of the Four Seas carefully picked it up and found its name, Black Light Virus Origin. It tried to invade the main body of the Four Seas and found a host again, but was trapped by the Master of the Four Seas who had prepared in advance and spit out a bubble. Dinosaurs in the audience shouted victory, and all the zombies who were stubbornly resisted collapsed. When you appeared in the air, praising the fearlessness of the warriors. The backside of Raccoon City, the coastal port, the waves of 10,000 meters are coming. Half of the city has been submerged. A rotting body, covered with barnacles, and a 1,000-meter-long black shadow attacked like a natural disaster, biting at the unprepared Lord of the Four Seas, taking advantage of his weight, and pressing against baby Godzilla. Unpredictable, the tentacles of the Lord of the Four Seas broke, struggling in the body of the behemoth. The half-dead baby Godzilla was crushed, and his breath was misfiring. This turned out to be a corpse that reached the intermediate level of gold, with a body size of 1 kilometer long and a weight of 1 million tons. You are horrified to discover that the reason why the entire zombie world's ocean has turned into a sea of blood, there is no sea creature, is to gather strength on it. Destroy the Four Seas and create a fish. The rancid mucus on the corpse Kuin is highly poisonous, and baby Godzilla's body is corroded. The Master of the Four Seas struggling in its mouth is getting smaller and smaller, and the Master of the Four Seas will not attack the humiliated Master of the Four Seas to launch the final blow. A 500-meter-long blood-colored tentacle smashed part of the corpse Kuin's brain and drilled out of its nostril. The Lord of the Four Seas died in battle. The bloody words made Su Bai's heart skip a beat. Companion was killed, he was crushed to the bone, and the baby Godzilla, who was unable to resist, fell into an unprecedented rage. The nuclear reactor fryer in the body, flashing red patterns all over the body, turned into a red lotus Godzilla, burning down the flesh and blood of the corpse that suppressed him, and erupted atomic breath to fight with it. Godzilla, the baby on the road of self-destruction, erupted with flames regardless of the cost, like a burning torch, rushing straight into the body of the corpse Kuin, killing its insides, burning its muscles, internal organs, and brain. The corpse Kuin rolled over in Raccoon City in extreme pain, crushing tens of thousands of zombies, dragon knights, and others. A steel city was reduced to ruins. When the scene was quiet, Ben's huge and sturdy corpse was extremely dry and flat, burning pus shot out from the body, and its brain was evaporated by the flames. The baby Godzilla in it ignited spontaneously and turned into a raging flame with the corpse, killing the city. Your subordinates suffered extremely heavy casualties, several leaders, only the 3-generation dinosaur leader under the command, and 5 interstellar dinosaurs are still alive. They cleaned up the mess and gathered up the still tragic subordinates, and counted the number of people. There are only 800 primitive dinosaurs and dragon knights left. The evil eye was specially sniped, and only 200 died. The unicorn fairy beast avenged the leader because of his rage, and only a few were still alive, almost extinct. Just as they fell into sorrow, from the depths of the port, an inconspicuous blonde girl flew out. She raised her hand and blasted the remaining dinosaur leader and others with her telekinetic power, and directed the zombies from all over the world to form a corpse tide to encircle them. The third day, zombies from all over the country formed a tide of 500,000 corpses, belatedly gathered in Raccoon City, and strangled the remaining dinosaurs at any cost. All of your subordinates were killed, and the zombies formed a corpse tide to invade the Tianuan realm in reverse. You were forced to show up, and you were weakened to the extreme in the creator mode. You didn't even have silver-level combat power, and the blonde girl exploded her head and died. Before dying, you saw the essence of the world converge on her and knew her name, Alice. This simulation is over. Comprehensive evaluation, D-level. Summary, die so miserably, too arrogant. Superstitious in intelligence, but do not know that reality and intelligence are vastly different. The information you know is deliberately leaked by the enemy. Careless, there is no flash. Young people do not talk about martial arts. Please do it yourself and reflect on it. F***KU. After reading it all, Subai couldn't help but swear. Is this something a human can do? Intelligent scammers. The Creation Center is also a lie. Isn't it good that the child of the world is a tyrant? From the bottom of the sea, a super corpse Kuin that was as big as a golden mid-level jumped out. Afraid that the strength of a single round is comparable to high-level gold, right? Still able to hide. When all the companions are dead, then sneak attack. The golden corpse Kuin doesn't talk about martial arts, come to deceive. Come sneak attack, my silver-level baby. Is this good? This is not good. What frustrates him even more is that, under the explosive performance of Baby Godzilla and the Lord of the Four Seas, he died with the corpse Kuin. The true child of the world, Alice, appeared. She is the mastermind who has been hiding behind the back of the port behind Raccoon City. A lot of unintelligible information before, at the moment she appeared. Subai suddenly realized. Said, how could a high-level silver-winged zombie and a flying type of silver-winged zombie pull the super beast to explode? Without the protection of Super Pedo Beast, the moment the beholder appeared, it was bombarded by Alice's mind power. On the way, she killed the evil eye and the beholder at all costs. She was afraid that she would be discovered in Raccoon City and the beholder would notice her existence. Hidden too deep, heart is too dark. For a moment, he was full of emotion. No wonder there are 10 creators, smashing their halberds and sinking into the sand. Forget it, the army of zombies with far more intelligence. Just be the creators, no matter the cost. Catch the thief first and catch the king after killing the zombie tyrant. What awaits them will be a corpse Kuin that condenses the essence of creatures from all over the world. Who can stand this? Behind the corpse, there is Alice who likes sneak attacks. She is the source of the X-Virus and the pinnacle of spiritual zombies. Subai was convinced. Alice is already a gold-level zombie, but I don't know if it is a beginner or an intermediate. Considering that she was too late to show up. Shouldn't be able to beat Baby Godzilla and Lord of the Four Seas. And the spiritual system is the most difficult to upgrade. Most likely it's just a gold primary. If so, there are 3 real golden powerhouses in the zombie world. Perfect Creature Zombie Tyrant, Kilometer Corpse Kuin, Alice, Son of the World. Among them, the single-round combat power. Naturally, the corpse Kuin is the strongest. It's comparable to high-end gold. But the real master is Alice. Her luck is very terrifying, and she is worthy of the world's favorite boy. Subai even suspected. The evolution of the corpse Kuin, the birth of the zombie tyrant, and the smoke bomb were all caused by her. Quietly frowning, Subai calculated the gain and loss of this game. After the simulation, Genesis drops to a pitiful 6,000 points. In other words, there are only 3 chances left. Not only do you have to win, but you have to win beautifully. Otherwise, just like this time, all the soldiers under him would be dead. There are only 3 melons and 2 dates left, which is also a loss to my grandma's house. In a few days, it will be the college entrance examination. Do you rely on a few dinosaurs to take the national exam? The picture is too beautiful to imagine. Alice. Subai said this name in his mouth. Suddenly it felt a little familiar. When I was in the creation building, I checked the mission details and saw this name. 35. His eyes suddenly lit up. She is the creator of the zombie world, the Third Order World Master, and the single daughter of Count William. Died unexpectedly at an early age. Earl William, who loved his daughter, froze her body in an attempt to find a way to resurrect her later. Is this a coincidence? Should not be. Then Alice's strong blessing from the world is reasonable. Because the blood of the World Lord flows through her. Has extremely high world authority. True child of the world. It is no wonder that the corpse Kuin, the tyrant, the silver-winged zombies who died, and others, are so obedient. However, knowing the boss's footsteps will not solve the current predicament. Because it is a war simulation, there is no extraction item. The biggest advantage is that the subordinates have a lot of memory and understand the intelligence of the zombies. Even as long as the beholder is given a zombie, it can configure the zombie vaccine at the fastest speed. After the simulation is over, time has resumed its flow. Kill. What a big world. Bring back land, metal, everything that can be brought back. Several times bigger than the Tianyuan realm. Can those enemies be eaten? The teleportation light gate below. The army of dragon knights and unicorn beasts are boiling with enthusiasm, holding their dragon spears high. Baby Godzilla, beholders, and Super Pedos haven't died yet. Praying with hope, full of fighting spirit in his eyes. And in the simulation just now, all right, they all died. Horrible. Think carefully for a moment. Subai's mind flashed one after another thought. Was a little hesitant. Before, I let the Lord of the Four Seas sneak on the sea road from the beginning, and I didn't even notice that the corpse Kuin is such a super big man. Is it a harbor hidden behind Raccoon City? My darling, if someone wants to steal chickens, avoid land and the Golden Gate Bridge, and attack from the sea, I can hardly imagine that picture. 5. He was speechless in his heart. 100% sure, there must be a creator who found this loophole. Attack from the direction of the port. But what awaits them is a mouthful of blood. It is estimated that more than one creator is planted on this. If there is no emulator, I can't guess that there is such a big one hidden. Actually, if you think about it carefully, people and animals on land are infected and become zombies. 99. There's no reason why a bigger, wider ocean doesn't give birth to zombies. The lifeless sea of blood is weird in itself. 99. Why didn't I notice the difference? The more he thought about it, the more wrong it was. Also marching in the ocean, the Lord of the Four Seas, who also has a wisp of ocean authority. Why didn't you notice the existence of the corpse Kuin? Did you know that there may be enemies in the sea? Blind spots. Blind spots that are deliberately ignored. Subai looked solemn. Looking up at the sky, I already had the answer in my heart. Being in another world subtly affected his judgment. The invisible advantage of the home field is too great. However, the ocean is also Alice's most proud ambush. What if I do the opposite? It happened to be the same as she expected, the route of taking the sea? Alice should not have known about the existence of the Lord of the Four Seas before. After all, the Lord of the Four Seas is not a vegetarian. After careful deduction of the plan several times, make sure nothing goes wrong. Subai opened the simulator number again. Without hesitation. Mock again. Again, the familiar words appeared in front of my eyes. The simulation of this plane war begins. Note, this is a special simulation, and there is no talent bonus. Day 1. You use the item Immune Bloodline Medicine X5 to strengthen the immune system of your subordinates. At the same time, the beholder, who had already prepared, led his subordinates and tied a zombie as a specimen. Zombie vaccines were produced on the spot, and 2,000 evil eyes were led to vaccinate the soldiers. All soldiers get zombie resistance morale soars. Under your command, destroy the King Dragon and the 3 generations of dinosaurs to attack the Antarctic city with great fanfare. You ordered the 2 prominent Baby Godzilla to be the leader. Attract the enemy's attention as much as possible, arouse the corpse tide and the will of the world. And secretly ordered the super beasts and demons to escape into the Sea of Blood and join with the secret master of the Four Seas, the Kotao fish. The enemy did not notice your strangeness, and driven by the will of the world, the surrounding zombies gathered around. But the action is slow, plus your main army is all vaccinated. There is no worries later. Faster. Baby Godzilla led the dinosaurs to attack the Antarctic city, this time with precautions in advance. Baby Godzilla took a breath and detonated a bomb ambush outside the city walls and burned the Harpy zombies to death. Your strength makes Antarctica city shake. The action was too fast. The reinforcements from all over the place had not arrived yet, but the city wall had been shattered. No way. The Gatling zombies and the Tiger zombies rushed out to compete with you. No results. The Baby Godzilla, who is familiar with their methods, killed the 2 zombie leaders effortlessly. The Antarctic city was captured, and the world's suppression dissipated. It's so quick this time. I asked Baby Godzilla to do some big action, and he did such a great job. Subai exclaimed. Didn't arrive for half a day. A major city was captured. The enemy did not expect them to move so fast. The advantage in the number of zombies has been abolished by more than half. Actually, the purification mission is not the only way to kill the son of the world. If the strength is enough, the time is enough. It can also continuously weaken the enemy's living strength and weaken the power of the world to the extreme. If conditions permit, Subai can ask Baby Godzilla to unplug all 4 main cities and attack Raccoon City. However, that was not what he intended for this simulation. Under your secret instructions, Baby Godzilla pretends to covet treasures in the city, digs metals and various resources, and confuses the surveillance flying zombies and spiritual zombies. Some of the evil eyes accidentally discovered that many zombies have crystal nuclei in their heads. In particular, the explosion of spiritual zombies and zombie leaders is the most special. They sensed that there was a mysterious power in it, but they didn't know how to use it. From time to time, the evil eye accidentally detonated the crystal nucleus and killed himself. Not in a hurry to hurry, idle is idle. Some evil eyes have researched nuclei. Last time, I was in a hurry and neglected a lot of things. Subai read this line of text. 223 still remember when he killed the tyrant before. There are also very distinct brain nuclei. But the focus of this simulation is not on them. This is the feint. Noon on the first day, Chowpedo, Beholder, Lord of the Four Seas, led 5,000 Quatu people to have crossed 2/3 of the sea. In the dark, Beholders have better vision. Mines placed in the sea were discovered several times. Although it looks like it was arranged a long time ago, the Beholder judged that it was rearranged by the zombies after their fall. Around 3 p.m., the Marine Squadron has arrived at the Golden Gate Bridge. The Lord of the Four Seas, who was prepared in advance, carefully took the Beholder and peeped at the port of Raccoon City in the deep sea. As expected, there is an extremely terrifying corpse hidden in the deep water port. In order to prevent the snake from hitting the grass, the Lord of the Four Seas quietly retreated. The Beholder is vigilant and prays to you, feeling that the real son of the world in the dark should be vigilant. You decide to act in advance and issue an oracle to the main army. Charge to the north with all your strength. The louder the noise, the better. Baby Godzilla exposed his flight ability in advance, led 2,000 unicorns and evil eyes, separated from the large army, and flew to the Arctic City at high speed. The ground troops left behind, led by the King of Dinosaurs and Destroyer King Dragon, lead the corpse tied on both sides of the east and west. The zombies did not expect that you are divided into 2 groups. The corpse tide that originally gathered could only be left behind. Chainsaw zombies and Komodo zombie lizards led the elites of the 2 cities to besiege in the hinterland of the land. Then Baby Godzilla didn't want to fight at all and flew to the North Pole City in the fastest time. The strongest zombie air force, led by the Silver Wing zombies, was forced to leave the city ahead of time to meet them. You have shot. Exercise the only drop of divine power left, and apply divine magic to all the Navy, the Lord of the Four Seas, the Super Beast, the Beholder, and Baby Godzilla. The exhaustion of running for thousands of miles disappeared, and the energy was completely restored. In a short period of time, the strength is doubled, and it is greatly immune to mental attacks. At the moment of exposure, the Lord of the Four Seas has attacked the corpse Kuin in the deep water port. It borrows its tentacles to firmly entangle the corpse Kuin's head, seal its mouth and nose, and prevent it from opening its mouth. The corpse Kuin is furious. It caused a stormy sea in the port, but it did not have much strength to open its mouth. He could only tumble ashore in pain and crush the fortifications of Raccoon City. At the same time, a large number of Kotu fish disembarked from the port, and some drilled into the body of the corpse to destroy it. Some open inner city gates. Super Pitamin exerted tremendous force and destroyed the Golden Gate Bridge. As a result, Arctic City and Raccoon City cannot support each other, and a large number of zombie cannon fodder are trapped in Arctic City, unable to support Raccoon City for a short time. The zombie tyrant in rage burst out and changed into the second form. His whole body was like a diamond armor, and his arms grew diamond blades and claws. With a single wave, he killed hundreds of Kutu people. Superbido beasts are happy to see the heart of the hunter, and they display the form of Azura to fight the zombie tyrant. This time, it's finally not as suffocating as it was dead. 35. It's all over, you haven't shown up yet? This wave started a lot better. It took only a few thousand dragoons to hold back hundreds of thousands of corpses. The Air Force, led by Baby Godzilla, mobilized the strongest elite troops in the East and West cities and Raccoon City. It's worth it to keep them busy. But among them, there is also an extremely difficult guy. Subai thought of the silver-winged zombie. At that time, in order to force out the beholder, Alice just used her as a bomb. In terms of its combat power and maneuverability alone, it is much more threatening than the city lords of the four cities. Sure enough, the simulations followed. The silver-winged zombies are also very different from the previous results. Baby Godzilla is harassed by silver-winged zombies. It is annoying this little guy. Under your command, Baby Godzilla spit flames in the opposite direction, used himself as a rocket, and launched it towards the north. Such a surprising way of flying, I was dumbfounded by the silver-winged zombies. She ignored the other air forces and hurriedly chased after them. Your 4,000 Air Force is rushing to the Arctic City for assistance. Baby Godzilla fell precisely to the broken bridge of Golden Gate, setting off a big wave and drowning thousands of zombies on the shore. It breathes fire nonstop and joins the battle for the pinnacle of Raccoon City. Baby Godzilla's atomic breath is extremely restrained on the corpse Kuin. With its help, the corpse Kuin burns like a volcano, and its vitality is extremely attenuated. The anxious zombie tyrant showed a strange third form, blood-red distortion and blue veins entangled together. Born to fight, completely irrational. The soon-to-be-killed Super Pedo Beast activates his talent and is excited by the new form of the tyrant. Evolved to the intermediate level of Silver and comprehended the true Azura mode, evolved into a humanoid form with a blue-green, towering horns in the world of One Punch. Both of them fought bloody battles and perished together. The strongest enemy, Corpse Kuin, was defeated by the Lord of the Four Seas and the Baby Godzilla, and the shameless Lord of the Four Seas sucked his huge brain. And from the Corpse Kuin's brain, he found a 10-meter-long ultimate gold crystal nucleus. It perceives that this crystal nucleus contains a hint of ocean authority, and its majestic energy can even allow it to evolve to the gold level. The Lord of the Four Seas hugged the Corpse Kuin crystal nucleus and devoured it on the spot. At this time, the beholder who has been searching found Alice hiding in the dark. Alice is shocked and reprimands you for not telling the routine with a shocked face. You have noticed that her mental attack has a weak effect on the Lord of the Four Seas and Baby Godzilla. The talents of these two naturally restrain her. Alice can only use telekinesis to summon the rocket launchers and machine gun shells buried deep in the city. At the same time, the silver-winged zombies also came to help and take Alice and run away quickly. Just as Baby Godzilla was smugly chasing after them and wanted to trample them to death, the ultimate explosion occurred in the back. The large crystal nucleus of Corpse Kuin was detonated by Alice. The entire Raccoon City was razed to the ground. Thousands of Kotao fish and tens of thousands of elite zombies were all killed. The Lord of the Four Seas, who was at the center of the explosion, was smashed to pieces and stunned. Hey, you say this. 55. It was a good situation, but it was gone in a blink of an eye. Subai was a little helpless. I'm in a hurry to eat. Since that Corpse Kuin is Alice's pet, isn't it reasonable that there is a self-destruction program hidden in its body? He suddenly thought. Does the nucleus of other zombies, such as tyrants and silver-winged zombies, also have this hidden danger? Indeed, but this still doesn't change the outcome of the defeat. Subai continued to watch. Let Alice do whatever she wants. Using a Raccoon City to bury the Lord of the Four Seas and his family will not change the result. Baby Godzilla is not dead. It's a hexagonal almighty monster. Baby Godzilla with a cool dorsal fin was hit by the explosion and was slightly dizzy for a while. After reacting, he looked around in anger, trying to find the culprit. The undead beholder sneaked out, climbed onto Baby Godzilla's shoulder, and pointed the way for it. The silver-winged zombie took Alice and flew into the mountains surrounding Raccoon City. It's not dead yet. Unexpectedly, The one who survived to the end was the beholder with the weakest body. Maybe the last time he died was too bad. Be extremely careful this time. It's no wonder, however, that Alice wants to eradicate the beholder at all costs. Have it there. Alice wanted to hide, but she couldn't. Stable, stable. This is stable. The simulation is over. Subai breathed a sigh of relief. Although the loss is enormous, at least the overall situation has been settled. No matter how cunning Alice is, she still cannot escape his woozishin. Under the guidance of the beholder, Godzilla flew into the mountains. Fearing that the enemy will again display conspiracy and tricks, it flies and breathes fire. The entire mountain range was lit up with raging flames. It was like a beast that destroyed the world. Soon, I saw them in the center of the mountain range. The beholder has sharp eyes and sees a strange, gray, bloated bomb marked with a black three-leaf mark. Baby Godzilla was triumphant in the air, preparing to breathe out a handful of atoms and spray them to death. Alice smiled sweetly in the direction of your invisibility, revealing her cute little tiger teeth. Then he waved his little hand goodbye and detonated the bomb beside him. Boom! Nuclear explosion. A splendid orange mushroom cloud evaporated baby Godzilla, beholder, silver-winged zombies, and Alice. The mountain range was leveled, and the shock wave directly covered the two surrounding cities. Raccoon City still hasn't escaped its doomed nuclear explosion. Hundreds of thousands of zombies, all your subordinates here have turned into fly ashes. Nuclear radiation has been spreading to other cities. The Kotao fish people are all destroyed, the Evil Eye family is all wiped out, and the unicorn fairy beasts are all wiped out. The 6,000 dragon knights of the Faint Army became the biggest winners, and they cleaned up the mess under the leadership of the Destruction King Dragon and the King of Dinosaurs. You win. The Resident Evil crisis is lifted, and the world's luck in this side declines. This simulation is over. Comprehensive evaluation, C-. Summary. Lost Ma, more than 80% of the combat power is completely destroyed. But in any case, it was a tragic victory, and it was able to devour the source of one world, at least not at a loss. F***K. Why is there a nuclear bomb hidden? Is this something that children can play with? Is this what a Tier 2 world should have? Is this the danger of a D-class mission? 39. When seeing the final nuclear explosion, Subai's mind was full of question marks. Seeing the victory in a blink of an eye. Lost. Can't stop. Are you having such a good time, Earl William? A Tier 3 small world hides a large nuclear bomb. Don't worry about setting yourself on fire. Blow yourself up. Speaking of which, is it appropriate to give it to my daughter as a gift? From the power of the description. The yield of this nuclear bomb is not a small amount, and the nuclear radiation can affect the entire land. He was completely unexpected. This is the first time I took the task, and I gave myself such a big surprise. Sure enough, no fallen world is simple. As for the information given by the Creation Guild, it can't be said that it is completely the opposite, it can only be said that it is very deceptive. Where did Earl William get it? According to the intelligence, it should be difficult to extract uranium and related experiments in Raccoon City. Subai guessed. The previous World Master may have used his identity to secretly obtain nuclear bomb technology and key materials from Great Britain. Assembled in a small world. Then I don't know why. Earl William fell and the nuclear bomb was gone. If so, everything is reasonable. Great Britain may have sensed that something was different and therefore offered a high price to the creator. Several teams were also formed to conquer, but they clearly underestimated its difficulty. The priority now is not only to win, but also to prevent Alice from jumping off the wall, detonating a nuclear bomb, and perishing together. He figured out the game. Genesis has dropped to a dangerous 4,000. There are only 2 chances left. Every time is extremely important. If you want to be careful with nuclear bombs, you can arrange an ambush in advance and sneak into the mountains. Added to the fact that the Faints were attacking with great fanfare on the bright side. She should not have noticed the small movements. But the problem is that there are 3 gold-level experts in Raccoon City. Even if the hard power collides, even if they can win, it will be a tragic victory. This is also thanks to the first simulation. Know where and how to hide bosses. Otherwise, it's a fair fight. Subai's side loses more and wins less. However, mastering the initiative on the battlefield has great advantages. The last round was attacked by a corpse Kuin. It was enough to exchange for the Lord of the Four Seas and Baby Godzilla before they both perished. This time, the Lord of the Four Seas sealed the corpse Kuin's mouth and nose. If it can't use 1/10 of its abilities, it almost knocks it over by one person. It is also fortunate that the Lord of the Four Seas has a talent for spiritual babbling, and Baby Godzilla has its own nuclear radiation field. They're all naturally immune to spirit and charm. 99. Alice could only kill them both by tickling her mind. But if you lose the two of them, there is no restraint. I am afraid that Alice will also show her shining side and kill the quartet, showing the power of a gold-level spiritual zombie. Think of this. Subai suddenly felt fortunate, and his subordinates restrained her. The second simulation. The general idea is correct. Don't get caught up in the enemy's rhythm. With 6,000 dragoons, he mobilized at least 500,000 zombies. In the end, the real winner or loser. It is also a competition of high-level combat power between the two sides. Even if you follow the same plan and simulate again, even if you grab the nuclear bomb in advance and hide it, in the end, there is no way out of the tragic ending. After all, the comparison of the hard power between the two sides is here. Even if the soldiers under my command are not afraid of death, they will not be able to stop the self-destruction of zombies. Subai thought hard about how to break the game. Not just to win. Beautiful to win. Otherwise it is a loser. I simulated it just now, and the Super Pitamin seems to have evolved into the Silver Intermediate True Ashura mode. Doesn't that mean? Suddenly, Subai's eyes lit up. A key point that was overlooked before came to mind. At the same time, he looked down. The super beast in the crowd has indeed become much stronger, and the bright red armor faintly reflects the purple light luster. Its realm seems to have evolved to Silver Intermediate. The experience and level after the simulation is still retained. Being trapped in the lack of origin in the Tianyuan realm restricts the evolution of many subordinates. 35. But now it's another world. I'm afraid the zombie world is 3 times bigger than mine in a single round of origin. 39. There's no reason not to pluck its wool. Just a second. Subai's brain flashed with lightning. Many thoughts flashed through. Massive information for 2 simulations. One by one flashed in my mind. The brain core, the energy core of zombies, the attempts of evil eyes, the ultimate golden crystal core in the body of the corpse Kuin, the master of the 4 seas who is blown up. A summary of all relevant information. Subai's light flashed. We must fight to support the war. The decapitation operation itself is correct. Ordinary zombie ants will kill more elephants. As long as the elite zombies under the command are hunted, they will not be a big problem. Without further ado, after determining the plan in my mind again, Subai started the 3rd simulation. Day 1. Use item immunity medicine X5. The beholder vaccinates all warriors. Under your oracle, Baby Godzilla and Chowpedo Beast led the strongest leaders to hunt down mental zombies with extreme speed and give priority to beholders for research and use. When Baby Godzilla attacked the Antarctic city and killed the 3 leaders of the Tiger Zombie, the Gatlin Zombie, and the Harpy Zombie, Evil Eyes, led by the Beholder, have researched how to use the tentacles to carefully absorb the crystal nucleus. Among them, the spiritual core has a very strong effect on the Beholder, and the Beholder has officially evolved to the silver level. The talent of the heavens and the world takes effect. The Beholder transforms into the Beholder Elder, the Eye of the Elder. The spiritual power is increased tenfold, and the spellcasting and charm abilities are unlocked. And, because of the responsibility of the Tianyuan divine sex sacrifice, he can initially perceive the belief value and, under your instigation, learn to perform magic, heal, and assist others. Elder Beholder's strength has improved greatly, and the efficiency of using Brain Core is getting higher and higher, and he has cultivated 10 Beholders of the Peak of Bronze. With the help of many evolved evil eyes, the spiritual zombies in the battlefield have no way to hide. Elder Beholder, He found out at a glance that he is a silver junior spiritual zombie who is in charge of the overall situation of Antarctica City. Under the firepower of Baby Godzilla, in less than half an hour, several leaders such as the Tiger Zombie, the Gatling Zombie, and the Harpy Zombie were all killed, and their brain cores were dug out. Other spiritual zombies hiding in the corpse tide were accurately discovered by 10 beholders, and they destroyed the King Dragon and the King of Dinosaurs. Not long after, the 100,000 zombies in Antarctica City and tens of thousands of zombies from all over the country. The dragons are headless, and they can no longer threaten you. The will of the zombie world feels a fatal threat and is very anxious. The manipulator behind the zombies was also shocked, anxiously instructing the zombie leaders everywhere to protect themselves. In the Antarctic City, you need to make some repairs. According to the research of the Beholder Elders, zombie brain cores also have different properties. Only by swallowing the closest attributes can it help itself evolve, otherwise the attributes will collide and blow up and die. The brain core of the violent tiger zombie was assigned to destroy the king dragon, and the brain core of the harpy was eaten by the super beast. Gatling's zombie brain core was handed to the king of dinosaurs. Among them, the Beholder Elder accidentally discovered that Baby Godzilla had a nuclear reactor in his body. No matter what kind of brain nuclei can be taken, after scavenging thousands of brain nuclei of different grades hidden in the whole city, they are all swallowed by Baby Godzilla. After an hour, everyone who digested the details of the whole city has made great progress. Baby Godzilla grew to 60 meters, evolved into a silver intermediate, and was affected by the zombie virus and turned into a zombie Godzilla. The erupted breath turns poisonous green, not only flammable, but also highly corrosive. Once it is contaminated, it will be like a gangrene attached to the bones, and it will not end until it burns to ashes. It is 10,000 times stronger than white phosphorus bombs. Zombie Godzilla stands on the ground. Destroy the King Dragon activates the talents of the heavens and the world, obtains the monster attributes with the closest bloodline, and evolves into a silver-level zombie Tyrannosaurus beast. Super Pedo beasts have accumulated enough energy in Azura mode and can transform normally. Other leaders, etc., all have a lot of evolution. You issued the oracle. Go north with all your strength. This time, with the Beholder Elder present, the 1,500 faith points you have saved have been greatly utilized, making the Dragon Knights quick and labor-saving in their rush, throwing hundreds of thousands of corpses behind them. The city lords of the East and West cities led a small number of elites to urgently support the Arctic City. In order to prevent you from sniping the leader again, the zombies of the spiritual system are grouped together. Noon on the first day, the soldiers are under the city, and you have arrived at the North Pole City. In addition, elite equipment such as chainsaw zombies, Komodo zombie lizards, and silver wing zombies are gathered in this city. A long time ago, you secretly sent Chowpedo Beast to take the Elder Beholder and take another path. Because you acted too quickly, only the local zombies in Arctic and Raccoon City rushed to fight, and the grassroots strength, but you have the upper hand. You use the last drop of divine power to restore the spirit of your subordinates and double their strength in a short time. This is a signal. A riot suddenly erupted in the port behind Raccoon City, and a tsunami flooded half of the city. A huge tentacle monster is wrapped around the head of the corpse, and the battle of fate begins. The fight between the two giant beasts caused chaos in Raccoon City. Many buildings were overwhelmed, and many fortifications were destroyed by the aftermath. At the same time, at the keynote of the Golden Gate Bridge, 5,000 Quatu people rushed out, like a prophet, detonating the bomb on the bridge in advance and blowing up the bridge. And sneak attack to open the gates of Arctic City and Raccoon City. Zombie Godzilla took the lead and flew to a very high altitude. Green flames erupted from the sky, corroding the Arctic City and blasting the entire mountain range. Even if the zombies are surrounded, it will not help. Internal and external problems. In less than half an hour, the North Pole City was breached. Zombie Godzilla fell into Raccoon City and besieged the corpse with the Lord of the Four Seas. The zombie tyrant transformed into the third stage, but unexpectedly was blocked by the super beast that appeared out of nowhere. This time, with the help of a huge force, the super beast forcibly suppressed him. The battle situation is urgent, and the rest of the zombie leaders go crazy. Zombie Tyrannosaurus led primitive dinosaurs to resist the reinforcements of Arctic City. Elder Beholder brought 10 beholders to find Alice in Raccoon City. Alice was greatly shocked, seeing that the overall situation was irreversible. She stopped fighting and flew to the mountains with the silver-winged zombies. The green flame of Zombie Godzilla restrained the corpse Kuin even more and joined forces with the Lord of the Four Seas to successfully kill the corpse Kuin at the cost of the Lord of the Four Seas being seriously injured, and threw the ultimate crystal nucleus into the deep water port temporarily. The zombie tyrant took away the life of the Kabuto beast before he died, and the Kabuto beast was seriously injured and died. Other subordinates also suffered many casualties. Many zombies began to explode. The strongest fighting forces such as Zombie Godzilla, Lord of the Four Seas, etc. besieged the mountains. Alice, who was planning to detonate the nuclear bomb, looked at the empty launcher with a dazed expression. In the mountainous area, there was only a large dark hole left. Elder Eye Demon arrogantly said that he brought someone to steal it. Alice, who was in despair, brought silver-winged zombies and other last men, desperate to fight back. Alice's psychic power exploded and received the final feedback of the will of a world. It blasted the heads of the beholder elders and many beholders. After paying a great price, in the end she was buried in the tentacles of the Lord of the Four Seas. Other zombies fought back on the verge of death, pulling away the king of dinosaurs and many elite dragon knights. You have successfully defeated the zombie world at half the price. This simulation is over. See this? Well, Bai Chang breathed a sigh of relief. It's done. Fighting for war is king. It's just that the foundation of Antarctic City has allowed my men to evolve so much. 5. It is a wise move to feed the beholder elders in advance, and its auxiliary role often plays an unexpected role. The third simulation. The enemy's rhythm was completely mobilized by him. Many ordinary troops did not arrive. Had to hurriedly build fortifications in the Arctic City. And with the Kwatoa, the fortifications they are proud of are destined to be ineffective. In front of his eyes, another line of text appeared. Comprehensive evaluation, B+ grade. Summary: after several failures, you have achieved a strategic victory over the zombie world. It's just that the price is quite high, and it's not easy for you to drive the enemy to a dead end. Is it just a B-level rating? Subai felt a little lost. So, is there a lot of room for improvement? The problem is that there is only one last chance to simulate. Thoughts flashed in his mind quickly. Think about how to avoid battle damage. That tyrant is not a vegetarian. As the strongest combat power on the bright side, he has pulled the super beast away several times. Unless the super beast evolves to the silver level, he can have the confidence to survive. Or Zombie Godzilla to deal with tyrants. But the problem is without it. The Lord of the Four Seas alone is under great pressure to deal with the corpse Kuin, and it is very likely that they will perish together and even capsize in the gutter. Don't look at the last two simulations. The corpse Kuin did not show any flashes. It was attacked in advance by the strongest combat power of its own. With its terrifying size alone, it has a strategic level of destructive power by giving it a little chance to show off its power. Without the zombie Godzilla restraining its attributes, it would be extremely difficult to kill. And zombie Godzilla, as our strongest combat power on the bright side, is full of firepower. Siege of the city is impossible without it. Super Vito beasts and beholders are high-powered powers. It came and went without a trace. The silver-winged zombie couldn't contain them either. But they shoulder the arduous mission of stealing nuclear warheads and are destined to disappear for a while. A summary. Subai found out that at the end. Still too few cards in hand. He thought carefully. Extract undiscovered blind spots from the simulated text. Among them, the destruction of the King Dragon and the Beholder, after the early death before, is far from the bright spot after. He looked around. The Dragon of Destruction has turned into a zombie skeleton exactly like the digital world. For flowers, The most striking thing is an orange-red cruise missile carried on the back. Powerful and regenerating. The new appearance of the leader startled the primitive dinosaurs around him. Those who didn't know it thought it was an undead zombie. Others also have more or less changes, especially baby Godzilla. It grows 5 meters high out of thin air, and its originally red body turned pale. A pair of green eyes stared at the zombie Tyrannosaurus beast full of bones, not knowing what to think. Destroying the king dragon should not be afraid of any zombie virus now. If it is fed other brain nuclei, will there be any new changes? Subai felt that there was a lot to do. Speaking of which, the other leaders have all evolved quite a bit. The original strongest Lord of the Four Seas, on the contrary, has a heavy responsibility. Can't participate in the feast of dividing up the brain nucleus, and now it is still a weak step. While regretting it, Subai suddenly thought of a bold idea. But he still has a panacea in his hand. If used well, it can play a role in turning things around. This time, he carefully deduced it several times. Finally made up my mind. Open your hand and point north. The whole army obeys the order and marches to the northern city. Elder Beholder led the evil eye to vaccinate all the soldiers. Superbido, zombie Tyrannosaurus, you hunt and kill the spiritual zombies in the corpse tide, take their brain cores, and fully feed the beholders. 35. The rest of the brain nuclei with different attributes are divided. His voice resounded like thunder in the hearts of the people. Make the blood boil. Know that this move is real. Head after head of primitive dinosaurs roared. The dragon's roar shook the dark clouds away. It made the zombies in the distance feel uneasy for a while. The dragon knights raised their dragon spears and responded loudly. Fight, fight, fight. This world is ours. 35. I'm here to save the fallen world in obedience to the oracle. Bury these rotten corpses. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Let the dead go to hell. Tens of thousands of troops cross the portal of light. Time returns to normal order. Subai did not use the last simulation, but ordered the whole army to attack. Standing high in the sky, Subai could vaguely feel the suppression of the world, as well as the strong hostility and malice. At present, the strength of all warriors has been weakened by 5%. At critical moments, it is extremely important. Only by conquering a home field can it be corrected. If the east, west, north, and south are attacked, all the 4 main cities will be destroyed. Not only did the power of the world decline by more than half, the soldiers under Subai's hands will also gain a lot of evolution. But it comes at a price. That is to give Alice strategic time to mobilize the army of corpses. At that time, even if there is no small evolution, surrounded by 500,000 corpses, also doomed to fail. Mabai has seen it. The sky was dark. Rotting morning crows flew from afar. The experienced Dragon Knight army ignored them and charged north with all their strength. At the same time, the 2,000 Air Force led by Chowpedo Beast, each unicorn beast carries an evil eye, which is hidden behind the back. The evil eye begins to use tentacles to vaccinate them. Surgery on the march. This is not a simulation, but a real war. The soldiers are very fast. From now on, every minute can't be wasted. Subai's will affect the army. Zombie Tyrannosaurus, also known as the original Destruction King Dragon, is not afraid of poisoning and injury by itself. Take the lead in breaking through the corpse tide that was temporarily enclosed. Many fusion zombies were bitten and devoured by it on the spot. It even strengthened part of the body. The most important mental zombies hide in the dark and command, according to their plans. The enemy shouldn't find them so quickly. But the unicorn beasts scattered everywhere, as if they were equipped with monitors. Precisely descended from the sky, withstood the spirit zombies with horns, and took them into the air to strangle. Also cooperate with each other. He took out the brain nucleus and handed it to the beholder. They work well with each other. The group of zombies that was urgently pulled over by the will of the world was not involved for a few minutes at all. 12 minutes later. In the simulation, the Arctic city that I saw several times appeared in front of me. The same moment. Raccoon City Port. In a hidden underground base. A blonde, pale-skinned, and bloodless girl who looked like she was only 14 years old opened her blue eyes. She just saw the enemy army through the eyes of a head of spiritual zombies. The enemy this time seems to be a little unusual. Very clever. It's the way of the wild dinosaurs, and the bodies are huge. The big guy 30 meters high gave me an ominous premonition. Miss, you have already defeated 10 so-called creators. If human civilization hadn't closed the portal of light in time, we would have been able to swallow 10 worlds and be promoted to be stronger than our peak. On the side, a female zombie wearing silver armor and silver wings said, P.S. I can't continue to be lazy. From now on, I will update at least 3 times a day, with a total of 15,000 words. I hope everyone will supervise more. Zhang, the silver-winged zombie, looks relaxed. I don't think the enemy is difficult to deal with. Judging from the early warning given by the world, the enemy's strength is at most equal to us, and it is indeed Miss Alice who thinks too much. The 10-meter-high zombie tyrant stood up. Like a steel high-rise as majestic. Just in case, let the violent tigers of Antarctic City guard the city gate. Don't think about making meritorious deeds, but rely on fortifications as much as possible to drag the enemy. Alice gave orders to the big-minded zombie leaders around her. The city lords of the East and West cities, don't act rashly. Be careful of the enemy's plan to move the tiger away from the mountain. All the loose zombies wandering in the wild, get to the Arctic City as soon as possible and plan to delay the enemy at all costs. The head of the zombie leader shook his head and listened. Their mental fluctuations can be transmitted to each other to the next level. Zombie world, distinct levels. Alice relies on layers of spiritual zombies. Control hundreds of thousands of zombies. But she obviously underestimated Ma Bai's determination. When Alice received intelligence again, the southern city has fallen. The 3 leaders and even the 2 silver juniors and mental zombies who were supported in the field were all killed. The Antarctic City, which was burning with green fire, was a mess. Zombie Godzilla is too fierce. Green poisonous flames burn the city wall fortifications and steel tools to ashes. In addition, he is familiar with the means of the 3 major zombies in the city. Didn't arrive in half an hour. Antarctic City has fallen. The will of the world's oppression against them also dissipated. Take advantage of the post-war break. The Dragon Knights handed over the spiritual crystal cores and tools they had collected earlier to the Beholder Elders. Except for it, there are 10 potential evil eyes who have been cultivated to the peak of bronze. Their appearance greatly enhanced the team's commanding ability. Not only can act as radar and sky eyes, they can also link their respective small units in series. The spiritual zombies in the city trying to hide 223, and the zombie leaders who peeped in the wild were discovered by the Beholders. In addition, the highly mobile unicorns attacked from the air. Together, it is inexorable. Even from a distance, the zombie vultures who were trying to check the war did not dare to approach. This time, the brain core of the Harpy zombie is still used by the super beast. Its power reserve is even greater. Has reached the peak of Silver Intermediate, and strengthened part of the flight ability. And the Beholder Elder who received the key cultivation has rushed to the Silver Intermediate level in one fell swoop. Because it is a spiritually specialized creature. The strength of its spiritual power is even more comparable to the peak of Silver. In particular, they have trained their extraordinary vision in the dark for many years. It is even possible to observe millimeters from thousands of miles away. In the battlefield, the role played is too great. Under the guidance of God the Father, any cult's resistance is futile. The Beholder Elder, who has been greatly cultivated, is in high spirits. Holding a vine staff as a magic stick. Subai gave it the 1500 faith value in reserve to use. And secretly exhorted. Did you remember the task given to you too? The bomb is at a critical point, so be careful. Follow your teachings. The Beholder Elder responded cautiously. It formed a secret team with Super Pitman again and flew into the mountains alone. Another surprise in Antarctica City is the zombie Tyrannosaurus. Since the destruction of the King Dragon, it has evolved into this ghost. Primitive dinosaurs don't listen to it much anymore. It also gave up on itself, relying on its immortality, and stuffed Gatling's zombie brain core and other messy brains into its stomach. Instead, he inadvertently opened up the talents of the heavens and the world. Stand in the creator's perspective. Mabai saw branches of the same evolutionary system being activated by it. The body can regenerate flesh and blood, and half of the body is transformed into a mechanical body. The left arm was turned into steel, and the head and abdomen were wrapped in metal. Purple six wings were born on the back, and it also took into account the ability to fly. Isn't this a mechanical Greymon? See its new form. Subai was greatly surprised. Destroyer Dragon is very fond of the new form. Subordinates are also more accepting. Speaking of which, Mecha Greymon is a more orthodox evolution. The two forms have different emphases. In the zombie world, the natural zombie Tyrannosaurus has a greater advantage. While the army was taking a short break, Subai turned his attention to another ambush. The Lord of the Four Seas and the Quadao fish have approached the waters of the Arctic City. Meanwhile, a beholder reports in time. My lord, on both sides of the dune north of our army, the nearby zombies are all surrounded by a triangle. There are also zombie birds rushing in from the east and west. Then leave very quickly. The airborne early warning force is currently in the army, and Zombie Godzilla has opened the way towards the center of the world. With the Oracle of Subai issued, the army opened again. They marched fast at 200 kilometers per hour. On the way, there is always a wave of zombies besieging it. Fortunately, with the infinite firepower assistance of Zombie Godzilla, everyone was not delayed. Plus, a new zombie Tyrannosaurus has been added. Unlimited physical strength, no fear of viruses and injuries, open the way like a perpetual motion machine. Even when taking a break halfway through. There are also beholders who killed the zombie leader along the way and slowly evolved. Do they go so fast that they don't need a break? At this time, Raccoon City was busy. Many zombies, like Walking Dead, were instructed to carry sand and gravel and set up fortifications. Only then did the silver-winged zombie realize that Alice's judgment was too correct. This time the enemy is no trivial matter. The first 10 rounds of outside invasions were controlled by the virus. They were all marching carefully, which also gave us time to mobilize the corpse tide. 99. The fastest one arrived at the North Pole City on the 3rd day. But this time the dinosaurs came on the 1st day. They want to behead. 95. Alice is standing on a rooftop, looking towards the port. Order chainsaws, Komodo dragons, give up the corpse tide, and urgently support Arctic City. In addition, let the zombie leaders at all levels be careful about the eyes on their heads. Those evil-eyed creatures restrain us. After encountering them, they will kill them at all costs. Thinking of the evil eye gave Alice a headache. Without them, it's not that the control of the corpse tide has become so weak. A full 500,000 zombies were wasted outside. At present, there are only more than 100,000 zombies stationed in Raccoon City, and the 100,000 zombies in the portal Arctic City. If it's really time to be powerless, you can only use the last resort. Alice turned her head to look at the surrounding mountains again. The heart is ready to die. In fact, she knew that day would come. May you still protect us. Alice thought of her father, the creator of the world, in her heart. She is a special being. It is half the deceased daughter of Earl William, and half is the child of the world conceived in this world. When Earl William built this world, it was to resurrect his daughter, and secretly did many taboo experiments. But it's not the same as before. 9. A zombie tyrant with bone spurs jumped from the 100-meter rooftop. A pair of blood wings had grown in the air and flew towards the south gate of Raccoon City. Every time, the enemy sees me with red eyes. When they desperately rushed forward to see me, they found that I was not the child of the world. I really laughed once. Seems to recall what an interesting experience. The tyrant's laughter echoed in Raccoon City. After the constant echoes of the 3 peaks that surround the city, it becomes more and more intense. What a loud laugh, more annoying than us insects. A corner of a mountain range 10 kilometers away from Raccoon City. Super Bido Beast, hugging a bloated bomb, complained. Don't worry about it. Hide this dangerous guy in the depths of the ground. This is the highest oracle issued by the Father God. We still have tasks to complete. The Beholder Elder skillfully used hundreds of tentacles to turn drills into holes. Having lived underground for hundreds of years, He is naturally familiar with the road. After a while, a 100-meter deep hole was dug in the ground and hid the nuclear bomb in it. After refilling it back to the original, the super pedo beast flew in the other direction with the beholder. At the same time, Su-bai also received a reminder that their mission was completed. At this time, the army can already see the Arctic city in the distance. Along the way, there are constantly harassing zombie birds in the air. The unicorns have a lot of damage. 4 p.m. An ice blue steel city came into view. This place is the last gateway to the core of the world. Zombies in a radius of hundreds of miles were driven by the will of the world to the inside and outside of the city. It was really a sea of corpses and ragged zombies piled up together. The scene of hell is no different. Zombie Godzilla stepped on it. Dozens of them die every time. At the same time, on the steel city wall with a height of dozens of meters, a series of anti-aircraft guns and rockets showed traces. Originally, the zombies planned to hide a technological weapon. The enemy's speed was too fast, forcing them to use it. Suddenly, at the city gate, a pile of fat was squeezed out. It turned out to be 10 Roshan tanks with accumulated fat, extremely ugly, like walking piles of meat. Zombie Godzilla looks disgusting and has no appetite. Can't wait until it's dark and then the advantage is in them. For the first time, Su-bai's traces were revealed in another world. The rays of light converged into a sacred light and shadow, appearing on the heads of Dragon Knight, Godzilla, and others. Everyone, the final battle has come. Don't give the enemy any chance to breathe. This world has fallen, descending from the dimension of the stars. It is full of vomitous decay. And we came here with the will of the universe, fighting for salvation and purification of this world. Bury these carrion. Su-bai let out a great light. The warm rays of light shone on the Dragon Knights, shocking them. It was as if all the fatigue from before had vanished. Dinosaurs roared, Dragon Knights flashed their spears, and unicorns fluttered their wings. The people were so angry that they regarded themselves as the savior of the world. Ridiculous, this is your creator? Really young? Accompanied by miracles. There is also a zombie tyrant standing at the very top of Raccoon City. He fanned the zombie blood wings. Fly to high altitude and level with Su-bai. The so-called creator, I also killed 10. Without the support of the power of the world, he is nothing but an ordinary creature, not fundamentally different from us. A person who blasphemes cannot escape death. The zombie Tyrannosaurus stared at the tyrant with a pair of green eyes. Damn it. Even the one true god dares to blaspheme. I'm going to kill it and use the tyrant's head as a pea. 35. Don't rob me, I will swallow the child of the world alive. Even zombie Godzilla spewed green flames unhappily. Extremely impatient with zombie tyrants. Unexpectedly, Ma-bai, who was floating in the air, just smiled. The smile is extremely contemptuous and relaxed. What are you laughing at? Zombie tyrants are violent and ask questions loudly. I'm laughing at your ignorance, and until now, I'm still trying to use low-level fierce fighting techniques to keep my attention on you. 99. Su-bai continued, it may be that many creators have really died in this move before. After all, who would have thought that such a strong zombie tyrant would turn out to be a pretense, a fake child of the world? 5. What are you saying? Hearing this, the rebellious expression of the zombie tyrant suddenly changed. There was a sudden shock in Alice's heart in the underground base of Raccoon City. He found me? How is it possible? Did he use special props? Suddenly, she seemed to think of something. If you are found, what about the corpse Kuin, the most powerful existence, with a kilometer? Before Alice rushes out of the base, she informed Sir Kuin. High altitude not far away. A holy light erupted from Su-bai. The silhouettes set off are sacred and extraordinary, making it impossible to look directly at them. The Dragon Knights and the Unicorn Beasts knelt down one after another, bathing in the baptism of holy light. The zombies that came in roared in pain as if they were corroded by the sun. He wants to perform magic? How can the world master of this realm have this ability? The silver-winged zombies in the Arctic City have a sudden change in their expressions. Instinctively, he lowered his head, not daring to look directly at the light and shadow. This is personal oppression. The zombie tyrant and Alice were even more solemn. Next, a grand and unfamiliar voice rang out, forcing back the will of the zombie world. I said, "Grant the authority of the Sea of Blood to the Lord of the Four Seas. It is the co-lord of the Sea of Two Worlds, rules all marine life, and suppresses all marine life." 99. Give you the power to control tsunamis and storms. You are the emperor of the sea and the monarch of water. Come on, the oldest descendant of the Tianyuan realm, the lord of the four seas. With the end of Huang Wang Tianin, Raccoon City's deep water port explodes. The Sea of Blood shrouded in the zombie world boiled, and a 10,000-meter tsunami washed ashore. With the power of nature, easily destroy the city fortifications that Alice painstakingly managed. Flooded Raccoon City. More than 100,000 zombies were instantly washed away and reduced to fertilizer and water. Among them, there are many spiritual zombies and zombie leaders. In the mighty waves, one end swayed hundreds of meters-long tentacles, like a super-large tentacle monster that came out of the myth. It was tightly wrapped around the head and mouth of a pale corpse. Fight it. The Lord of the Four Seas is summoned, accompanied by the shining debut of the Lord of the Four Seas. There were also 5,000 Kutu Murlocs with steel forks in their hands and clad in fish-scale armor. Stand on the waves and beat the drowning zombies. Open the city gates and occupy the Golden Gate Bridge. At this time, the will of Zombie World 3.4 was temporarily forced back. The authority of the Sea of Blood was stolen by Subai and bestowed upon the Lord of the Four Seas. This is the power of God. Just one drop can make a difference. The Lord of the Four Seas has the authority of the sea in the Tianyuan realm and is very familiar with this power. At this time, borrow the power of the Sea of Blood. It even caused a tsunami. Not only suppressed the corpse, but also flooded 2 cities. One power down 10 sessions. Let Alice get her way. How many bombs and traps were ambushed, and now they are all destroyed. In less than a minute, the scene changed. Just look at the Silverwing zombies, zombie tyrants, and Roshan zombies. Alice no longer hides from the underground base from the sky. Looking at the scene in front of him, the pale face was full of disbelief. How is it possible? This is the authority left to me by my father. The ocean doesn't help me. You are too confident to run Raccoon City like an iron barrel, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and deliberately keep the biggest loophole in the sea route. 99. Ma Bai, who consumed the last drop of divine power, said calmly. But you don't know, in the Far East where I was born, there is a saying, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Raccoon City is surrounded by mountains, and it is destined to be unable to escape from a tsunami. 35. Alice then raised her head and looked at the one. A young god who is completely different from the previous creator. It's not over yet, my corpse has not lost yet. Indeed, the huge body of the corpse Kuan is a body formed from the creation of the entire ocean. Caused great trouble to the Lord of the Four Seas. Like a giant beast, it smashed its head into tsunamis, high-rise buildings, and mountains with its head. And the Lord of the Four Seas is like a barnacle, parasitic on the head of the corpse Kuan. A 500-meter-long tentacle blocked its mouth. Let the corpse Kuan not be able to exert its strongest advantage. Another tentacle burrows into its snout and strangles it internally.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.